Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck.
My first short, people mentioned Lisa G, Ja Rule, Taylor Swift, Bruce Springsteen, Susan Hendricks, and Rick Allen from Def Leppard. My first short, people mentioned Lisa G, Ja Rule, Taylor Swift, Bruce Springsteen, Susan Hendricks, and Rick Allen from Def Leppard.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack.
I'm here, no fear. 1 second, a little bit, 2 more minutes. Trust me, I am here for you. I'm here, guys. I'm just finishing my smoothie, and I'm here Have no fear. I'm not muted or talking. I'm going to mute and just slurp back my smoothie. All right, guys? And I'm going to double check. I can hear myself on YouTube, so everything's perfect. You guys talk away. Trust me, I am right here. And oh boy, I'm just going to mess around with these backgrounds and stuff while I'm muted, sucking on my Slurpee. I will address everything. Major show planned. I will say hi to every single person that's here. All 732 of you. All right. So have it's 638 people. Or, sorry, that's 6 minutes and 38 seconds, 11 people on the 11th day. Very good, very good. That works. I'll take 11 people on the 11th day, 11 amazing people. All right. I'm here. Just let me slip away, okay? Almost finished. Do you hear that? I turned it back on just so you can hear me finish my smoothie. Ready? I have this weird thing where I gotta like clean the bottom of the cup, you know, and then I try to clean it with the plastic straw, because I have yogurt and like it's, you know, all over the side of the walls and that. So when I finish my smoothie, it's actually not really done. I gotta clean the cup, the bottom, you know, because I'm such a clean person. It has nothing to do with being a neurotic, lazy guy who doesn't want to clean it later. Hey, what's up, guys? I have many weird things. My thing is so weird, it's normal. I go so far past the spectrum, I come back around the other side and I was like, whoa, this guy's pretty normal. Almost have my cup clean. 1 second. I almost have it clean. Wait. Oh my God. The straw too. I cleaned the straw too. Okay, I'm ready. You guys done screwing around? Let me turn this off. Ugh, that Peggy. I stall my thing because Josh and Peggy were on. I tweet out, I share it to everyone. I get all these
I just tell everybody about it, and then I don't get a shout out when Peggy shuts it down. How amazing was that? Peggy didn't even say, hey, all my whatever 50 people that were watching, many attributed to me sharing. Go to Shibby now. I stalled, I paused, I shared it, said, go here first, and I'm gonna wait. And then Peggy finishes and nothing. So I told her, last time I do that, last time I wait for you. LOL. But next time I'm not gonna probably do that because I was not thought of. So I paid it forward and I didn't see anything coming back. That's okay. Thanks for being there. But Peggy, it was on Peggy, 100%. I'm going to have a talk with her. Next time I pause my stream, or I pushed it back and sent everyone here. Everyone. I had hundreds of people. No, I could have went on and stole. That's where we differ, V. I could have poached half of those people. You know it, V. Like how Holder gets poached. 1 second. I'm talking to myself in my other ear. 1 sec. I keep doing this. I have myself playing on my laptop. Like I listen to myself. So awesome. My cameras are going. I'm hard at work. Okay. Everything's perfect. No. V, like I could have poached. I could have even took Josh. Right, Josh? Right. Yes, it's exactly how it works. It's exactly how it works. Exactly. I could have. Josh told me. I said I messaged Josh privately. Right, Josh? Right. This is the truth. And I said, dude, just stay there for Peggy's sake. Be good for Peggy's sake. Because you better watch out. Right. No, I'm not doing anything for you anymore. Oh, did you use emojis? This better be good, V. This will be the last time. If this isn't good, this better be good. This one? This could not have waited? Oh my gosh. I love how people tell you to look up and then there's 1,000 messages up. Like, hey, I'm a Virgo. You need to be specific. You need to be overly specific, too specific for me if we're going to get along. All right? So when you say look up and you got 20 messages up, I'm not running around looking for what you said. No more. You guys have been warned. You need to be specific. But I'm doing this for you. I'm going to read every one of your messages until I find something. Oh, what is it? It has to be this one. Why I'm not in the thumbnail, address this. Well, I addressed it last night. That's long gone. Yes. That ship has sunk. Maybe next time somebody says they did something nice for you, instead of complaining for 15 minutes, you say, hey, that was nice. I didn't see it. I didn't know you've been doing it for the last week and a half, but that was nice. And the ship might rise again, but until then, yeah, I slurp. Oh, I told you I have to clean the cup. Yes. And I clean the straw. Like I make a smoothie. I put for V. I know V doesn't know. She might not have heard me say this before. So I put 10 frozen cherries, pitted. A frozen banana. I break up in pieces. I freeze them. I peel, like I get like 10 bananas, right? You know how they come? I wait till they're perfect. And then I peel them all, put them in a Tupperware thingy so they're not touching each other. And I put them in the freezer. So I grab one out and I crack it in small pieces just by hand and put it in the little Ninja cup. Fill it till the skim milk goes above the top of the frozen veggies, fruit. 1/2 teaspoon of coconut oil. 2 tablespoons of plain vanilla yogurt and 1 gigantic scoop of vanilla protein powder. I blend it up. I ninja it. Then I put 2 more gigantic tablespoons of plain yogurt, fat-free, or maybe 2%, the good stuff, the Greek stuff. And it looks like whipped cream. And then I enjoy it. All right? That's for V. And do you guys like this Christmas one? Yes, I'm Rain Man. Where is that? Yes, 243 toothpicks because there's the box says it has 250, right? And there's 7 left in the box. And when that fell on the ground, I can count. I just look at the pile of toothpicks. Yes, I'm Rain Man. That's like superpower. What is that? What is it? Avengers. If I were an Avenger, I would be Rain Man. It would say RM. I would be Rain Man. Yes. You know why? Because Dad doesn't let Dino drive the car on the driveway. He lets me drive the car on the driveway. Yeah, I can drive the car on the driveway. Yeah, Dad lets me drive the car on the driveway. Did I tell you? Yeah, Dad lets me drive the car on the driveway. Did you hear? Dad lets me drive the car on the driveway. Yeah, I'm Rain Man. And away. Oh, so let's do this. Serious time. I don't care. So what? She can be mad at me all she wants. Who cares? What do you think I am? You guys mistake my kindness for, you think I'm a pussy? You don't know Canadian men well. We're nice, but we're not pussies, all right? So let's, once you unnice us, you got to earn it back. Simple as that. You want to earn it? It can always be returned, but I mean, we're nice, right? But we're not pussies. So let's just all remember that, right? So you can always have a chance to get back, but you'll have to work. You'll have to do that work to get back in my good books, right? I know, we're just kidding. Stop. Hey, no caps. Come on now, stop yelling. I mean, LOLs and emojis, and we're going to move on. Yes, flustered. Yes. I always get flustered. Oh my God. You ladies fluster the shit out of me. What? Of course I get flustered. Oh my God. Look at all these beautiful women. Josh is picking on me. I'm just kidding. Don't be dragging. No. Oh, Josh is protecting. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Bros before hoes, right? Oh, I'm just kidding. That's a horrible statement. You know what I'm saying? I misread that. Yeah. See, Josh is like running cover. Oh my God, thanks, bro. I misread that. I do that often. Okay, so here's the deal. And I'll dedicate this to V. V aptly pointed out that I probably 5 to 10 seconds ahead of you guys. So, and then I read one of every third comment. So half the time I'm replying to a comment that you guys are talking to each other about. And I get things so wrong. Yes. And as sweet Southern Nicole pointed out, I'm fucking neurotic. You just heard me, right? I literally do that every time I can't leave my cup like that. I have to clean it. I clean it with a straw. Oh my God, I have to use 10 cherries. Yes. When I have a shower, I got to put my socks on first. And oh my God, you should see this. When I jump in the shower, I have a whole thing. I have to do it, Yes. I need to put a new banner here. Like if we can all just start from the ground zero. And that is, I'm the problem. I know it. You guys know it. We all know it. I admit it. Yes. You're my That's perfect, Josh. The stable. You're like my stable. What would be in this? You guys choose what you want to be inside that stable, but you guys are the stable. Josh, oh my gosh. Josh, I'm glad I waited for you guys. Peggy's worth it. And I was a little kind of hurt. I was sitting, because I'm the type of guy where I can't like promo, I'm humble. Like I honestly, I know I joke a lot of that, but I can't, like, I feel weird. Like I'll promote everybody and drop their links, right? But when somebody does it for me, I'm like, oh my God, like I hate to impose myself on people. I don't want to inconvenience, I think of people. I'm empathetic. I'm thoughtful. Okay. So at the end there, I was just sitting there watching Peggy end, and I was like, she's got like 50 or 60 people there, right? I stalled. I posted. I was like, go here, listen to her. And, Sure, maybe 1 or 2 people came, whatever. And then I was sitting there waiting and waiting. It's like, I just like, everyone go to Shibby's now. Like, she didn't have to send you guys here, but a shout out I thought would have been, let's see what she thinks of me. And I'm like, nothing. So I was brokenhearted, kind of. It hurts. Yes. You don't have to be in a stable. Listen, V. So for some reason you think I want to hold people on a leash. No. There's a stable. It's warm. We're partying. There's lots of beds, and there's big piles of hay, and there's food and music and drinks and strobe lights, and we're having fun in the stable. But the door is wide open. All right? The door is wide open. All right? It's a swing. It has one of those revolving doors. There's like doors. There's 3 doors on each wall. It's not perfectly square. It's a rectangle-shaped stable. There's doors, and there's, it holds the heat in, and it's beautiful, warm, and it's fresh air, and there's incense burnt. It's lovely inside, but you can always, nobody has to stay in my stable. It's 100% optional. All right, and if you're there, you'll have fun. Oh wait, what do we have here? Peggy did put she would see. Okay, well, man, that's not bad. I know you're right. Did you do? She did, but I mean, come on. It could have been a full shout out, I think, because that would have been. You know what? This will get her a pass. You're right. She did say that only after I jumped in, but I don't know. I'm just weird like that. I can't put, I don't want to impose myself. And you never, ever, ever have to be anywhere you don't want to be. If you don't want to be here, oh my gosh. Or like all you people, if I'm gonna read in 2 minutes. I'm gonna start reading. If all you people want to just be here and enjoy this lovely chat and mute me and listen to Peggy on replay, even, because her show was great with Josh and Peggy. Oh my God, especially if you have 2 devices and you really want to do that, I would almost recommend that. You listen to Josh and Peggy on their replay and just get another screen going and come here and chat with these lovely, lovely people. And I will be, oh my God, oh my goodness, I would so be happy if you're just here. And you never have to be here if you don't want to. I want you here always. If somebody else goes live and there's a conflict, if you can't, like for myself, I don't usually have this problem because I have 2 devices, and I can, on my laptop plays in my right ear on my Bluetooth, and my desktop plays in my left ear, so I can watch 2 live streams at once. So I'm not sure, you guys seem to have all these troubles of conflicts and that. I rarely have that because I could listen to one. I can listen to 2 live streams at once, and so there's that. So yeah, it was a great show. So if you want to play Peggy's replay and just mute me and come here and chat with these fine people, I will. Well, V, you're being a smartass because not everyone was there. Or you could even listen to it again because it'll probably the second time will be more interesting. All right. Yes. The second time, the replay will be more interesting, more than likely. So what we're going to do here is, does everyone like this background? They had a few Christmas backgrounds, and this one's cutest. And the outside part seems interesting. And I'm going to do this. Boom, take that. That's for V. Look at this. Oh, take it. Take it in, girl. Yeah. Oh, I always listen to mine. I listen. You don't listen back to see how well it went? Oh my God. I replay mine all day long and watch and read the chats. What? I mean, there's a few times where you think, ugh, this is kind of uncomfortable or weird, but for the most part, oh my God, I have a playlist. I replay my whole playlist. And while I'm sleeping, I listen. I'm like, oh, this guy sounds, this guy is soothing. So here, enough playing around. You think that makes me a narcissist because I listen to myself to see, to catch up things of you lovely people that I missed? Oh boy, you and I see things so differently, V. I mean, I watch back for you guys because I miss stuff and I enjoy you guys. So this is, I understand how you feel weird half the time. I totally do. I'm seeing it now. Because wow, I would have never even thought of that. A narcissist. Oh my gosh. You've listened to me all these hours and you hear narcissism? Oh boy. Oh boy. No wonder we have these awkward moments every half hour. At least 10 times a show. But then I know you make up for it, and there's 9 great things for every one awkward moment. So I'm not complaining. But oh my, I've never even had anybody say it. They thought I sounded like a narcissist. Wow. Well, here, let's talk about me now then. Okay. So I listen to myself all over, and I have posters of myself above my bed. I have my pillow has me on it, my face. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Oh, just like yesterday, V, I replayed the replay, and I never said that what you said. I said R.A. Richard Allen was a sex addict. No, we were talking about Richard Allen, and I said if a young guy, because if a young guy were to come to me and say they're addicted to sex and they're depressed, I would say, welcome to manhood. If a young guy, I didn't say Richard Allen. I went back and replayed it. I can give you the timestamp. And you were so wrong. I listened to it 5 times. So I understand. Just know you do weird me out more than anyone here. So there's that. Very often too. But I like you. But man, there's something, I don't know. Our communication is like, it's amazing. And then it's not. So you're confusing me. And I'm an old grandpa. Put that now. Yes, I can feel you typing it. It's because I'm an old grandpa. Yes. Yes, I said it as we were talking about him, because now here's the 50-year-old grandpa, because I was comparing myself to Richard Allen as a 50-year-old man who was depressed, trying to go out for a walk in the daylight to say hi to people and enjoy the sunshine. That was the comparison. So if you want to go back and listen to it, I'll accept your apology later. Or if you want to just trust me, I'm fine with it. But just know, when I was talking about Richard Allen, I was saying, I compared myself to Richard Allen because I said, I'm his age. And if I was a 50-year-old man and I was just going out for, to get out, to climb out from under your bed, and, depression sucks. I was 10 years, I was in depression, deep. And to get outside and go for a walk and reminisce at a place where maybe he hung out as a teenager and got high and drank beers. I can picture if you lived in that area, you'd all be hanging around that area, sitting on the bridge, and think of all the nights where it was before this was ruined by these murderers. Think of all the great memories that people probably have of that bridge. If I grew up in that area, we would hang out there, drink beers, hanging on the edge, if I was a kid in that area, 5, 6, 8-year-old kid, we'd be rolling tires on there and throwing them off, and TVs, and oh my God. There would be such great memories. That's all I was comparing myself to Richard Allen. That a 50-year-old man got out for a walk, and he was, it's a nice day. I'm trying to get exercise. My depression might be alleviating. My meds are finally kicking in. I want to go outside, and I want to say hi to people, and I want to walk. It's daytime. The sun is out. And after that statement, I then said that if a young guy came to me and said they were depressed and addicted to sex, I would say, hey, young man, welcome to manhood. We get depressed. We want sex, and we can't get it very often. We're guys. I know. I don't want to explain. You guys know this, right? So if that's creepy, well, hey, I'm creepy then. I'm a 52-year-old man. And so let's do this. But I was not saying Richard Allen was a sex addict. I never did say that. So if you ever want to go back to yesterday's show, I'll give it for you. Fuck. So I got to do your work for you, but gladly I'll do it. I love how people tell me to do things for them. Hey, like I Google stuff, right? Like yesterday, you guys say the FBI doesn't. You and Fishy insisting the FBI doesn't do this. Yeah, blah, blah. Yeah. For 100 years, the FBI didn't record audio and video, but we all know that that was reversed in 2014, right? That was reversed, and now they say it's mandatory if you're investigating or talking to somebody. you know? So you guys insist, and then you don't correct yourselves or apologize to me. Then you tell me to Google stuff and all this stuff. Oh my gosh. Timestamps. Oh my God. Fucking needy. I'll find it. It's right here. For Nicole. Go back to yesterday's show. It was, oh, not Nicole, sorry, for V. I complained about it to Nicole. Yes. It was around the 1:25 of yesterday. 1 hour and 25 minutes in yesterday's stream. Here. That's for V. Here's a little ditty. One sec. Let me see. I'm not sharing my screen so I can have a look. See, oh, I'm so glad I did that. I am so glad I did that. I'm going to go to my channel and not. Yes. Okay, here we are. Out of the dark. No. Whew, that would have been weird. Lecture? Yes. And they're not mandatory, Fishy. You see that little X there? That thing that can, you know, none of this is mandatory. Yes, the intro is, oh my God, I'm going to rename this the Fishy intro. The Fishy intro is like minimum 1 hour to 2.5 hours. Yes. And look right here. And I'm going to prove to you, V. I'm going to share my screen. Window. Where am this one? I'm going to share it. And I'm going to share the audio. And I'm going to share with you. You ready? Here comes the share. Share with your friends. Share alike. Yesterday's show. You know, over 6'5" is fine. I'd hope you would, look at this. It's at 1:30 because that's where I was checking it out. I was like, what the fuck? So look at it, it's at 1:30. So that's I was, that's where I finished yesterday. Look at this. Here we go. Oh, and you're on the screen. Holy fuck. I'm awesome. Admit it, guys. Say it. Just say it so we can move on. I'm going to even play the big chat, which is better. I'm going to play the big chat like a big boy. Come on. Don't be silly. I never said he said it. Here we go. I'll have to go back a little bit. What's Diener say? He would say, get the fuck out of here. You guys idiots? So why do they have to try so hard to get a probable cause affidavit? Get the fuck arrest him. Because if they told the truth, forget about all the stuff they left out. Okay, I've muted it. It's going to be any second now. I'm going to be talking about Richard Allen going on the bridge. Watch. Right? And the same thing with the search of his house. He would say, dude, what the fuck are you doing? She sees this guy with puffy hair. She says 10 out of 10. He looks like this. This guy looks nothing like the guy in the video. He's got a hat on in the video too. Where's his hat? The one she saw. The sketch, the 10 out of 10 sketch of puffy haired guy is the same guy Betsy Blair saw. And you're saying it's this guy? I'm looking on a video, looks nothing like that fucking sketch. And then Sarah Carbaugh, you're saying the guy, that same guy is the guy walking down 300 North? And she said he had a tan coat on? And where does blood come? Where didn't the judge say, hey, you said he had blood on him? Turns out she never said blood. Why did you lie to me? Turns out he had a tan coat on, not a blue coat. Why did you lie to me? You're making me look like a fool now. So then he's gone. He disappears and Nick McLeland shows up or whatever, or Judge Gull. It's so fucked up. Yeah. So Ives is saying shit. He disappears. Who shows up? So Nick McLeland. Let's make everything right. Diener, if he found out the truth, he was like, what the fuck are you guys doing to me? This is ridiculous. I would never have signed that. More than likely they had, in my opinion, it's possible that Diener and that little good old boys club, they probably had a stack of affidavits, arrest affidavits and search warrants signed by Diener. Because there was that weird thing where he signed his name and put the time on it too. So much about this case is weird. Hey, yeah, the election. There's so much. Hi, Casey Jakes. Welcome. Did I miss anyone? So, okay. So, where's no, I'm not saying, I never, did I say RV? Don't put words in my mouth. I said
must have went past
most old guys would say that. I didn't poll. What I was going to say is, if you guys can see where I'm at, I'll find it anywhere between the in-camera hearing. So before we move on to the trial is next, unless I've missed anything. And I enjoy reading this stuff. And if you don't have to be here. Or if Elissa was annoyed by me, Elissa could have muted me. I'm okay with that. Mute me. Put on your favorite musical playlist or another chat that the person you love, what the person is saying, but their chat might be boring. And then come back here and chat with you.
Chipmunk, Shibby.
And I would have, hey Carol, what's up? So if anybody were to think that if I'm annoying, you don't have to talk about what we're talking about. Talk about anything you want in chat. As long as you're not stirring up fights with other people and just angst. It's one thing if people oppose each other and you just okay, disagree. Like if hockey players, if
Chipmunk lecture,
players can fucking fight each other, bare knuckles. And then at the end, what happens? You fucking whisper each other, oh fuck, that was a good shot. Oh, you got me right in the nose. Like pat each other on the tushy and meet up for beers after. That's what's happening here. So if that's not how you want to do things, punch each other. Draw a little blood, buy beers for each other, pat each other on the tushy, smile and say, ooh, great fight, or great, great discussion, great argument. But that person, Elissa, is one of those that just kind of on, and does it intentionally. So they won't be doing that anymore until they produce one of those pieces of evidence I asked for. That's the piece that one of those that just kind of helped me decide on. All right. And away we go. So, okay, I'm on track. Nicole, what I've tried to say 3 times if you're still listening. So Nicole is here. That's good. She's awesome. Lately, Nicole has anointed herself director, producer, manager, just recorder, everything. And I'm just a lowly star. So what I was going to say to the sweet woman here is I'm on from between 37, the in-camera hearing. Like, remember how there was hearings in that, right? What are the briefs? Like, isn't the brief how they, like, is the brief when somebody makes a decision on something and then we talk about like the decision they made? Is the brief, what is it when Judge Gull makes a ruling? Is there a name for that? Because I feel like I'm going through these just before we move on to the trial to catch, like, there's a brief. Is that what, does anybody know? Yes. Like, is this your first time here, right? I wasn't acting any weird ways. Like, I welcome everyone. You come, you're cool. And I could, if you're opposed, if you think he's guilty, fine. I think what makes sense to me is I'm sure most, like, even those people that thought he was guilty, the prosecution side, they all at the trial thought, he's not getting convicted. It's not going to be unanimous because of what just happened at the trial. All the things, they weren't convinced. So they were shocked too when he was convicted because just the process alone. And even if you're sure he's the guy, I'm okay with that. If you think whatever reason, all those things, whatever, I think that's great. But what happens in the United States of America is you get a fair trial. And if you were saying he didn't get a fair trial, but you think he deserves 130 years or too long, right? Well, what is right? 20 years? 30, 40 years? No. If you don't get a fair trial, you get acquitted and then they can retry you, I guess, or whatever. If it's not none of that double jeopardy crap, you don't just convict the person like because we think we got the guy, let's convict him so we don't let, we'd rather convict, the way they're acting is they'd rather convict an innocent person as to not let, if they screwed up so bad, they maybe, Ellie screwed up so badly in the beginning that they would hate to let the real person walk. But that's how things work. Ellie screwed up so badly, they hid all the exculpatory evidence, all those interviews in the beginning, Holman lying about what Turco said to then clear Brad Holder, and just all the shenanigans I'm forgetting right now, just before the defense even shows up. And then the defense shows up, they hand him all this discovery. This discovery is 80%, every fucking page has Odin written on it, or something Odin related. All half these guys are into that shit. Elvis Fields has 8 cops go in a van down to him in Rushville, so fuck Odin. 8 cops got in a van, like V always says, she'll always remind you this. 8 cops got in a van from Unified Command, drove down to Rushville, investigated. 2 of them went to all 4 of his family members. 8 of them, they paired off groups of 2, questioned those 4 people in the house related to Elvis Fields. Because of Elvis Fields, they're doing this. They talked to Elvis Fields. They've interviewed him a bunch of times. He says this shit to Murphy. Murphy's a cop, so it's not hearsay. His sister passes the fucking test. Elvis Fields looks exactly like the fucking Teresa Liebert sketch from the Mailbox, Lord of the Rings Gollum guy with those bags under his eyes. I mean, that's almost exactly what Elvis looks like. Maybe a bit younger, So forget if, and then he's not allowed at trial. So forget the whole Odin thing. The cops, he was, and everyone tries to say, oh, he wasn't a suspect. He was just a person of interest. No. Person of interest isn't somebody that you go down and send. You don't send 8 cops in one van to go down and question the whole guy's family and then send up his sister for a polygraph and all this if that's not a suspect. So they can try to say whatever they want. I don't give a fuck. Elvis Fields wasn't a person of interest. He was a fucking suspect with way more shit on him than any of these guys. So forget all the other things that I'm missing or they didn't collect. So why isn't he allowed at trial? Why? So if he also wants to come back and answer that under a new alt account, I won't hide you if you can answer that. But if you're just gonna come in here and keep asking that same dumb question, what piece of evidence would it take for you to convict Richard Allen? Well, hey, any of those 70 hours, show me one of them. I'm probably gonna say, oh my God, what if he says something really incriminating towards Richard Allen? Like, I would believe it. I'm not saying he's not the guy. I'm saying they didn't show anything, and I highly doubt it. Because let's be honest, a guy like that, the person that really committed these crimes, is the type of person that has a history, a criminal record, a rap sheet, just like all these guys do. A rap sheet, just like Nick's father has. A rap sheet. The person who really did this has a rap sheet. We all know it. That's the MO. A person like this doesn't hold down a job and doesn't work as a manager over top of people who, younger teen boys and girls worked underneath Richard Allen. And there was that one bullshit complaint in Walmart, but that was definitely hearsay, or we'll never know if it's true because I don't buy that. He's a manager and he worked in different places. He was depressed. I mean, every guy is pretty much. He's a 50-year-old man, just like me. If any young guy were to say to me, "Oh, I'm depressed and I got sex addiction" or something like that, I'd say, "Well, welcome to manhood, bro." I even caught that in 2X. I had said if any young man were to come to me and say they have a sex addiction and they're depressed, I would say, welcome to manhood, bro. So I can't use examples to other people as I'm talking about another thing. Like, is that, so if you misheard it, I'm fine, but I did not say what you said I said. And then you went on and said it a bunch of times. You fucking, it's fine. He was, and everyone tries to say, oh, he wasn't a suspect. He was just a person of interest. No. Person of interest isn't somebody that you go down and send. You don't send 8 cops in one van to go down and question the whole guy's family and then send up his sister for a polygraph. V, did you timestamp that? At 1:18:25, V asks me to mention the 1 van, 8 cops. Take note of that. That was 1:18:25 for V. And all this, if that's not a suspect. So they can try to say whatever they want. I don't give a fuck. Elvis Fields wasn't a person of interest. He was a fucking suspect with way more shit on him than any of these guys. So forget all the other things that I'm missing or they didn't collect, you know? So why isn't he allowed at trial? Why? So if Veloso wants to come back and answer that under a new alt account, I won't hide you if you can answer that. But if you're just going to come in here and keep asking that same dumb question, oh, what piece of evidence would it take for you to convict Richard Allen? Well, hey, any of those 70 hours, show me one of them. I'm probably going to say, oh my God, what if he says something really incriminating towards Richard Allen? Like, I would believe it. I'm not saying he's not the guy. I'm saying they didn't show anything, and I highly doubt it because let's be honest. A guy like that, the person that really committed these crimes is the type of person that has a history, a criminal record, a rap sheet, just like all these guys do. A rap sheet, just like Nick's father has, a rap sheet. The person who really did this has a rap sheet. We all know it. That's the MO. A person like this doesn't hold down a job and doesn't work as a manager over top of people who, younger teen boys and girls worked underneath Richard Allen. And there was that one bullshit complaint in Walmart, but that was definitely hearsay, or we'll never know if it was true because I don't buy that. He's a manager and he worked at some different places. He was depressed. I mean, every guy is pretty much, he's a 50-year-old man, just like me, if any young guy were to say to me, oh, I'm depressed and I got sex addiction or something like that, I would say, well, welcome to manhood, bro. Grab a seat. Gets worse. And then it may get better. But, so a 50-year-old guy, depressed, picture Richard Allen, like, I'm just like that. 50-year-old man. Like, imagine I went out my door, 2:00 in the afternoon, I'm not working or something, or in the morning, and I had, even say I had a couple of beers. I'm like, oh, I'm going to go for a walk. It's nice out. It's a nice day, and I'm going for a walk. I need to go and walk. It's good exercise. I may see people in the sun. It's a good thing for a guy who's depressed, and so he does that. And I think, there's some places around here where I remember as a child myself, or where we'd hang out across the street. There's this old mansion that's still empty, where we'd hang out and party all night long. So imagine I walk to that, because there's a place where I'd sit there and think, reminiscing, right? Like, I remember this, I had good times here. Like and then I see a couple of people, I wave to them, and I'm a 50-year-old guy. If I wave to, I have daughters and granddaughters. If I see people, my dad did it always. I'm, hey, what's up? Even if I've never seen them before, I kind of acknowledge them, smile, or at least give a little eye, like a smile or a hey. I always do that. So obviously, as a 50-year-old guy, like, especially as younger people, like, ooh, that guy's a creep. So if I don't say hi, I'm a creep. If I say hi, I'm a creep. If I don't look at you, I'm avoiding you. If I look at you, I'm fucking creeper gawking at you. Like, as a 50-year-old guy, you can't do much right. So he's out, he's going for a walk, goes to a fucking bridge, and then walks home, goes and gets his car and goes home. And then they fucking lie about what he said. They all this, they're working so hard to get Richard Allen. But if they said the truth, okay, imagine he takes that to Diener and goes, Betsy Blair says she saw a young guy with a round face and poofy hair, and they didn't mention how tall, but they didn't say short. So she says she sees a different guy. So Diener, this Betsy Blair sees another guy. Yeah, myself, or just men in general. I never said he was. Are you denying? Okay, V, do you know a man? You picture a man anywhere in this world. You find me one that wouldn't want to have sex every day. Go. You do that and come back. Okay? I might even disappear you until you can do that. I'm kidding. What are you guys even saying? Did you hear that and you think I'm calling him a sex addict? And then I talk about things here and you think I'm a narcissist? Oh my God, why would you even stay here if I'm so horrible? Wow. You're really weirding me out. Yeah, you could. You can find me a ton of guys that don't want to have sex every day? Fuck. Who are you hanging out with? They're fucking boring as shit then. Okay, so you think V can find a ton of guys, right? Oh my God. You couldn't find fucking one or two. Good luck. Send it to me. Have them subscribe, and I'll talk with them. Friend me on Facebook. I'll hook them up with someone. Just kidding. So you could find a ton of guys who don't want to have sex every day. Wow. Are you going to keep digging this hole? Does anybody else think there's men out there that don't want to have sex every day? Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, dude, yeah. Well, okay, so you're a bit older now. I mean, I'm only 52. Only. I could pop 3 times a day for V. So let's stop this, guys. Please. You're talking about I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about men in general. Are you really going to keep digging that hole? You listened to me say that and you thought I was calling him a sex addict? Did you listen to that? The second time? I wasn't saying he was a sex addict. I didn't say he was a sex addict. I said, guys, if I was talking to a young man and he said he was addicted to sex, was depressed, I would say, welcome to manhood. So I'm not saying he was. I'm saying every guy likes sex. So I'm not, sex addict isn't saying somebody's, saying every guy would say that. I would say that to a young guy, most likely as a joke even too. Not saying that person would be a sex addict. So whatever you want to infer from that, I don't believe anybody else. Many people thought I was calling him a sex addict. So you stand out. So there's that. So I should stop sharing that because it might get confusing. You know what I did do? What was funny? Did any of you catch the end of my last show? When I shared the live that I was actually on? Watch this. When I shared the live that I was actually on, watch this. This gets really good. And if I keep talking, watch. When I shared the live that I was actually on, and I'm going to turn my chat back on, and I'm going to get really good because if I keep talking, is going to love the live that I was actually on. I'm going to turn my chat back on, and I'm going to get really good because if I keep talking, is going to love the live that I was actually on. I'm going to turn my chat back on, and I'm going to get really good because if I keep talking, is going to love the live that I was actually on. I'm going to turn my chat back on, and I'm going to get really good because if I keep talking, is going to love the live that I was actually on. I'm going to turn my chat back on, and I'm going to get really good. I'm just kidding. You're right. Like I told you, I'm the problem. I understand. Why do you need to keep pointing that out? I've admitted it. Do I need a banner saying I'm the problem? My gosh, I know it's me. Yes. Abby, did you take your gummy and watch that? That was awesome. Okay, so I'm done screwing around. Can we please just start from ground zero where I know I'm the problem? I'm like 5 seconds ahead of you guys. I'm misunderstanding half what you're saying. I'm reading every 3rd or 10th comment. I know. Quit giving me a hard time. Hurts my feelings. Okay, chat, I wasn't clear. I can understand how one person mistook it. All right? I'm going to say stupid shit again, so I'll apologize ahead of time. Mostly, I apologize right here. This is a preemptive apology. I'm sorry I offended that bug up your ass, right? So this is a preemptive apology for what I'm about to say for the next few hours. And I apologize, right, to you and that bug up your ass, okay? That's going to be my new fucking slogan. Oh, boy. And when you do your live stream, I'll come there and I'll see what you get right and wrong. And maybe we'll poke at you. So let me know when you post your live streams, okay? Instead of being, and I'll come there and be ungrateful and annoy the shit out of you. So we're almost at the 1 hour mark where we can get started. What we're going to do is, all jokes aside, come on, we must start from the position that I know it's me. So if you feel the need to keep pointing that out, oh boy, I'll agree with you every time. Hey, what's up? Oh, David, the comment, I got your, oh, sorry. Oh, TJ, hello. Your town, oh my gosh, TJ, are you okay? Well, let us know. Hopefully you're okay and you get some power back, or if you charged your devices, I hope. That's the main thing, is you get some charging done, or you have one of those little power bank chargers, batteries. I hope so. Let us know. Update us. David, with Prof, guys, has anybody had an update on Prof? Because I mean, I haven't heard from him neither. And yeah, your comment, it's okay, David. Like your comment, you didn't have to say like you're not causing drama. I mean, I haven't heard anything from Prof neither. So thanks. I mean, that was great. I'm not sure if anybody hears from him. Let us know. Who's flirting? Yeah, maybe the way is V. V, can you just tell me how old you are? I have a feeling you're younger, and you're being cool and nice, and I'm getting it wrong because I'm an old grandpa. I get it. I know you're cool and hip and nice and whatever, and I know it's me. So if we can just always start from that point, I think our understandings will be more enjoyable. Our misunderstandings. All right. Yes, look at this. TJ, I hope you're feeling better, and let us know. Or did you already and I missed it? And if anyone gets an update on Prof or Snay or anything like that, or they want, yeah, people need breaks, I guess. Those guys, they bust their balls and harass them. I don't know. You didn't miss anything. I don't know. Just people some people are taking breaks from YouTube and creators, and I don't know. I guess I jumped in, and maybe all those creators are like, oh my God, I can't go up against this Shibby guy. I'm going to not go live. So it's possible they see the influence of me as an influencer, a mechanic, a nighttime security guard. They see my influence, and look at, I have 217 subs. Every day I get 1 or 2 more subs, or wait, I get usually 2 or 3, but I usually lose one. So like I lose a sub and I gain 2 or 3, and they see this, and I just know, they're like, oh my God, look at this. Look at these numbers. Look at these numbers, 217. Oh my God. And I keep getting these alerts from YouTube. Look at this, 13,811 views, all just recently. I'm like, what the fuck? Look at these numbers. I'll go most popular. How's that? I'll go most popular. And this is just me every day doing 536, 462, 428, 421, 403, 402, 397, 388, 3. And these are just days ago. 1 day ago. That's 3 weeks ago. So 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 1 day ago, 7 days ago, 6 days ago, 5 days ago, 12, 8 weeks, so 3 weeks. Look at this. I understand all these creators are like, oh my God, I can't go live because nobody will be there to watch. They're all here, right? Right. And I'm just being silly. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys all. Excuse me. I usually mute when I do stuff like that. So I'm sorry. I'm learning how to make thumbnails. I've been getting good. Look at these. Look at these. Look at these. Oh my God. I gotta fix these ones here. Something I see a typo here. Wait, look at these typos. There's a typo here, a typo here. There's a typo here, a typo here. And I started to fix it with these ones. Oh, there's a typo here, a typo here. I can replace those. I'm getting good here. Look at this one. I fixed it. Perfect spelling. No typos. Love it. So what we're going to do is, so basically, remember who was it that requested? Was it UTJ that requested somebody? Oh, it was Bezo Jones or someone like that. Yeah, I believe it was Bezo Jones. Came in and requested that I read last week or 4 days ago. They were like in the middle of the night after Dave. That's what it was. After Owls, I came on at like 4 a.m. and there was like 5 people there. It was a live stream. So Owl went on Saturday night, remember? So while we did this, Peggy came on. It was great. Then we went to Dave's on Saturday night. And then after Dave's, I did an after Owl, but I changed it because what I did on this one is I read Bezo Jones had requested I read Kelsey Siebert, Kelsey German, Siebert, her married name, her testimony from day one of the trial. So I did for her. I read it for her. So I already did that. And I was just kind of like, she was like, there was only 2 or 3 people there and she requested. So I was like, okay, cool. So I changed this one. So I made this day 2. So I'm going to start, this is day 2 starting today because this is day 1 technically because this is her testimony I read. So I read Kelsey's testimony from day 1 of the trial. And I didn't even, and I was going to do this stuff properly. And TJ, last night, I'm sorry, I kind of named this, because I knew I had finished the, this is confusing. Okay, guys, I'm really trying to do what you guys would like. So I did this. I read this, right? But I just know we're not done with this. Okay, I read this 80 pages. So we did I read this is like 171 or something like that. I read 171s of the morning, the March 18th, the morning stuff, which was the contempt hearing to remove, Gull wanted to remove them and had a contempt hearing and Hennessy was and then the afternoon was the motion to dismiss, which was all the exculpatory evidence that Nick lost from day 1 and all the shady shit he's done. And it was so good. So I kind of did that here, right? And I don't know this. I must have finished it off here. I must have done stuff here. On the bridge video wearing a blue coat. So what I was trying to do in that yesterday's live stream was figure out if I could move on because I just know it. So I did stumble around. So forgive me. I'm only human. I don't know. It's confusing, all those dates and numbers, right? So, well, who cares about that stuff they're doing? I don't know. I don't care about any of that shit. If they want to, anyways. So, as I was figuring out what to do for you guys, while you're all bitching at me, read these comments, you're poking away and bitching at me like holy fuck. I was trying to do shit for you guys, and all I get was, So this is Yes Bones and Jay Robinson wear these patches, or it's some kind of. So, and then I found this, which was about that trial. This was the extra stuff that Hennessy started filing. I don't know if he said it, but in my opinion, he would have told them that maybe it's like a misdirection or something, like somebody knows about it and is trying to references Joe Lewis as Jive. Oh, I don't remember that. Joe Lewis's Crime Night YouTube channel. 33. So, and then I covered more things because, so here's what happened. So yesterday's show was still contempt stuff, even though if you think it wasn't. See how it says, oh, where was it? Oh, here. Oops, one sec. Yeah, yesterday's show was still contempt stuff, even though, like the motion. Oh, sorry, the motion to dismiss. It was part 2, because the stuff I'm talking about here is from that March 18th. So it was all because what happens is then they were given a week to file more shit, and then Nick was given a week to file a response to more shit, and then Gull took a month to decide on those 2, right? But then in between, they're filing like updates and all these weird things that had to do with this. But the trial is starting too, so they're filing stuff that's coming up soon. I mean, so all I was doing is trying to figure out and make sure I covered stuff that would still, so I could move on to the trial. And then there was a state's response in the support of the memorandum, right? And then they filed one. And then there was a part 2 of this. And then Nick has to reply to it. So, and it was all about the March 18th stuff. Okay. So, I mean, you can't not watch it and then complain to people too, right? Because I did this, the whole show. Podcast, were they liars? Do we believe them? 8 hours and 19 minutes. Are you saying they're liars? Because they tweeted out of making sure I could move on to the trial and covering anything the contempt hearing and anything Nick filed. Nick filed objections to their attempt reply, and oh my gosh. So just know I was doing what I say here. So there's that. And I went over it again, and then in between that and the responses, I was trying to figure out here. And my cameras are looking good. Got some paint drying over there. Read actually. Correction. I don't remember what it was. Pretty good. So I'll record that afterwards. So now, what's this? Odyssey cheat sheet? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Or carbonation too? Oh, and the straws are bigger? Oh my God. Yeah, there's that, right? So it's like, man, maybe they line their cups with something too. Meth? I'm just kidding. What is this, Nicole? Oh boy. What do you mean by the last appellate filing? What are you talking about? I've done a whole show on those, TJ. Are you if you're not watching, I don't know what to say. Oh my gosh. You being difficult purposely. You're my first person to come on here and save me. Oh my goodness. Did I put that on the screen or not? What am I doing here? Show comments. Oh, it was on. Sorry. What are you talking about? This is interesting. No. Odd. What's it? Oh, wait. Is it on screen? What do you guys see? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry. If I go live. Okay, yes. Yes. We should also go over the last appellate filing. Oh my God. You're asking me that, right? Right. Oh boy. Nicole, help. I do these things and then you guys ask me to do them. Oh my God. I'm at a loss for words. Odyssey CMS cheat sheet. And I'm on another screen. One second. Oh, I'm so glad I did that over there again. My God. And this. And I'll bring this over here, and it's going to pop up. Watch. I'm on a third screen. I carry this browser over, join in, boom. And it just pops up for you guys, but I'm dragging it from my third monitor and popping it into these browser tabs. Motion to dismiss, right? The contempt hearing was here. The Richard Allen. So Saturday night contempt, unredacted contempt hearing. So here's the unredacted one. Where was here? It is right here, TJ. Oh my God. I did 7 hours on that, and you're sitting here asking me to do it now. You're awesome. I know you mean well, TJ. I know. Well, I'll take breaks, but I mean, you guys got to stop doing this, please. You're telling me to do stuff and then take breaks. I did fucking 7 hours of what you just asked me to do fucking 7 days ago. I did 7 hours, and you're here asking me today to do that? Oh my God, can you guys please help me more? That's all. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and I'm going to sound like I'm complaining. I know. That's fine. But if you want the new appeals filings, there's a show here from 7 days ago. 403 people saw it. 7 hours and 27 minutes of talking about the new appeals filings. There's that. No, again, there you're wrong. Oh boy. Pete, you got to use your LOLs and emojis if you're going to say that kind of stuff. Wow, you guys are, oh, see, there, boom. If you had it, Abby, can you teach them how to use their LOLs and emojis, please? For me, for my petulant old grandpa, you know, oh boy. You can talk to me, but just know if I miss it, I'm not ignoring you. Or if I misunderstand it, I'm usually 5 to 10 seconds ahead of you in StreamYard. Or if you retract comments, I still see all those and I don't know, because if I look, you know, I have to look on a whole other monitor on another account that's on live chat to make sure to see if you've retracted stuff. And I don't usually, you know, I usually do that when I'm only curious to see if somebody has me blocked and stuff. So, but just know, okay, so here, picture this. I'm an old grandpa, okay? So that's one thing. I'm watching, so I'm doing StreamYard, I'm running the show, which is, you know, it's not hard, whatever. I'm sharing this screen that you're looking at, keeping, you know, I'm sharing all this screen, and I'm on another screen watching chat to make sure if people have Sweet Dude Shibby blocked, I could see that a troll will be causing trouble. And also just remember, I'm a mechanic right now. I waited for some stuff that I painted drying, you know, complex stuff, complex RC toy car stuff. And I'm watching 9 security monitors of $40,000 worth of equipment right outside my door that can't be locked up. There's no lock, there's no fence, nothing. Of wood, excavators, and bobcats and equipment right outside my door. My brother's trailer's there. All this important stuff I'm watching. Just know that, okay? And please help me. At the very least, you can't hand me up. Because if you want the new appeals filings, well, you got them. You got them right here. Is anyone? Judy, welcome. Evening, Shibby and everyone. I think thank you for the filing for RA was just an extension for time to file due to one of the attorneys having a trial. Oh, thank you. All right. So that's what I was going to do. So there's no real big filing. Maybe I'll just go read 1 or 2 like Fox 59 stories, and then I'll move on to what I was going to do. So thank you, Judy. Thank you for the update. And yes, that's so true. Yeah, I found my son, as soon as he got close, 26, 27, 28. Here, is this it? This is the one I have, right? So CRA 0, that's the one I have, no? CRA 0591, M91, MR1. This is the one I have. Motion for, is that it? Motion for final extension of time. So this is that show from 7 days ago about the appeals. I'm just going to take a drink of my coffee, and you're listening to me 7 days ago. And you're seeing V on the screen. on the screen annoy the shit out of me 7 days ago. All right, in a wonderful way. Yeah, let's brief. The first one is this one. No, this one was it. Yeah, so it's this one. So this is the late. This was the second one of the two. So it's this one. So we don't need to go there. And that's it, right? Or is there something else? And this one is not. This is the first one, right? Yeah. So this will be this one. Motion for permission to file oversized. What are you talking about? Which 9 constitutional violations are you talking about? Where are they? Send me the link. We'll do it right now. I'll catch up. I don't even know what you're talking about. Or maybe I did cover that. This is 7 hours. Yeah, so that's the first one. And the second one was the extension thingy. So this is the newest one. The extension. Yep. So these are the ones I have. And that looks like it, right? And this one is points state report. Oh, the Meehan stuff. Oh, yeah, I did this one. That was a while ago. Yeah. Last week I did the Meehan stuff. So I have it. Boom. That is it. Yep. So we don't need you guys. Thank you very much. But thank you, V. I already had them. But I now know for sure. So this was the first one. And I need a quick drink, okay? And V, please don't go. No. You're not going. I'm going to take a quick drink. Oh, you got to leave? Yotan, you have a good one, bro. Check back. I might be around a bit. All right. So in a few hours, if you're get off of work or lunch break or whatever you're doing over in that wacky island known as the United Kingdom. Not the living out on, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, it just seems like, before I have this, I caught a rattler in the yard. Don't worry about my, like I like you, whoever you are. Him, her, he, they, this, that. About stuff. Sorry, A, the transcript is over 5,076 words, 22 volumes. The documentary exhibits are almost just as long as the 25-day trial at 4,782 words. That's 20 volumes. 1999. One second. One, it's pretty simple. I guess fuck. I'll make it big. And to go investigate him. Days after, Becky Patty says Brad Holt's name and cousin Odin. So, well, I was just trying to do like you'd hear on the radio DJ, like when I was dedicating this to Rebecca Ann. How would the DJ, it'd say, here's a little story here. Going back. Dedicated to Rebecca Ann, laying there naked in bed. she doesn't wear pajamas. Here. The Commando Rebecca. Nighty night.
See, that was 7 days old Shibby. That wasn't me who said that. You hear Chipmunk Shibby he's learned his lesson now.
I'm gonna get in trouble. Elvis Field. So this is the Odin stuff. That's nice, dude. Just
go out. What do you mean go out and watch it? What is it? What are these? You're gonna just leave then? Oh boy. Goes okay. So just one time go violates Richard. So what are these 9 things you're talking about? The 9. Is it a filing? Because I've read every filing. So if you can just explain to me what you mean by the 9 constitutional rights violations.
Yes, you're right. But do you see what happened there? Okay, oh shit, this will be weird. Purdy said, cut. That's all. Right? So I'll move back to the Jerry Holman part. Right? Just reading it. This is so crazy. I'm tiny writing. Then phone on him. So I think it's not me. It's you. It has to be, because I'm not saying anything about you. I'm saying about me. I couldn't do that. If a comment of mine gets blocked by one, but I'll probably fuck up again. So again, part of the Frank's analysis involved any ring door cameras or any other type of camera, the search warrant stuff. Fine.
So have you been able to? Did I miss it? Where? You're never obnoxious, Hoosier. Ever. I know you're kidding. You are never, dude. I'm so happy you're here. And how are you? Like, we miss you. You must come and say hi more. I command you, just for Hebby's sake, because Hebby's always asking me, Hoosier. I'm like, oh my God. I know. We talk about you for hours. Where are you? consistency is great. So can you guys get consistent and tell me what these 9 constitutional things are? TJ was talking about how many. Oh, it goes directly with what I was saying. Okay, I'm going to piece this together. So 12:30. So 6 minutes ago, you said, "I'm sorry, I just keep reading the 9." What are they? What are you talking about? I want to read them now. I'm jelly. What are they? 9 constitutional things? That violations? Can you give me a hint? Oh my gosh. Help. Hebby. Help. V. Yes, V. Basically, Hebby's saying use your emojis like a big girl. I know. Hebby, call him more often. You're right. But I feel you're never obnoxious, bro. I'll be happy if you come in and say hello. No, it wasn't about Richard's civil rights. Wait, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was about. Oh my God. Can you guys help me decipher her? I'm so curious now. Is there somewhere I can go read it? Was it a filing? Can you give me a hint? Is it on All Eyes website? Is it on here? Is it one of those ones at the end? Fresh stuff? No, nothing's your fault, guys. It's me. I thought we were past that. Yes, it's me. Nothing's your guys' fault. I appreciate you guys all. When I get it wrong and say something dumb, just know I mean well, right? I'm confused. I'm an old man. I'm a mechanic, busy at work. I'm a security guard. Oh my God. The ones in the document on your screen. What document? I don't have a document up. I have a website up with 1,000 documents. So the document on my screen is All Eyes website. Each one of these is a document. Each one of these is a document. Each one of these is a document. Each one is a document. There's probably 10,000 documents. It's not just about extension. Referred to in what? Okay, can we be a little more specific with your words? Because in one of those 2 filings that I've in one of these, oh boy. Is it something here? No, these are November still. Oh, December 9th? That's kind of, no. What's this? 1 of 5. Do you know what day it was filed on? That's just exhibit stuff, right? No, this is just exhibits. Is this new? This is new? December. Did it happen this December? Here's the latest one that we covered. Appellant motion couldn't be this, right? No, because that's just that's the response to these 2. Posted on Prof's channel? Oh, okay. There you go. Thank you. So Prof posted something. TJ, is that where you saw it, on Prof's channel? Thank you, just reporting. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. It's neither of those for sure. So let's try that. I'll go on another screen just to make sure everything's good. I'll go to Prof's channel. Mm-hmm. And P. Oh, he's got an underscore first because he's underscore Prof. So you got to go farther. Just let's do this. And afterwards, I'm going to read the testimonies. So this is just the intro. Okay. So we're past the 1 hour mark. Fishy just messaged me. She's giving me the thumbs up and the eggplant emoji and her licking her lips emoji. And that means that's our code for I can now start the show. So thank you, Fishy. I've done the Fishy introduction. You got to do at least 1 hour to 2.5 hours before the show starts. So we passed that point. I've got the okay. Now I'm going on Prof's site to find this because it sounds great. Interesting. Ooh, I passed it. Oh, where's this underscore Prof man? Come on, where are you? Mr. underscore Prof. Underscore the Prof. Ooh, where are you? You're being difficult. Where? Oh my God. Don't you love? Oh, I found it. So it's not underscore the Prof. It's just the Prof. But so is it a post? Let's find it. I'm in his posts. Oh boy. 1 hour ago. Holy shit. Is this it? Was it 1 hour ago? Oh fuck. Well, thanks. Yeah. Where did this come from? Is this new? What are we looking at? Can you guys see that okay? Oh boy, let me take you off the screen. Thank you. No. Is it, when did this come out? What's the date? So is this it? So what is he saying here? Let's read what he says. To assist you in understanding the big picture here. Is this it? Just for what was the opinions? Just my opinion? Or am I supposed to go to the next one? Is this Indiana Court of Appeals? 1, 2, 3. This has to be it because motion or permission to file. Right. Is this it, TJ? Yeah. That's the one that was just filed, right? Oh my God. Oh boy. 1 sec. You are going here. Sorry, I'm just doing one thing. So this here is the stuff that was just filed in the December stuff, right? Here. So it's called, what was that called again? Sorry, my bad. It's the related motion for permission. Right, they're asking to file the oversized thing. Right. That was the one they filed right here. Or no, I'll go back. No, sorry, the one before has both of them. Ugh, let me close that down. It's here. What was it again? For permission to file. Yeah, this is it. Right. Yeah, there they are. So you want that, right? Right. Yeah, you've had it from last week. Yes. And that's the one I did 7 days ago. I did 7 hours on that. Those two. Right here. I did 7 hours on it. It's the new appeals filings. And it was both of them. Both of them right here. So thank you. Thank you. Now, so let's go. So if you want that, that's the one I did here. Go to my live streams. 7 days ago, the new appeals filings, I covered both of them for over 7 hours. All right? 7 days ago. So And Prof, if anyone gets an update on Prof, always, I hope everything's okay. And he does this. He goes for a bit and he comes back stronger. Watch. Sometimes I feel sorry for them guys because it's like he takes on 30 of them and he's the one standing at the end. So, I'm going to shut this stuff down. It's not to get confused. Once you start getting way too many things. So Prof's link was there 1 hour ago. That's the one we did 7 days ago. Thank you, TJ, for reminding us after I did a 7-hour live on that. And away we shut this down. Shibby's annoying. My live streams. Here we are. So there it is again. We don't need this. And I'm going to shut this down because I was just showing you what I was reading before. And so let's just do what we're going to do. How's that? The show will begin. Okay. Oh my God, you will enjoy it so much. 7 hours of Shibby. So you can clean your house, have a nap, and you'll come back and I'll still be on. If you listen to me on your earbuds on, go to the grocery store, do your shopping, I'll come along with you and we'll go shopping together, walk through the mall. And when somebody pisses you off, my voice will lull you back into like, why bother? I can't be bothered with these weird people because Shibby is talking to me about the 9 constitutional violations. All right. So trial, boom. So what I was saying was last looping update. I'm starting now. I put day 2 because I'm going to read the testimonies from day 1 of the trial today. Except that last Saturday night after we came back after Owls, I changed it. I put day 1 here because here I read Kelsey German Siebert's testimony. And it was a request for, I believe, a Bezo Jones because there was like 2 or 3 people. Okay. So that was 4 days ago. So I technically started it 4 days ago, but I then changed it because it said it was the After Owl show. I changed it to day 1. And today we're doing it really for the first time, but I put day 2 because I forgot I read that for her. So I'm going to read the other people's today, which are, it's right here. We're going to do this. Time to start the show. 1 hour and 30 minutes in. All right. Trial day 1. Testimony, October 18. Kaboom. Now, how about this, TJ? Are you still here, TJ? Because I know you're amazing. If you're still here, let me know. Because I have a proposition for you. So we read this. I read this. Kelsey has been read. All right. It's how many pages? 43 pages. And it was good. So if we go in order, I could find out what the actual order was, right? I believe it was Derek German next, because I'll do that. Because we can tell by the page numbers who went at what time. So volume 10 is page 80. This is the day 1 of the trial. So then we'll pick this Mitchell Catron guy. And his was volume 10, page 122. So you'd think he would be after, right? So I'll put him after. So the only one that might be out of order would be Kelsey's because I wasn't thinking this far ahead. Then we have Becky Patty. She was volume 9. So she'll be the first one so far. So volume 9. So I'm going to try to at least get some, because the thing is with this, the jury trial, when I click on this, the link is not there anymore. So I can't do it all. Something has happened to this. So I'll show you. That's the only reason I'm doing it this way, okay? You'd think I would just do the whole jury, and read it. But for whatever reason, they don't have the link there no more. So I can't just do it in order. Usually, but gratefully and thankfully, they also have this. So this is the jury, but it's just kind of, this is like chapters of it. So we're going to have to piecemeal it together. And we can kind of figure out who went first by the volume. So page 10. So it looks like Anna goes after, I'm guessing. And there may be a bunch of stuff before this. So on day one of the trial, which might be all this stuff here. So if I'm missing something, like there was stuff before, right? Should I jump into the testimonies? You guys help me. Or is there stuff I should cover that happened before the trial? Like all this motions, hearings, and testimonies, and so before going into the trial and all this jury stuff, what do we do here? Do I go or do I do this stuff first? Because this is where I get confused. All right. Just know, I mean, well, there was the whole jury selection is 290 pages. So, I mean, I'll be reading this all night if we do this, but I will. The bailiff and, all the jury stuff. So, Nicole, this is your decision. Nicole alone, nobody else even bother answering. Are you here, Nicole? Nicole, do I do the jury stuff? It's 300 pages. Bailiff, the jury guys, this, when they're messing around with the jury. Or do I skip it all? And there's another day of jury shit. And that's 57 pages of all the jury. Oh my gosh, it's a lot. You see what's going on here? And that's all right before the trial. Jury selection. That was day one of jury. Oh my God. That's just day one of jury selection. All right. So then there's day two. Should I do this before? Because it's, 208 pages. So these will be days of reading. I will read every single word here for you guys. All right. If, or should I do the testimony from day one? Because these all happen right before the trial. The motion appearances regarding people, Monica, voila, So, can you guys hear me? Yes. Let me check. Testimonies, you guys help me? Yes. Okay. So no, you guys can hear me. I'm just going to read. There's verified motion for appearances. That's what I just looked at. So there's all this stuff right before. There's orders too. Orders about the TV stuff. Are these of interest to you? Some of them aren't that interesting. Judge issues an order. Her order, on the courthouse decorum, all the bullshit of people and acting like these people are special and different than regular people, and they're not. This right here is evidence for if you want to go get a lawyer and file a civil rights violations against Judge Gull, if you have the money and time or whatever, you'll win. Because she's admitting here that she's treating all these fuckers differently than the people. And they're just not. There's no distinction in media. And your First Amendment rights, you're all free press. If you decide as an American citizen to walk into any court or any pub and get a public document you're allowed to have and disseminate it amongst your peers, you're a fucking press. Okay? Just remember that. Don't let them tell you any different. You're as much press as WTHR, this fucking Cindy Hebert, all these fuckers together combined are equal to you are equal to them combined. Because there's no distinction. There's no distinction. The media, the way she fucking did this right here is you walk in and get a lawyer and tell them this fucking broad violated your civil rights. And you'll probably win against Judge Gull. I hope you do. In my opinion. That's not legal advice. That's just a suggestion, a thought I had. So Gull did an order here. It's only 2 pages about the media shit. So, right, testimony. So for Nicole, that's what we'll do. How about this? I'll read the testimony, and for the next show, we'll look back at these, and we'll decide if there's important stuff there, or if we want to take a break from the testimony and trial, we can maybe go back and catch a jury stuff. All right, Nicole, how's that? So for Nicole, great suggestion. You're amazing. Thank you so kindly for being here, all of you, and especially you, Nicole, for helping me and just being here and suggesting stuff, being able to bounce off you. All right. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to do this now. You know what? I shut all the. Oh, I'm an idiot. I had those. See what I just did there? I can do it again. But all the browsers I just shut down, I had them in the right order so we can read them of who did their testimony first. And I just shut them all down, but it's easy. So here's the motions hearing held the day before. Ooh, what is this? Now, is this important? Because I didn't do this. This is the day before the trial starts. A motions hearing. Nicole, this is your call. Cross-examination of Thomas Plant, published, oh boy, redirection of Thomas Plant. It's only 4 pages there, but this one, this is the day before there was a motions hearing, and the full transcript is right here. So, Nicole's choice, you say it. Or we can go to there's a brief in response to that motion in limine before the trial, 5 pages. So there's 3 or 4 things, and then day 1, the testimony starts. So, and I've read Kelsey Siebert, so I believe it's Becky Patty's next, I believe, right? I'm going to open them all again, and I'm not going to shut them down. So I'll even get the right order. So as I'm doing that, Nicole will have time to decide if she thinks that other one was important on the 17th, the one day before. So 10, so it's volume 9. So Becky Patty goes, and then this goes, and this is the day before. I'm going to shut her down. And the testimony of, I'm opening each one of the, because again, on the site, it doesn't have them all. Anna Williams. And she seems to go 10-108. So 9, 10. So she goes after these 2 for sure. And I've already read Kelsey's, but I'll put it up again, and we can skim through it because there was, things. I think she was the first one that went up, right? Page 10. No, it's volume 10, page 37. So no. Becky Patty was the first up, it looks like. And page 10, volume 10, 37. Yep. So far, so good. And there was that one other guy, right? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I have him already? Anna Williams. Derek German. Kelsey. And I was that one other name was there. What was his name? Deputy Michael Catron. He goes up. Volume 10, page 122. So he goes up after them all, right? Yes, he must be. So he's at the end. So this is the order of the day. Becky Patty gets up and does 39 pages of testimony. Now, all these like if there's something missing from the trial, I don't know. I don't have it because I'm just jumping on these, right? So, yes, Becky Patty. Then Kelsey went up, which I've already read. We can brief over if you like. Derek goes up. Anna Williams, right? And Deputy Catron. But you see, we're on volume 10, and each of these volumes, so there's thousands of pages. I'm guessing I'm guessing that's probably all of these. That's probably why, most likely because it's not here. This is not here. Jury trial is not here. So if I'm going to miss something, I don't know. So you see what I'm saying? The jury trial is not there. I'm going to guess it was the stuff that happened the day before. And we're starting, like, did the trial start this day with testimony, or did it start this day, technically? So it's jury trial day 1, the testimony. But these is, see, jury trial. So they must be including it because they're calling this jury trial. So it starts on the 17th, right? Yeah, that's when they start using jury trial on the 16th. See how they're picking jury. They're using jury trial, but oh boy, I'm gonna. I'm just gonna read the testimony, and it seems to start like the first person. Volume 9 to me implies that's like 1,000 pages, in. So whatever's before all this.
So this is just a testimony, okay, guys? Is there opening statements? Where is that? Right, V, right. Great point. Excellent. Would that would be exactly what we're missing, right? Excellent. So would it be in no, it's not here because all we're seeing is that's all the ones I just opened. So V, thank you so much. You see, you have to be here to suggest that stuff because that's amazing. It's exactly what I'm looking for and exactly what the wording it will be. But yeah, they open, right? Like the, oh, I didn't. Then you come back with this and you fucking, oh my God. Oh. You're wild. Amazing suggestion. I get excited. I'm about to look to see if it's there. I don't want to hear it, asshole. Fucking jerk. To me, that's what you're saying right here. Stupid idiot. I just said, like, don't be such an old man. Duh. Every fucking jerk. You're saying, duh, you dumb old guy. There's always an opening. And I'm like, oh my God, yeah, you're right. Like, why am I not even thinking that? I'm like, oh my God, I get excited. And then there's this. Duh. Idiot. Doesn't mean you got to look for it. But now I do have to. So is there opening stuff? Like, we don't just jump into, is there anyone who knows what happened that day? Because yes, we should not. Yes, we should just continue our online affair. Yes, this banter. Yes, it's perfect. Yes, we shouldn't get married. We should continue this banter where she reminds me of how old I am. And I think with the way she talks that she's really younger and very cool. And I know it. Yes, we should continue this. Me being a fool, acting like an idiot, saying dumb stuff. I agree. Boom. An LOL. Okay. Whew. Okay, so we got the LOL. All right. So, can we do a little vote? I don't listen. What do you mean listen? I don't hear you guys. I listen well. I just don't read comments and I may miss stuff. Yeah. Oh, look, did you say this? And thank you for swallowing. Oh, this is my fault? Because you're choking on a vitamin? All right. So, I know you guys are having fun. All right. Just do this. The ha-has and the LOLs, they mean so much. They put my petulant old grandpa mind at ease. And you guys are awesome. Just know that. I'm gonna do what's best here. 143. See this? 143 and 52. I'm 52 years old. 1 hour and 43 minutes in. I love you guys. I'm gonna start the show at 143. Let's do this. The show begins at I love you. Let's do it. I'm going to read a testimony and you guys decide. How about that? I'll read the next person's testimony because I did, and we're going to skip Kelsey's unless you guys want to brief over it because I did read that on the first show, which I did that as a special request. I didn't really, so you guys know what I'm saying. I'm going to read Becky Patty's testimony right now. So when I'm done this, if any of you could find out what the lovely V suggested, that there's like an opening stuff, right? If you know where it is, if it's any of these, or if it's even in here, testimonies and motions hearing, that's the day before and the 17th, right? So it's 18th, it all starts. And they're starting here. So this is where I'm starting, 9 a.m. on the 18th. When did the trial start? Do we know? You guys got to know this stuff. And I can't find it. I don't know. I'm confused. You're going to maybe need to 5150 me soon, okay? But also, all this reading, I feel like if I have any kind of early onset dementia, as a 52-year-old grandpa, it's almost like I'm taking a limitless pill, and I'm kind of reminiscent of how amazing I felt and strong when I was a young 49 and a half years old.
you know? So there's that. I'm feeling a little limitless reading this stuff. I'm going to read it. So the question is, here's the assignment. Boom. 10:18 is the beginning. Right. But see, excellent suggestion. Now look at, I'm going to show you. When I click on jury trial day 1, nothing comes up. All right. Just know that. All I can do is start with Becky's testimony, which starts. So I'm missing all that stuff, right? All the entry, whatever they do before this. Volume 9. And these volumes are around 250 pages each, right? Because the end of volume 9 is 248 pages. So this is, so 8 volumes would be, 4 volumes is 1,000 because they're 250 each. So 8 volumes would be 2,000. This is the 9th. So this is page 2,248. So, and this would be page, 2,249. It's going to go to the next volume. No? Yeah, it ends on 2,250. So this volume 10 starts here. Page 1 is page 2,251. So the first 2,000 pages, basically. Or just if Becky's starts on page 39, page 9. Becky starts on page 9 of volume 9 at the end. So we're missing basically 2,247 pages. And so just know I know that. Awesome suggestion. Okay, Nicole, this is you guys on, this is up to you guys. So is that clear? I'm starting on page 2,248 because 8 volumes would be 2,000 pages. 4 volumes at 250 each would be 1,000 pages. So I'm starting on page 2,248. Okay. And I'm obviously assuming that V's amazing suggestion that there was a whole, they kind of, what is that called again? When they start a trial, it's here. Where is it? You know what I'm saying? What is it? Whatever they give their intro speeches or whatever. So if we can find that, I'll read it. All right. I can't find it. I don't know if it exists. When I click on day 1, nothing comes up. If you guys are at all interested in reading how this starts, let me know. I'm just going to read this. Opening. Boom. Fuck, V, your opening. Oh my God, V. You're handing me your opening, and here's what I do with it. I'm a fool. This is code word, right? Yes. Thank you. Just know. That means so much. It's one word. Opening. Thank you. Well, don't ruin it, Nicole. Don't ruin it. Opening statements. Buh. This, perfect. Succinct. Perfect. Thank you. Opening. Ooh. Let's do this. Find me V's opening. Oh, this just in. Look at you. Oh my goodness. Executive decision. Unindicted has come in to save the show. We're going to find V's opening. We're not letting Nicole bum us out with opening statements. I want V's opening. I'm going to, and then unindicted comes in to save the show. And V says, shut. Shut. And I do. Your opening is not shut. It's opening. And I'm going to go find it. Thank you, unindicted. I'll stop being a dork. Thank you, guys. Perfect. I'll go look right now. Oh boy, I should do it on another screen because sometimes you might see something. This sweet dude Shibby guy. Do I go? Is it in my community page? Do I go straight there? Oh, let's just go straight there. And hopefully nothing weird pops up. Where? What? Your recipe's here. Do I need to refresh? Ooh. In my community? Let me just double check this. What are you saying again? I just posted a link in my community pages for opening arguments. Maybe it takes a second to show up. No, thank you guys. Thank you guys. It's from All Eyes, of course. Okay, perfect. So it is on All Eyes website, and I'm there, but I rather find it for you. I'm on there. This is my community page, right? The last thing I did was say I was going live, and then here's your unindicted. If you guys need a good turkey, whatever this was, her grandma's recipe, it's right here. So thank you, unindicted. So I'm going to refresh again. Maybe it takes a second or two. It's not showing up. Am I doing something? Newest. The newest posts? That can't be the newest. Oh, I have it. 3 minutes ago. This just twice. Oh my God. Are they both the same? They're here. We have it. We have it. They're both the same. Oh boy. D1, the SR, they're both different. So I'm going to go with the first one you put. How's that? I can't. I'm going to have to just copy this. Oh, this is it. I'm going to get it all perfectly before. Oh, I can't get it all. Oh boy. Let me try this. Oh, I almost have it. I might have to put an H at the beginning. I'm going to copy this. Copy. I'm going to go to a whole other page. If there's no H, we're going to check for H because I'm not sure I did it properly. Oh, it is. It just showed up. This is it. So there's, oh my God, unindicted coming in with a show saving. This goes right to the beginning, front of the line. Look at this. Page, volume 9, it's before everyone. That's good. So the other one, I bet you, the other one, where was that? Where was it? Where was it? Did I leave that page? Oh, no. Here it is. The other one is here. I'm going to start here just in case. Oh, I screwed up. Sorry. Screwed up. Oh, it screwed up. I got it. I think I might be missing an H again. I'm going to copy. I'm going to go to a new one. I'm going to paste but not go just in case because I feel like I'm missing an H. I should just go with this one because it has the H. This is it. So the first one, it's volume 9 to 227. And this one is volume 9. So this is before. So the prosecution's opening statement and that is going to work because even though there's thousands of pages, it's just probably the jury stuff. So this is where, boom. Hoosier still here. Damn it. It's okay. It's perfect. It's perfect. You did perfect. Yes. Let's do it. Prosecution is first. Defense opens. Then we're going to go into Becky Patty. Kelsey, I'm going to skip because I did it already, but we'll brief over it. Look at this. Look at this. Derek German, Anna Williams, and some deputy guy comes in here. Deputy Mitchell Catron. Boom. 1 hour and 54 minutes. The show is going to begin. You guys ready for this? Boom. A collaboration. Thank you, guys. It would have taken me days to come up with that. So thank you. Just thank you. Just know. Boom. Kaboom. The fishy's here. The fishy intro. Let's get started, fishy. You ready? You feel it? Feel it spinning down there in your loins? Yeah, so do I. Let's do this. 1 hour. Officially, the show begins right here. 1 hour, 55. No, 1 hour, 55, 0. Now, 1 hour and 55 minutes in. The prosecution's opening arguments. Jury trial. Day 1. It's going to be McLeland and Judge Gull. And you're going to know who's talking. You're just going to know. Because I'm going to make this smaller. Everything's perfect. Fishy boom. The fishy intro. Kaboom. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, everyone. Fishy. I can see her swimming upstream now. You know, like a salmon. The tail's whipping. And like there's like these falls, like you know how they have to jump up and get past all these bears, and the fish is swimming and swimming, and she's going to head up to the top. You know what they do when they get there? They lay eggs. So, fishy, are you ready to lay some eggs? I'll spray my stuff all over it, like, and then we'll have little baby fishies swimming everywhere. This is what's happening right now. Let's do it. All right, just spray your eggs. I'll spray the cloud, and we'll have little babies. All right, let's do this. Fuck yeah. All right. McLeland's up. And please hold. I need a drink. And we are back. Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, I apologize. That's all right. I'm having we're having technical difficulties ready at the start of the trial. Not a good way to start. I understand I'm a fucking slime ball, idiot, greasy haired with big hair plugs. But I'm having technical difficulties ready at the start of the trial. It's not a good way to start. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. I read that. That was Nick. Forget I just said that. I said that twice. Not a problem. We have all struggled with technology. I appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. Do you need Randy to come in here? Do you guys need a little bit of Randy in your lives? You want to get Randy? Let's get Randy. I think we need just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. The court may not, but okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are having a bit of technical difficulties. I was hoping to show you a video, but it's not going to work out. A few short days ago, I told you this case was about a bridge guy. Thank you. This is dedicated to, in all seriousness, thank you, unindicted, co-conspirator, whatever. Yeah, I said that right. We'll just call you unindicted, UCC. Thank you. Here goes to you. Dedicated to unindicted. A little ditty called McLeland's Opening Statements. And away V goes. Or about a bridge guy, a bullet, and the brutal murder of 2 young girls. Now, it is time for you to hear the rest of the story. How Richard Allen murdered Abigail Williams in Liberty, German. I want to take you back to the February 13th of 2017, a day where everything changed for Abby and Libby. As we told you before, it was unreasonably warm that day in Carroll County. It was a nice summer day in the middle of winter. A hint of spring, which was just around the corner. On top of that, Abby and Libby had a day off of school. So just guys know, I'm not making light of this, right? I hope you know that. I figure I'm only doing this Nick voice because he's kind of the dipshit. And so when we're doing the question and answer, so I don't have to keep saying it's this, it's that. Okay. And I know you guys know, but for Abigail Williams and Liberty German, I'm not making light of anything. All right. So they decided to go out to the trails, specifically out to the Monon High Bridge, to be outside, enjoy nature, enjoy the weather, enjoy their day off school. Now, I told you before, the trails are a trail system in Delphi. There are trails that wind through the city. They go through various wooded areas and go along and across streams, rivers, and creeks. The Monon High Bridge is an abandoned trail trestle. It's 60 feet above the Deer Creek. So the girls headed out to the trails. They asked Kelsey German to go with them. She wasn't able to. However, she was able to give them a ride. On the way to the trails, Libby, I'm going to go with Libby, snapped pictures of her and Abby in the back seat of Kelsey's car, laughing, joking. Kelsey dropped the 2 girls off at the entrance of the trails, what is known as the Mears entrance. The entrance goes along the property of the Mears family, owned by the Mears family. so everyone in the community refers to it as Mirror's Entrance. They entered into the trails through this entrance and they headed towards the Monon High Bridge. I want to tell you a little bit about Abby and Libby. First of all, from hearing me in the court and hearing me speak, they commonly go by Abby and Libby, and they are commonly referred to what they were commonly referred to as. They were best friends. They were always together. They were really more like sisters than friends. To put it into perspective, out of the two of them, only Libby had a phone. But Libby had Abby's fingerprint put in her phone so that Abby could use it anytime she wanted. That's close, because I don't think I've ever done that. So that's pretty close. Any of you guys ever done that? Allowed somebody to have their fingerprint in your phone? Bow away, young lady. Bow, bow, bow. Definitely. Ooh, 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 ooh. 1 second. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, here you. There. That was a standing ovation for Unindicted. Thank you kindly. And TJ, you're awesome. Just know you're making this possible. You guys, by poking at me, I love it. I love it. Everything you guys do. I love it. Oh, look at this. I put this chat back on screen too, because I like that. Because I took it off to do that whole weird loop. No distractions. Let's go. No distractions. She was talking to friends, texting family. She was on Snapchat. She was able to look at pictures from other friends, posting her own pictures. And I know everyone knows what Snapchat is, but it's an app. I know everyone knows this, but it's an app you have on your phone where you take a picture and you can post it online. The picture's up for a period of time and then it disappears. It's a pretty popular app for the kids in this community. She did that as Abby and her walked down the trail, down towards the Monon High Bridge. I want to tell you a little bit about the bridge. Oh my God, Unindicted, thank you so much. You're awesome. Now, I had hoped the video was going to show the bridge, and maybe I'll be able to show you a video of it later. But it's a very high bridge. It's a very old bridge, and it's a very long bridge. Once you're on the bridge, there's nowhere to go. There's no rails. There's only a few platforms in certain places. If you had to escape and you were on the bridge, you'd have nowhere to go but to jump off or to climb under through the holes, which we saw, I think, Dopey Greeno do. But hey, I understand. It wouldn't be for everyone. But I would rather climb down than jump. But unless the water was really deep, at least 10 feet deep, I would. But when you can see rocks and fish, you ain't jumping, motherfucker. You either run or climb underneath, in my opinion. But I must have misspoke this day. But anyways, I'll carry on. The railroad ties that hold together the bridge are falling apart. Some are broken. Some are loose. Love a loose one. Heck, even some of them are missing altogether. Exactly. It's scary to cross, and it's flat out dangerous. Yes, this is why for the last 30, 40 years, we've let kids play on there probably every day. It's so goddamn dangerous, and we care so much. But again, as I told you a few days ago, middle school and high school kids in our community love to cross the bridge, mostly just to say they did it. It's a rite of passage. And I get it. It is a cool thing. And I don't blame them. Because if those murderers didn't ruin this area, I know, despite everything, it is and still is a beautiful area. Despite how some of the people are acting, I know it's, I have a feeling it's not everyone that's
ruining this area, but a special few who were dealing with in this trial. I hope. I even did it when I was in high school. As they crossed the bridge, Libby continues to use her phone, continues to take pictures and post them on Snapchat. Ooh, can I please stop here? You guys, it's very important. Now, I need to take a quick drink, but I have an excellent point, okay? And we're back. So did I miss anyone come in? TJ is still here, just reporting. Hoosier, unindicted. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to continue reading. I just wanted to stop and say about the Snapchat. Remember the photo they're looking for, the Snapchat photo that we can't find? It was said that the one girl took a screenshot, right? Why can't we get that from her? Because I thought when you do that, it tells Libby's account will know who took a screenshot of it, right? Isn't that how Snapchat works? Because in the beginning, yeah. Rich guy, what a joke. Right? Yes. Here we go, TJ. So the Snapchat, that very first one that they can't find, that they've talked about all this time, and Doug Carter touted for years, it was named the Snapchat murders in the beginning, but they changed it. Obviously, they tried to change it back then, and we didn't know why. I didn't understand why they wanted to get off the Snapchat thing, because that's what they always. But now it looks like because they realized they couldn't find that photo probably, and they knew it would be an issue, and they probably put out a PR campaign. I'm guessing. I don't know. We all know it was the Snapchat murders right in the beginning. So all I ever heard, correct me if I'm wrong, or you guys heard differently, is that one of a female cousin or friend of Libby's, another young teenagers around the same age, I'm thinking, saw that and screenshotted it. Then they talk about, I don't know nothing about Snapchat, but they talk about in this that when people screenshot your Snapchat, the user gets notified. So why don't they know who it was, right? Yes, Snapchat will say yes. And I've been reading that just in somebody's deposition. It was Mullins or somebody's. So why don't we have this photo? Because if they say it was posted on Libby's, right? If this person, like they showed us, if they took a screenshot of it, how do they not find that person? And because I've always heard, I think that's the thing. Okay, so guys, we're gonna move on. I'm not gonna get stuck on this, and I'm gonna, right? But if you guys ever hear, because I know I've heard it, I just don't know from who and where. Maybe even from like Doug Carter or Kelsey when she's doing those interviews with Doug at home. She does a couple with Doug Carter, and they're all that stuff in the very beginning. Excuse me. Sorry, I kind of just. I don't know what that was. It was almost a burp, but I held on to it. But so we know, so has anybody else heard of what I heard or something different? That either one of her young female friends or cousin or something of Libby's screenshotted that. And so if you guys ever hear that, I'm going to move on. We're not going to get stuck here. Just know, if it happened the way I thought I heard, they should have a record of it. I mean, if they have Libby's Snapchat, whatever, they have her phone, like so the photo's gone. But how do you get notified? Do you get a notification? Do you get an email? Say, hey, because that's kind of weird. Because if I took screenshots of people and I didn't know they would get notified, I guess it was kind of cool to know someone's creeping on you. I don't know. But shouldn't we be able to find out who did that and go talk and get it? And so how is this photo missing? $6. So, or can't be entered in because we don't know where it came from. So it's weird. All right. So moving on. Just know if you ever see anything about them saying the origination of that. Perfect. I just know that the Snapchat photo of Abby on the bridge was a defense exhibit, not a prosecution. Well, I see at the trial, yeah, but this Snapchat photo was used and thrown around from day what? Day one, right? Yeah. Okay. That would, but somebody screenshotted it, right? Ooh, Carol, Shibby, if you ask me the right questions, I'll tell you the right answers. LOL. All right, Carol. Well, I have a list of questions. I hid them under your bed. All right. Go read them. You answer them for me. Write it down and fall asleep. And when I go to sleep under your bed, I'll get them and read them. All right. And we were just kidding, but welcome to be here. So let's move on. And boom. So let's go. You guys are awesome. So first of all, Snapchat. Yes. Snapchat, it disappears. Research it. Well, duh. We all know it just settle down. I'm an old man. Go easy. Hoosiers too. We don't know what you young, cool people are talking about. But yes. So I know you're messing. Cecil said he found out about that photo of Abby on the bridge through the news media. Yeah. Like who was like they were was Ellie using this for years? You know? And then it's net. So it says in your Snapchat messages, oh boy, that's wild. But like all things in there, it will disappear. So that message disappears too? Oh man. Then holy crap. So what if you took a screenshot of that notification? Then, oh my God, Snapchat. The photo used was the one posted on Kyle Smith's Facebook page. Boom, boom. Carol coming in, get it right. Prove it's really Snapchat. Yeah, there's another thing. Because I mean, that's a great point, just reporting, because I'm not going to, we're not saying anything here. But yes, like with all those screenshots, like don't you guys, is it just me? Just picture, okay, I've been watching shows for let's say almost 3 years or so on this Delphi stuff. I remember from day one, I've watched shows on 20 different YouTube channels where they're showing screenshots. I just want you guys to know, a guy like me, even an old guy like me, I used to jailbreak iPhones and mess around with. I play around because like Snapchat I didn't use, so I know. But the stuff I do use, I'm like computers. Since the 90s, I've fixed and installed my own computers. I used to fix iPhones and iPads, hundreds of them, for my family, friends, replacing screens and batteries. I'm technically inclined with the things that I choose to use. So that being said, this whole screenshot thing has me so fucking weirded out, because I myself, even from 2010, when you jailbreak iPhones, there's stuff you can get for free to just make fake screenshots, to fake your location, to spoof people, and I spoof meaning I could, if I do V's email and I knew Nicole's email, I could send Nicole an email looking like I'm V, and V's email will show up as the sender, and I could send a reply back or something to V and make it look like Nicole's, and then those two would fucking fight like crazy, and they wouldn't even know they're not fighting a ghost. So just know that there's people out there that can do this since the early 2010 with the iPhones. Started with the iPhone 3G or 2G, 3G, 3GS. I was jailbreaking them, and there's a thing called Cydia where you go in there and there's people. Most of it's good, but there's stuff you can do. You can make screenshots, fake them so easily. You can fake them. I could put words in your mouth and make it look like you're in my contact books. There's tons of shit out there. Just know that. And I just wonder if any of you are actually weirded out by just all these screenshots. And some of them are, most of them may be people legitimately taking a screenshot, right? But just know, a screenshot, yeah, I guess you can authenticate some, but it's easy. It's easy to fake this stuff, especially now. So that's all. I'm just throwing this in. That I've watched over the years, like on Criminality and hundreds of these. We've read the screenshots of Fortson and all those guys. And just, especially the iMessage ones, it's the blue bubbles and gray, it's, fucking easy it would be to modify or fuck with them. And
even just changing a word or and it just weirds me out that they're taking as gospel and nobody's even questioning how easy it would be to fake that shit. So that being said, let's move on. So continues to take pictures and post them on Snapchat. Takes a picture of Abby, posts it on Snapchat. As they crossed the bridge, Libby went first and Abby followed. As Libby got to the end of the bridge, she waited for Abby. Libby continued to play on her phone. But as she got to the end, she looked back and she noticed a man was following Abby. Yes. Well, I mean, if he's walking, yeah, he's definitely following her. Because if he doesn't follow her, he's going to fall off the fucking edge. So he has to look like, yeah. That's another thing. So it's obviously, what if, I've always thought, like, so let's pretend BG is not the guy. Let's say he's going for a walk. And he's going, and as soon as he gets to them there, he's like, guys, and they cut it up, and he says, you don't hear him say, don't fall down the hill. Like he's worried about them. I'm not saying that's what happened, but we don't see on this video. Like they're just saying, oh, there's a gun and a racking and we don't hear the gun. We hear cracking of a stick, which sounds nothing like the racking of a gun. She says, whatever she says, isn't that be a gun like they implied for years? It's, is that the hill that we go down or whatever Libby says? And what if the guy's just fucking, and they're cutting this up to make it, to help narrate what they want us to believe, right? What if that guy's just walking by? And he says, guys, don't fall down the hill. They leave out stuff. How do we know we got all of it? Why are we getting clips of the, and then he walks past them and keeps walking towards it and goes out past the mailbox and walks up to back into town. Or if you fall, because if you stay on that, there's a guy that has a website, a YouTube page. I think it's Jeff Lebowski and a few other YouTube channels where a guy, he does that and keeps walking. He keeps walking. He goes around the trail. It stays on where the train used to be, but there's no tracks. It goes like this. It's gravel and dirt raised. He's got to step over some trees that have fallen. And he just walks right into town. So, right. What if apples are orange? Then those would be some fucked up apples. Yes. Right. Yes. Subliminal message. Oh, you got to use your emojis or you're going to freak these women out. I know you're kidding. But yeah, Mullins, exactly, TJ. Mullins is going to the Hoosier Harvest store. They're collecting crime. They're investigating a crime. Hoosier Harvest store has all this wicked video on only one camera. Bullshit. But okay, so they got one camera, which is fucking bullshit. A place like that has 4 to 8 cameras easily, even on the inside. You got a dock around the back. You got doors on every side of the building. You got entry points and probably glass windows or whatever. And there's a camera just like that pointing down each side of that building, in my opinion. So that's okay. So they got one camera. He goes there and he sees what he wants. Okay, and this is a black car. He wants to screenshot it, but then they don't have that video, right? Like how do they get away with this? How do they get away with this? Because if we had the video of it, I could hear it, and I would help you describe what car it is. Just the sound of certain cars. I could tell you. Or it's just absurd that he goes there just to take a screenshot. And then they start playing around the time. They say, oh, the timestamps are wrong. That's another thing I want to talk before I move on. So the timestamps. I've installed hundreds of security cameras for friends, family, and jobs. Okay. I do it my own. I do it here at my home. I do it for friends. I've done it. I'm well experienced with this camera stuff. First of all, when a camera's recording, you can set up a zone where it alerts you. If something walks in this area, it'll screenshot it, or anything comes in the area, it'll send you like an email notifications, right? But if something doesn't alert the camera, it's still recording 24/7. So for them to imply that if BJ walked by, he was so small that he didn't alert the notification thingy, which is possible, very possible.
it's still recording 24/7. So if BG walked by there, they have a video of it. So the fact that they don't have a video of it, for him to take screenshots of so his car's there. So imagine a guy walking by. You would see a person walking by. Show us. I bet you people walk by there all the time. Go and demonstrate for us, Mullins. Go stand out on the curb and then come back and look at the video. You'll see you standing there. And if the guy was wearing a blue coat or whatever, we'd see him. But I guarantee you they don't show that. It's because the guy that walks by probably has a tan coat. You know what I'm saying? Like Sarah Carba described. So there's that. Now, I got off on a tangent, and there was one thing I was going to say before that. It was about the security cameras. Oh, right. The timestamp date. I've had security cameras for here at my house. And if you have IP cameras and that, if they're hooked up to the internet and they're getting their time, sometimes they can be off an hour or 2 or 4 or even on the hour, because if it gets the wrong time zone or it doesn't, something goes wrong, your router settings, whatever, if it doesn't get the exact time zone to know it's, even the EST for my East or EDT, meaning standard and daylight savings, there's a 1 hour offset with those two. So sometimes your camera time can be off 1 hour, 3, 4, -4 hours, 5 hours, but it's never, ever, ever off on the minutes. All right. So it could be if it says 5 o'clock, if it's off one, it could be 4 o'clock exactly. If it says 5:07, it could be say 3:07 or 4:07, right? But the minutes are never off. And those motherfuckers, especially with Ron Logan's in there, Ron Logan stuff. Ron Logan's there dropping stuff off at the dump or something. And they're saying, okay, well, trust us in their own. Liggett and them saying, trust us. The time you're seeing here, it's off by 27 minutes or, just so everything fits their little thing. And you just can't do that. If those timestamps are off, they're off by on the hour, not the minutes. So it's bullshit how, if you ever seen Ron Logan's affidavits, whatever it was for the videos, I think that sleuth guy put him on, of him going to the dump, Ron Logan in a white truck, and then Liggett in his fucking, right in his, that murder sheet affidavit, they talk about it, that, it's off by 17 minutes, which lines up, which is fucking bullshit. Those cameras don't go off by the minute. They don't. They just don't. When you're looking at stuff, especially the ones that go through the internet, they may get the hour wrong, the time zone, 1, 2, 4, 5 hours offset. It may even be 12 hours offset if it's the UTC and you got, if you accidentally hit the Australia's time zone, and but it never goes off by the minute. So I just wanted to throw that in. Sorry for complaining. I'm not even looking at chat, thankfully. So CGA and all, yeah, well, but even back in 2010, there was programs those guys make, especially when you can jailbreak phones. And with Android, I forget what it's called. You hack them and you do, there's a name for it. When you do it with an iPhone, you jailbreak it, meaning you use a program that these guys, these hackers, these white hat hackers use. You run script on it, and there's an exploit. So I used to do it with my iPhones, and before Apple patches it, you don't update to the new iOS. You run this program, it's jailbreaking it, and it exploits that hole that they have in their security. And once you get in, there's a command prompt you can use. That on computers, when you have the black box come up and you can type in command prompts, you type it in, and the default password for all of Apple devices is Alpine, ALPINE. And then you go in and use the programs that these guys have to change the root password and gain control of the system. Now you go in with the root password, then I can exploit everything Apple wants to stop me doing on my iPhone. I can then make the fonts blue, everything they don't want you to do. You can then do when you jailbreak your phone, which is, most of it's just cool, fun stuff. So then what you do is you have to go in as an administrator on iPhones and iPads. I've done it 1,000 times, and change the root password from Alpine to something only because you're leaving that exploit open. And that exploit, if anybody were to get in there, could then use Alpine, the default password, to get in your phone. but you have to change that root password to a good password and protect yourself, and then you're safe. Then you can go to the Cydia program and use, oh my God, you could pay for the things they could do even back then in 2010. I used to track my son's phone for 5 years before iCloud even started doing that, right? There's this thing called iLocalis and all these weird programs that you can pay for. So just know that, right? So well, I'm just saying that because they had tons of programs where you could fake emails, spoof phone numbers and text, and actually I could send you a text. If I knew your phone number, I could send you a text message and you'd think somebody else was sending it to you. If I knew that person's number, I could make it look like they're sending you texts. Back in 2010, it's called spoofing, not phishing. Phishing is when you send emails and get people to click on shit, and then they log into like their bank or Amazon on a website you've made that looks exactly like the Amazon website, you know. Then you got a keylogger and you can get all their information. But that's different. Phishing is different. I'm talking spoofing. And that was available in 2010, and it's just gotten better every year since. So people can send you emails and make you think that you're receiving them from other people's. If they knew your email address, they can make you look like you're sending emails to other people. It's wild. Text messages too, phone calls even. They can spoof your number, and it's horrible. And most people don't even know about all that stuff. So here you go. Perfect timing. Skinny, what's up, y'all? Hi, Skinny. Welcome. Perfect timing, bro. How you doing? Did I miss anyone? Did anyone leave? So thanks everyone for being here. I'm going to continue reading. Sorry, I went off on that. Say hi to Skinny. He's in chat. And if you don't know what we're reading Nick McLeland's opening statements from Richard Allen's jury trial. So this is Nick McLeland's opening statements from the trial of October 18th of 2024 or 4 October 18th, 2024. And this is Nick McLeland. I'll just start from up here. She posted on Snapchat. As they crossed the bridge, Libby went first and Abby followed. As Libby got to the end of the bridge, she waited for Abby. Libby continued to play on her phone. But as she got to the end of the bridge, she looked back and I had the blue line there. I should pay attention because I did have it marked. A man was following Abby, and something inside Libby told her that she needed to get her phone out and film the man following Abby, it's nice that he wants to imply this, but she was filming Abby coming across because she's, in my opinion, she's filming Abby because, hey, like she probably poked and teased her the whole time. Like, you chicken, they're having fun. They're kid, she's like, Abby was nervous, obviously, crossing it, rightfully so. And Libby obviously is the type of person that didn't bother her so much. And then she obviously she was having a kick. Libby was getting a kick out of it, I think, like, look at how nervous she is. And she's going to remember this for sure. At the very end, especially, like, I got to catch this. She's taking that out. And then Abby's got that nervous laughter. I'm sure they noticed the guy coming. I don't know. But to imply he knows all this is what's going on is weird. Because to me, it looks like if he wasn't there, the facial would be the exact same as it went. That she's elated. She gets across. Her face, she's not terrified of this scary man coming. Maybe she's hurrying up because she doesn't want, she sees he's walking and doesn't want, she's like, oh, this will be embarrassing if he meet, if he has to try and pass me or something. But that's what I take from it, that when she gets there, she's alleviated and they're not freaking out because this guy's coming, that she's going to take that video to kind of have a fun laugh at how nervous she was, just trying, like how she was, playfully and nervously trying to get across there. And she wasn't afraid of this person, that she was just, and there was relief that she gets off onto solid ground. So there's that. So 2:13 p.m. is when she did that. The man follows Abby off the bridge to where Libby is standing. He then pulls out a gun and orders both the girls down the hill. Those chilling words. Girls? Oh, she doesn't. They say guys, doesn't it?
What? Is it guys? He's saying girls. Guys down the hill. See, fucking even I can sound like that guy. Like, I mean, it's wild. So I'll do it. Girls down the hill. Or am I wrong? No, it's guys down the hill. They complied against their will. And as this happens, the video on Abby's phone cuts off. Or Libby's phone cuts off. Excuse me. The video on Abby's phone. Oh, Freudian slip. Imagine 13 and 14 years old. You're out with your best friend. The weather's beautiful. You're off of school. You decide to have some fun. Go to the trails and cross the bridge. A local challenge in our community. While you're doing that, you're laughing. You're joking. You're posting pictures on Snapchat. But as you end the bridge, you noticed a man following you. You get that chill, that feeling that you have when something isn't right. I mean, that's possible. I mean, something isn't right. Even if it's just a person, you know, it's going to be weird if they pass you. And you're on a bridge. Even in the best of scenarios, it's going to probably be a weird situation. You pull out your phone and you took the video of the man, and as you do, your friend runs to your aid. Oh boy. It is wild because she's not doing that. She's kind of like, yeah, she does kind of do that run. Abby does that run. And it's kind of like she just wants to get out of the way, or this, I don't know. So that's the weirdest part of it. And when Abby kind of runs to her, passes her, and almost like she wants to get out of the way of the guy, or not, you know, or I don't know. It's not like this. She's not running from him, in my opinion. The man approaches. He pulls the gun out, which we've learned could possibly be one of the girls stepping on a twig. That's not a rack. It's a twig, in my opinion, breaking, cracking, being stepped on, a branch. And orders you and your friend down the hill. Imagine the fear you would have. A gun pointed at you that we never see, never hear, nobody mentions. That we put into this. A gun that nobody knows is there or can prove or hears or sees, or zero evidence of a gun. Being ordered down the hill against your will. Out of fear, the girls complied. They complied with his orders, not knowing what he wanted or what he was going to do to them. Completely powerless. He had the power and the fear and forced them down the hill. Later that day, Derek German arrives at the trail to pick up the girls, but the girls are nowhere to be found. He calls other family members to assist, but no one can locate the girls. The police are called and the search started. The search ensues for the girls until 2 a.m. on February 14th. And then it picks up again later that morning at 6 a.m. So did they really go to 2 a.m.? Huh. And they were back at 6 a.m.? Why would they even go home? Like 4 hours? They stayed for what? It gets dark at, say, 8 or 9 or whatever, I don't know. So they're there. It's dark. And probably 6 a.m., the sun might not even be up all the way or starting to get, you know. So why would they even go home for 4 hours? Makes no sense. Okay, guys. 2 teen girls are missing. We're worried about them. The whole town is looking for them. Hundreds of searchers are looking for them. It's fucking getting cold, even though it was a nice day. It's fucking dark. It's, you know, it's a little bit chilly, right? There's a hill. Let's pack up, men. Let's pack up and go home. You fucking imagine one asshole suggesting that? They'd be all like, what the fuck, dude? Who the fuck? Shut your mouth. Let's go. Keep looking, everyone. Keep walking. Get a coffee. Have a nap. get back. The fact that they can push this story, it's fucking unreal, wild. The police are called and the search is started. The search ensues for the girls until 2 a.m. on February 14th. And then it picks up again later that morning at 6 a.m. As the search progressed through the day, don't forget to add, Nick. We called the dogs off too. You forgot to say that, Nick. We called the damn dogs off for the day of the search or later the day to even after the girls are found. You could use the dogs to find evidence. Oh my God. What if the fucking dogs sniffed around and found a knife? Like, oh my God. As the search progressed through the day, the girls were ultimately found. Both were dead. 22 hours. They laid right there out in the open with 100 people walking around that little valley area, knowing that 600 feet away at the end of the bridge is their last known location. They're just laying there out in the open. One of them's white as a ghost and nude, unfortunately, and nobody finds them for 22 hours. 13 and 14 years old. They were found just upstream from the Monon High Bridge near the Deer Creek. You're going to see pictures of the scene. It was a gruesome scene. Libby was completely naked, covered in blood, with her throat cut in several places. Libby's blood was all over the ground in several places and even in one of the trees. On one of the trees. Abby, she had on her own undershirt, but she had on Libby's sweatshirt and Libby's jeans. Abby had her own shoes on, but no socks. Her throat was also cut. The rest of the girls' clothes were found in the Deer Creek, with the exception of two things. One, Libby's shoes, and Libby's cell phone. They were found underneath the body of Abby. Also found at the scene was a lone bullet, an unspent bullet, inches away from the bodies of Abby and Libby, specifically a Winchester .40 caliber bullet. The phone, along with the other items, were sent to be processed to see what evidence could be gathered, to see what they could find. On the phone were the last pictures taken by Libby of her and Abby. Those pictures that Libby took while on the ride in Kelsey's car, and the pictures that Libby took while on the ride in Kelsey's car. There's also the videos Libby took. The videos Libby took. The video at the end of the Monon High Bridge that showed the man that was following Abby. That showed the man who kidnapped Abby and Libby. The man we know is Bridge Guy. Yeah. The man that Betsy Blair saw was Richard Allen, was poofy-haired boy, who then is supposed to be Bridge Guy in a blue coat, and then Sarah Carbaugh, after the murders, sees a guy in a tan coat. So basically 3 different guys, it sounds like. Yet there's 3 different whistles too. How coincidental. As the investigation progressed, witnesses started to come forward with information. You are going to hear from 3 girls that were on the trail that day. Anna Spath, Riley Voorhees, and Brianna Wilbur. And they were on the trail as well, taking pictures of nature with friends, laughing and joking. They stopped and took a picture at a bench just east of the Freedom Bridge, and right after that, they ran into a man along the trail and later described that male as walking with a purpose. But not very friendly. There you go. Yeah. If he says hi, he's a creep. If he doesn't say hi, he's not friendly. Most importantly, they're all going to testify that the man they saw on the trail that day is Bridge Guy. Yeah. You're then going to hear from Betsy Blair. She came forward. She was on the trail that day as well. She uses the trail to exercise. She walks the loop on the trail for her exercise daily. She walked down to the Monon High Bridge, and when she got to the Monon High Bridge, she saw the male out on the first platform on the bridge. Yeah. Oh, so how do they get away with saying this right here? How do they get away with saying this? Because if Baldwin and them try to lie like this, right? He's saying she'll testify. The guy she saw is Bridge guy from. Did she testify that at trial, Betsy Blair? Because at the time, Betsy Blair is saying that she saw a poofy-haired guy, which looks nothing like Bridge guy, not wearing a hat, has no facial hair, a round face, obviously 10, 20 years younger. And she insists in her statements back then that the guy that they drew for her, poofy-haired guy, is a 10 out of 10. She's thought the sketch artist did an amazing job. She says it in her whatever deposition affidavits that it's a 10 out of 10 match to the guy she sees. And he's sitting here at trial saying, she'll testify the guy she saw is Bridge guy from Libby's video. And that's Bridge guy in a blue coat, and looks like there could be facial hairs. We can't, and there's a hat on. Oh my God. So did Betsy Blair describe clothing? Whew. Is she the one that Betsy Blair said like black? Oh my God. One sec. Need a drink. And we're back. Ooh, just reporting. Betsy Blair herself. And go look in her affidavit or deposition. I believe affidavit or one of her statements. So Betsy Blair tells him about that sketch first, right away, days after, right? Betsy Blair describes that poofy-haired sketch. But they don't show it for 2 years. That's the second sketch they put out 2 years later in 2019. They don't use her sketch right away. They use the BG sketch, who at CrimeCon, like Hoodie Guy, BG old Hoodie Guy sketch is also, I believe, the BG's, but Hoodie Guy sketch, I think they call it. That's the first one they put out, and that's from Sarah Carbaugh a couple months afterwards. So they're trying to piecemeal it to match, in my opinion, because the weird thing is in 2019, Jerry Holman, has anybody seen that video? Why don't we have that? Or it's been rubbed in 2019 at CrimeCon on stage, sitting beside Mike Patty. Anna Williams is there. Becky Patty's on the stage. I believe Kelsey was on the stage, and I believe it was Susan Hendricks, just like they did in 2025, sort of. But it was Anna Williams, Becky Patty, Kelsey, maybe the sister or daughter of Becky. Kelsey was there. Susan Hendricks was asking, and Jerry Holman was sitting on the other side of it there, and he was sitting right beside Mike Patty on stage. Jerry Holman says to the crowd on camera, it's clear as day, that the Hoodie Guy sketch is of somebody saw Mike Patty. He says it, that Mike Patty is the Hoodie Guy sketch, as he's sitting beside Mike Patty on stage, and they all giggle. So, yeah, Tara. Hey, what's up? Is the IN, is that Indiana litigation examiner? Or IN in my... Either way, welcome. Hello. Hi, all. Well, hello to you, lovely young lady. Alrighty. So there's that. Has anybody seen that? It's wild how Jerry Holman says it as it is. Well, that's awesome. I guess everyone, it's like knowing a guy with a truck when you want to move, right? Man, now I am great friends with a litigation examiner from Indiana. Awesome. Thank you. Sound like you could answer lots of stuff for us. So I hope you stick around and come around more. So I have a feeling you're super smart. And I like super smart people, because it makes up for my downfalls as a guy who barely squeaked through high school. So, yeah, the Holman, that was wild, eh? Fuck, I wish I could play that. Oh, you know what? As
creator extraordinaire now, I'm going to do better at being able to show you things when we're talking about them. Like, because right now would be a great time to just pull that clip up. I'm going to make a folder on it. I'm going to go collect everything, every sketch, because what I do like an idiot, here's what I usually do. Let's see, watch. So it was Jerry Holman, Mike Patty, sketch 2019 CrimeCon. Jerry Holman, Mike Patty, sketch CrimeCon 2019. And he's fucking sitting right beside the guy when he says it. Ugh, nothing. They scrubbed this fucking thing, eh? Ooh. I just quit. How about this? One more time for the fans. Jerry Holman, CrimeCon, Susan Hendricks on stage. It's got to be the 2019 one. And I'll know what it looks like because he sits there right beside Mike Patty and says it. It's fucking amazing. Oh, look at all these gone. Like they scrubbed the shit out of this. I won't get distracted. Ooh. Look at this. I made the blue mark so I didn't get lost, and I'm going to pretend I'm a professional and just start right here. Look at this. You're then going to hear from Sarah Carbaugh, who said that she drove down east 300 north that day. She saw a man walking along the side of the road. That man was wearing a tan coat and muddy. Her first statement, she does not fucking utter this word. You know how this word shows up in that? She says the guy was a tan coat wearing with mud on him, muddy. But she tells Liggett that the guy in the tan coat looked like he'd been in a fight or altercation. He was disheveled. So obviously that means Liggett added blood to her statement. Liggett adds this. And she says tan coat. This is why he doesn't say blue coat. Look at him. He's avoiding saying blue, right? Look at this motherfucker. He won't say blue because he knows that she didn't say blue. If they're so sure of that in the PCA, why she saw a man walk, why isn't he saying a blue coat, all muddy and bloody? Why? Why is he avoiding that in his opening statement? Who would avoid that? That's a major, because she says tan coat. He doesn't want to either lie in his opening statement, or whatever. So the fact that blue is not here is very telling. If it doesn't show up, it's even worse. She says tan coat, and the guy was muddy, looked like he's disheveled, or he had been in a fight, or whatever she says, her first one. So Liggett, seeing the video, Liggett knows the guy has a blue coat, right? So he has to make the coat blue because, she must have meant blue. Just like they put words in people's mouths all the time. And they say in the beginning that Richard said he was at the old Farm Bureau building and they changed it. He must have meant this. So we changed it. He must have, they've done it 10 times this trial. She must have meant blue because we know Blue Bridge guy from the video had a blue coat. So he puts blue and adds blood because he must have had blood because he was in a fight. Because she said he was in a fight. So Liggett adds blood. She doesn't say that. And then at trial, she's saying this, like he had just slaughtered a pig. You go find those words in her first statement. Go find any of these words in her first statement. Bloody, slaughtered pig. Go. You can have as much time as you like because you won't find it in her first statements. Hey, CN, welcome. You just getting here? Hello, CN. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did I miss anyone? I don't know if you guys are saying stuff I'm not reading. Yeah. Yes, since the Holman said that, all the sketches are all BG. And he said that first pick was sitting beside Mike Patty. By definition. Doesn't that make Mike Patty also BG? Yes, does. He says it sitting beside Mike Patty on stage, 2019 CrimeCon. Mike Patty doesn't deny it. They giggle about it. They laugh about it. Jerry says that Mike went there and they saw Mike Patty and made that sketch. They saw him go to the trail at the time, and we got to find that. It's got to be available still. I saw it on Crime Nights a bazillion time. Lewis's channel. I saw it. So Criminality probably has a copy of it or talked about it. Fucking Jerry Holman says it sitting beside him on the stage, and they laugh about it. Yeah. Mike Patty, they said Mike Patty, witness saw Mike Patty and described that hoodie guy sketch, the old man hoodie guy sketch. The hey. Ooh, is this it, Fishy? Oh, get out of town. Is this a video, Fishy, of Jerry Holman saying that? Tell me. I'm going to go look. You're awesome. I'm going to go look, you silly goose. Don't you dare. Don't you dare impress me this much, girl. I'm going to click on it. Should I? Is it? I'm going, Fishy. I haven't been reading comments. Oh, boom. Fishy. Oh my God, it's from her channel. I have all rights. Fishy has given me rights to do anything I want with her stuff. Look at this wonderful girl. Girl, you know it's everyone. Get on over here. Let's open this in a new link. Girl, if you're not subscribed to this snake-eyed venomous woman, you need to be. She's wild. She plays games on her Discord. She's so much fun. Oh man. Ooh. Fishy knows how to have fun. I'll tell you that. She's wild. Look at these. 153,000 views. 159, 1,000, 1,400,000. Oh, sorry. That's a K. 1.4 thousand subscribers. All right. This amazing. And look at this content. Oh my gosh. Look at this. She's getting back in the game. This one right here. She spelled magic wrong. It's actually MAJIC, but I'll go with this weird spelling. A few people call in here. I forget their names. Low Light Recovery and some other guy. It's amazing. You have to see this live stream. You have to. All right. Go and subscribe to her. We're going to play this. Should we play it all, Fishy, or just some of it? Let's just play it. I'm just going to play it. I hope to gosh you're narrating this. I'm going to play it. Quality's going to go up if we can. Is there more? Is there 720 will work? Fucking Jerry Holman. Mike, is this where he says it? Oh my God. Sketches, where they came from. The first one was not from BH. Oh, I'm going to like it. Excuse me. I'm subscribed. Look at this. All my alerts are on. Look at this girl. Don't hate, create. Super extraordinaire.
The sketch on the screen, Sergeant, because the grainy picture doesn't show the face, but there were witnesses, if I'm not mistaken, who were able to lend information that got you to the sketch. Can you tell me a little bit about the witnesses? Where did they come from? What did they see?
I don't want to go into great detail, but they were near or on the trail. We have several sketches, but we've identified some of the people that they sketched. One of them was Mike. I know that, but after there's plenty of people out there, numerous people out there afterwards helping with the search, and we got a lot of sketches of those people as well, including Mike. I think maybe not, but this sketch is several months. It didn't just happen in one day. Again, it takes a lot of time. I'm not a sketch artist, but the FBI actually, an agent from the FBI did this sketch. And, I think when somebody sketches, it takes like 10 minutes. It takes several weeks. But to get the information, to find the people that we believe saw that person that day near the time of the murders, that takes months. So we had to locate these people, interview them, find out who they really saw. Did they really see the guy on the bridge from the video? Or did they see Mike out there helping search? Or did they see somebody else out there helping with the search? So we had to identify those people. And once we felt like we identified the people that actually saw the guy on the bridge, then the sketch itself took, again, several weeks. They sketched it, looked at it. No, that's not correct. I will say that there's a couple people who still aren't convinced that that's the proper hat, but that's the hat that the sketch artist could come up with, as close to what the witnesses were describing. Where there's 4 or 5 of us up here right now, and if we pick somebody out of the room right now and identified them to a sketch artist, there'd be 5 different sketches that have the similar features as we believe the sketch has of the guy on the bridge, but they'd be a little different. So I think that's what he meant is the person that did this heinous crime may not exactly look like that sketch. That's what the person's information, and then the sketch artist had to take that information in and then put it on paper. So it's not always going to be perfect, but we think that's a really good sketch, and we think it's really close to the person that we're looking for that's on the bridge.
You know, the notion that when something like this happens, just like holding something back that only the killer would know is crime fighting 101, also looking at the families first is crime fighting 101. And
I've had my fair share of shots taken at us.
really,
Oh yeah. Yeah. So people jump to conclusions. I mean, let's face it, this guy, this sketch, I have features that resemble that. Most Midwestern guys, with my build and stature, can look like that.
yeah.
All right. It's not me. Harry, and Doug would not travel around the United States with us. They've checked me. I was at work. I have to badge in twice. I'm on camera. I mean, but people won't take that. That's.
I'd just like to throw in, it looks like Jerry pooped his diaper. Look at him. He's realizing he probably shouldn't have said that. And Mike's cleaning up what he said right now. And Jerry just pooped his diaper. Okay? Look at his face. Poopy diaper.
Doesn't fit their agenda when they're out there. It's easy to hide behind a keyboard and take shots and say it's my.
He's throwing those gang signs again, too. Check him out. Jerry Holman.
Mike Patty, he's the worst guy ever. I've been called everything. Trust me. It breaks my wife and my family down to tears. And I tell them, guys, I'm not going to let that bother me. I will not.
Let me ask you, Becky, a little bit about the relationship that you have with the police. Like you just said, the sergeant wouldn't be out traveling with you all over the country to do these presentations if you didn't have a good relationship and if you didn't believe in you. But again, at the beginning, that's a really tough relationship to establish because they're the ones looking at you first.
And Indiana litigation examiner. I always thought there was a different one where he's sitting more beside Mike Patty, but I guess this is probably the only one. But Fishy can explain. I don't know if he said it multiple, and it's not Susan Hendricks, it's what's her face. Oh, that awful Canadian woman. Ooh, Canada. You guys will know. So, I always thought he was sitting more beside him, but anyways, I'll let it play.
You need them to find the killer, and they need you to figure out if you're not part of it. How do you get beyond that extraordinary, awkward, and painful first dynamic?
I don't know that it really was with us, because as soon as this happened, we went to them and said, check us out. We knew that we would be the first ones that they looked at. What do you need from us? What information? We will do whatever. Check us out. Check us 2 or 3 times so that it's not us. I mean, we offered to do anything they wanted day one. And they were very polite and respectful in everything that they did. So I'm here to tell you, I don't care if it was one of my family and I thought I knew who it was, I'd have turned them in, so we just wanted to get through that because we knew it wasn't us. So okay, now get down to business.
Now let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business and really find him.
And I know other citizens have brought us articles that they found, and we've collected those and put those into evidence and done whatever we could with those items that were located. So to answer your question, I think, yeah, we have been out there several times since February 13, 2017, and we will continue to go out there. There's people that go out there just because they feel like they get closer to the crime and they feel like they need to go out there to help with them, motivating them to do the investigation. But yeah, I don't necessarily encourage them to go out there without permission because it is private property.
Yeah.
And sometimes we overstep our welcome or our boundaries there. So, but if you did it the right way and somebody finds something and they do it the right way and they contact police right away so we can collect it properly, then I would say, yeah, it could be beneficial.
Just a
Yeah, I kind of agree. That was awesome, Fishy. Thank you so much. That's the type of stuff I know I've always wanted to do. It makes the show better. Like, we're talking about, right? Then we go and show you what we're talking about. And I have all this. I'm going to do better. But thank you so much, Fishy. That was amazing. So you guys get your asses over there. We can watch that again sometime if you want, or if you have other ones, Fishy. What were you guys talking about here? Something. What did you say? Oh, do you have the other one? Is there other ones? Should I find them? Do you have just short ones like that with the let me know. I should scroll ahead. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, we watched even at the trial at the ISC, right? TJ, all of us, we were stopping and pausing the wheat trial at the ISC in January 19th of 2024 when they're about to go into the contempt hearing and the exculpatory evidence stuff missing. So that the Supreme Court, and you see just Jerry's head's cut off, but you see McLeland in his little skinny jean pants with his stuffed crotch and tight pants, and Holman's doing the exact same thing. Ooh, continue on with the show? Because that video ended. So I think you mean the show. But that was perfect, Fishy. Thank you kindly. Get your asses over here. Here. I don't even care. Look at this. Get your asses over here. Look at this. I'm going to do it again, even if you've done it. Have no fear. How do I do it? Oh, shh. Is it share? Oh, share channel. Okay, yeah. I don't usually do this on my computer. Kaboom, sure. Get your goddamn asses over here and subscribe to this woman before it's too late. Before it's all sold out and you can't get a seat. And go to her Discord to play games with us. All right? And away, I'm going to keep you up here because I like seeing you up here. I'm going to keep you beside me. And what I'm going to do is I have all of these ready to go. I was not here. You're here, so I don't need you twice. One is enough. One of you is plenty. Oh boy, I can't even keep up with one of you. So I was reading. Did I do a blue sign? Oh my God, if I did, I'm going to amaze myself, but I don't think I did. Was it this one I was reading? Or was it? Oh, I just did it. So it's got to be this one I was reading, right? Is this the opening one? Yeah. No? Yes. Yes. Perfect. So thank you kindly. Yes. So, there was that one thing before I move on. I believe I saw a different one too. Although, I've done this a million times. It's funny, on another show, I mentioned a video about, I remembered it so clearly in my head, and it was of a Delphi video, and I was suggesting, just like this just happened now, I was a mod on that channel, so I put the link up. I found the video on Court TV, and I described it as I remembered it in my head so vividly, what they said and how it looked, and I described it as like a white couch, and the guys were, and turns out I had it right, and what they said, I had it almost exactly. I forget what it was about Delphi, but the couch was black, and I kind of, in my head, I remembered it so differently than what it was, but it was the right clip, and I had the premise was correct. But it's funny how, like they were just stating, to remember stuff. It's so I believe I saw that in a different one where they're like over to the right more, and it didn't look so blurry and cheesy as that one, but I do remember that too. So if that's the only one, it's weird how I would remember it differently. But if it's not, he said that more than once. And I thought he was sitting beside Mike Patty in my vision, but either way, thank you, Fishy. That was amazing. And we're going to move on. So that was perfect. Love that stuff. Fucking guy talking about. So does that mean, so if he's sitting there, the main guy, right? He thinks it was, he even said he thinks it was of Mike Patty. Does that mean he's saying Mike Patty was walking around that early on and stuff to be in, or so where is he in the timeline? Or is this later on when somebody mistakenly, like when they were out searching, sees him, and is he walking around by himself as if he would be not with Becky? I'm sure Becky, and why don't they have it? You know, I don't know. So we're going to look into that. If you see anything about that, let us know. Any other clips, any other thing, any other comments? I'm going to move on, but I'd love that. It's wild. Oh, last thing. When I saw the video, I thought I remembered, unless it was the creator who did it, showing us the hoodie guy sketch too, as he's saying all that. And, anyways, that's perfect. So I'm going to start here. You're then going to hear from Sarah Carbaugh, who said she drove east on 300 North that day. She saw a man along the side of the road, and that man was muddy and bloody. Forget the whole blue coat, because if I say blue coat and you learn that she said tan coat, and you know I'm full of shit in my opening statements, like, oh, my thing just froze. Oh, okay. My browser just froze, but how about this? I'm gonna shut some shit down. That felt weird. Something's wrong. If you can still hear me, my stuff is frozen. I may have to reboot my computer. Oh boy. And We're back. Oh my God. How could they do that? The nerve of those fuckers. I lost all my pages too. Oh, no, I didn't. Here we go. I got them. I have to share my screen again. Oh my God. You guys can hear me? My mic's moving. Wow. I must have did that a couple days ago. You know, where it's like it wanted to update. And it's like I just pushed it off a couple days thinking, you know, I didn't want to do it then because I was in the middle of a live stream or something. But I forgot. I must have set the time and it just did it automatically now. So I must have set it for now at whatever time. So I'm going to try that again. I'm going to share some volume just in case. Choose this screen, share, put it up. So I'm sorry. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. Wow. That was weird. You know, that's happened one time before. So everyone can hear me, I'm sure, right? And I have to open up a few other browsers as well to make sure I can watch on another screen. That first one I shut down, I should have moved it back to the right screen. But anyways, so 1 second, I'm on the game. Everything's perfect. Everything's perfect. Except I'm going to get some things open here on another screen. And thanks for sticking with me. Go to my channel. My computer's running great. So I'm watching this on another screen. No volume. It's live. Live chat. Perfect. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah. Jerry's throwing them hand signals. But that was weird because no, it's totally my fault because I guess this happened a couple days ago and I was like, it said I'll reschedule it, the reboot for like 2 days. And I kind of forgot, I guess. I don't know. And I just forgot. I did kind of see it down in my bar at the bottom that an update was pending or whatever, Windows, but I must have set it for this time and it just did it by itself. But that's happened once before, and it's usually not a problem because like my computer reboots fast, right? And then I just I open Chrome and I restore everything, and boom, everything pops back exactly how it was. It usually only takes 30, but it kind of stayed there at like 97%, like it's, you know, like it did the update, the Windows, and then it says, okay, just keep your computer on. And I feel they pause at like 97%, and it's like they're downloading all my information and all my cookies and all that personal stuff they want to get on me. It's like, oh, hold up, we've almost invaded your privacy. Wait, we updated you. Now we want to steal your info and your privacy. Windows needs to know everything about you and everything you've fucking done the last few days. And instead of 100%, leave your computer on. So it took an extra 2 minutes there. It's usually not that long. So let's try this again. I should click on each one of these because they're going to have to reload, I'm sure. So this is good. This is good. This one, hopefully they're all there. And I hate this being down. I don't know if I need to shut that down. So the ones I was in, I'll go find them because I had them in the right order at least. And this, oh boy, it's not exactly how I had it, but this is where I was. Ooh, no. Of course, I'd have to find it. Couldn't be many pages, right? So sorry and thank you. That was weird. So thanks for sticking with me. I'm guessing I'll be able to find where I was, right? Posted on Snapchat. Do you guys remember? I might have been right. Sarah Carbaugh stuff, right? Wasn't that Derek German yet? Couldn't have been that far. Must have been around here somewhere. No? I don't feel I was this far. I don't remember saying Derek German. Or did I read this part? The 40 caliber? Oh, maybe I was way past that and I forgot. Yeah, I was here. You're then going to hear from Sarah Carbaugh. So I'll just end, because I was bitching about the slaughtered pig. So I'll start with this here. I'll even start with this here because this is where he goes into Sarah Carbaugh. All right, and I won't get distracted anymore. Ever again. Ever. Thank you for sticking with me. I'm going to put this. Oh. Perfect. Okay. And away we go. Yes. 52. No. Oh, your dad was in the clubs and he was. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's terrible. Sorry, he died on the beach. Sorry. So he was a Mason. Those guys are probably cool, right? They're not. They're not. It just seems it's. I guess the whole secrecy thing is cool, and it probably freaks people out, and then people start talking. But I may even know them. Masons, and I don't even know, but I don't believe in my family. Nobody's told me about anything. But I've had lots of people say, "Oh, they're not good." Okay, well, we'll update on that later. But you feel free to say whatever you want. I'm just going to start reading again. Feel free. I've had many people tell me different things. Like my grandpa's a Mason. Nothing going on. They're cool guys. They just drink bourbon and sip cigars. It's like a little club. I don't know. So I have no idea either way. But I trust you. And it's probably people have different experiences too. I don't know. But feel free to talk about anything you want in this chat. Feel free to mute me. Listen to like Peggy O or something you want to listen to. And just come back, mute me, and enjoy this lovely chat. I'll be so grateful. So there's that. Or catch the replay. I was discombobulated. I said I'm not going to get distracted, and I'm not going to get distracted. I'm going to carry on. Let's do this. She saw Nick McLeland's opening statements. Take 4. She saw a man walking along the... You're then going to hear from Sarah Carbaugh, who said that she drove east on 300 North that day. She saw a man walking along the side of the road, and that man was muddy and bloody. Not sure if he had a jacket on. Better not say. Like he had just slaughtered a pig. And she'll tell you the man that she saw was Bridge Guy. Years passed, and though through the years, investigators worked on the case, tried to find additional clues. Included in the people working on the case was a gal named Kathy Shank. Oh boy. As she was reviewing old reports, she came across a report by none other than DNR officer, Department of Natural Resources, named Doofus Doolin. Doofus Dan Doolin. And in 2017, he spoke to Richard Allen, and he made a report 2 days after the girls were passed. We talked to the guy we eventually nailed for 130 years. And this motherfucker, Dan Doolin, walked around town, unified command every day, was wrapped up in this investigation, saw posters, that BG photos and videos every day, probably 30 times a day, on his work things, on front of his desk. And yes, you're going to say he told him to stand down, but yes, whatever the reason is, for 5 years, Doofus Dan Doolin, going to buy eggs on his off time, sees photos on the wall, picture this guy walking around town, even going to the movies, just taking a piss at the bar. Have you seen this guy? Looking at that poster, and oh my God, for 5 years ago, the one white man from White Man Drive, surnamed White Man, that came and talked to him 2 days after, this guy here goes 5 years and stays silent. What does that say? Well, the reason they wrote cleared on his tip is because they cleared him. There's no other way to look at this. If I really want to believe this guy's a fucking stupid idiot, but there's just no way. He's now the captain. They've made this guy the captain. You think you think he would walk around for 5 years and not recognize or even think there's one man that we know was on that bridge so far this day. We believe he killed these 2 girls. One man came to me and said he was on the bridge that day at that time. Probably if he's described his clothes, I don't know exactly, I forget. And then he gave me his IMEI number, his phone number, and more than likely what kind of car he was driving, because 2 days after he's not confused if it was his Ford Focus or Ford 5, whatever. 2 days after, this guy goes 5 years and doesn't say a word. And the another reason I can kind of that insinuates that they cleared him is they say at trial, "Oh, we didn't look into the DMV."
We didn't look into DMV to find out that there was only one black Ford Focus. And that's the one car we were looking for. And if we had looked, we would have found that it was parked 1 mile away on his driveway or in front of CVS, which is near our police station, driving around town all these years and parked right there on his driveway, probably not even in his shed or garage, sorry. So we didn't bother looking, right? But bullshit, because you don't need a plate. Those guys, if they're looking for a black car, they would say, hey, what kind of car is this? They would all vote on it and fight or argue. They would have a mechanic or whatever. Their car guys that are around, they would say, hey, I think this is either a Ford Focus, and back then it's 2017, so they would say a newer, like a Ford Focus, like a Subaru, or maybe pick one other car like the Honda that looks, they're similar. So they would round it down. It's black. They would just go to their little dumb computers, and they do it all the time. So if they want us to believe that they didn't do this, check the DMV, which they have access to and all that, and that's bullshit. So the fact that they say that they didn't do that at trial is such horseshit that to me, they did it. And again, hey, oh, it's that guy, the nice guy that came and talked to us, that tried to help us, the nice guy that we cleared, the one from CVS, like, no big deal, right? Are they going to insinuate that they couldn't find that damn car? That when they get down to the Ford Focus, they say it was only one in that whole little Delphi town, whatever. That's just, for whatever reason, if anybody believes that, I don't know. I feel for you. I feel for you. I respect you, but to think that makes any sense, it's just not plausible. And the whole of them walking around for 22 hours, knowing their last location was on the end of that bridge. And then, so picture them, even if we meet up at the other side of that bridge, or they cross the bridge, or they're on the beginning of the other side of the bridge, and all that, if you start at the bridge and don't cross it, picture how many people didn't cross over. So they're on the other side, and some are looking around the Freedom Bridge and all down and around probably, and then the creek. But if you go to the left there, which is very plausible, they must have sent people down the left. If you just keep walking straight down, we've seen people walk right to the crime scene from there, from the very beginning of the bridge on the north side or whatever. And then people that know the area would say, hey, they start parking into the cemetery. Are we to think that they didn't, for 22 hours, nobody parked at that cemetery and walked down the hill? And then the first guy that does do it on the morning after, that, was it Veed or Giancole, I believe they said it was, that he parks in the cemetery, walks down, and somebody says, hey, come over here to the creek. We found some stuff. He walks by the girls and goes to that, and then goes back and sees them on his way back. Oh my God. So much of this is just not believable the way they said it happened. So, oh boy. So I said I wasn't going to get distracted, and I meant it, starting now. And when he spoke to Richard Allen in 2017, Richard Allen told him that he arrived at the trails at 1:30, and he was there until 3:30. Did he say that though, Nick? Or did you guys say, were you there between 1:30 and 3:30? And he's thinking, I just left at around 1:32. So yeah, technically I was there between, right. Were you there between 1:30 and 3:30? Yes. I was. I left at 1:35 or 1:34 or 1:33, So these motherfuckers love doing this shit. This is a whole, did you lend your gun to anyone? No. The gun we say is the gun. So it must have been you, right? Or the search, Jerry Holman. He said when we were searching his house that day, we're standing on his front lawn, news cameras are around, neighbors are rubbernecking, little ladies are poking around, pointing. Everyone's there. He's on his front lawn with his wife. They're carrying shit out of his fucking house, blue coats and all this stuff. And he says to Jerry Holman, Richard Allen, my life is over. My life is over. And Holman's like, boom. He said that because he did it. He's a guilty. He's admitting he murdered 2 girls. He says his life is over. And what a fucking asshole, because we all know that if that happened to any of us and we were 100% innocent, Like, let's say they're looking for a guy that killed 2 girls and he had a green, what's something common that we all have? Let's go with a black leather jacket. I mean, that's not as common as the blue jacket. Or let's just say a blue jacket. The description's correct. You know, they were looking for a guy with a blue jacket. And you're standing out there on your front lawn. You live in a close proximity, like that same situation with neighbors and houses, you know, and cops are there, the news is there, everyone's looking out, you know, the teacher, your friend, everyone, and they come walking out of your house, like, with, you know, carrying blue bags and evidence stuff, and now, you know, your life is over. Especially when everyone starts talking and says, hey, it's because they think he's the bridge guy, you know they're talking, right? Within minutes, it's going around like a wildfire. So yeah, if you're 1 bazillion% innocent, it had nothing to do with it, and these guys, even if a week later they print a retraction on the front goddamn page of that comment paper, we're sorry, this guy was the wrong guy, we fucked up, it's not him, he has nothing to do with it, people are still going to remember that, and your life is over. You'd have to move. You wouldn't be able to go into this, you know. So Jerry Holman implies that he's saying that because he's guilty and that he did it. It's so ridiculous, these guys. The fucking shamelessness and just attributing that to someone's statement and pretending that's what they meant is just horrible. These people are horrible. The law enforcement. In my opinion, allegedly. And that while he was on the trail, he ran into three girls. Kathy immediately took this report to Tony Liggett, who was a detective at the time. You're going to hear Tony Liggett testify that the tip stuck out to him immediately because he knew that if they could find the man that ran into the 3 girls, they would be able to identify a bridge guy. Like, imagine them thinking if they could find the guy, and Doolin's sitting there right there in their room. And they can, oh my God. And I heard another thing when Peggy said, I believe, so did Richard Allen go into the police station that day to say it? And then they said, okay, tomorrow, meet Doolin here at the store or something. Or where can we talk to you? And he said, I'll meet you or something. Then they went and he met Doolin. Like they sent Doolin out. So there's even that. So you think he goes in to the station the day before and would say, hey, Holman or whoever, I would like to make a statement. I would like to help you guys. And they say, okay, thanks. Tomorrow, where can we, and they'll say, what's good for you tomorrow? Okay, well, I'll get a lunch break or something, whatever, however it worked. And then all of a sudden, Doolin's meeting him at the market or wherever they met. So I heard he came into the first, right? So whoever he came in and talked to that day should know too. It's like they're looking for one man, one white man that was on the bridge, and white man comes to them and says, I was on a bridge, even though it's way farther away down to, but it's just so unbelievable. The fact that this isn't accepted by many is just wild. And so it immediately stuck out to him. Law enforcement immediately called Richard Allen. Immediately. They interviewed him. Richard Allen admitted he was on the trail on February 13th, 2017. And when did he admit that to you? On February, 15th? 2 days? No, 16th probably? That he ran into 3 girls on a trail. He also stated he was wearing a blue or black Carhartt coat and jeans. Blue, black, what does it really matter? It was a coat. Who wears a coat? And jeans. And fit the description of the man on the bridge. Who does it in that town? Because their description in the beginning was all these different ones. It was 20 years from poofy-haired guy to 65 years old, white man from the heights of 5'6" to 6 foot or 2 or 6. Yeah, basically everyone. Jeans. Oh my God. I'm wearing jeans now. Stretchy old man jeans. They're comfy. Allen's house, and they found a blue Carhartt jacket. Several knives. They found several knives. Yet the guy you cleared, named Brad Holder, makes
ceremonial knives. Ooh. So oh my God. So if you just at the time not lied to Diener and said that we cleared Brad Holder because of Turco said there was nothing to do with Odinism here. So we lie about what Turco said, and then we clear Brad Holder, who if they told him the truth what Turco said, and about Brad Holder and his hand tattoo and all these similarities, being her boyfriend's dad, having lied, I don't know if they knew about it at the time, lied about meeting her, and turns out he did meet her, and then months later tells Purdy that he fucking walks through the forest and listens to the branches. He listens for Odin to speak to him through the tree branches, and oh my God. And then it finds out Brad Holder makes knives. And so imagine what they would have found in his house if they did a search warrant there too. So not to forget, they could have still done it with Richard Allen, right? But to overlook these other guys is just unbelievable. Everything that they knew at the time. And lying about Turco's report to then, because if they didn't lie about Turco's report then, to clear Brad Holder would sound utterly ridiculous, because Brad Holder's the exact type of guy Turco describes in that. He's a fanboy. So whatever you thought, it was real staging, posing, misdirection, whatever you thought, something there was reminiscent and present of rune type Odinism, or pagan Viking LARPers drinking out of horns in the woods. Something was present, and they lied about it and said he wasn't there, and they used that lie to clear Brad Holder at the time. So there's that. Knives and a box cutter. Imagine they threw in here that, he makes his own ceremonial Odinist knives. Imagine they had that in here. They would have fucking been all over him, Richard Allen. Because they're all over him once they start talking box cutter, because he works at a place where he uses box cutters. I mean, well, every freaking business there has box cutters. Anybody, it's not even just for boxes. I use it for every job I do. I would grab a little box cutter, because they're amazing. I have 10 of them on my desk. I have 10 of them on my other workbench for RC cars. Anywhere I keep tools, I keep a couple of them there. If I go out and I'm fixing something, I don't have a clue what I exactly need, I've got like side cutters, electrical tapes, and a little box cutter, right? A screwdriver with every type of bit on it, and a box cutter. It's always in it. A little one, long one, whatever. It's ridiculous. And a 40 caliber gun with 40 caliber ammunition. I could go off on this too, and I will. So Oberg Oberg says for sure it's Richard Allen's gun, right? But she can't clear Holder's and Logan's or whatever gun. So how can you say that in one? It's in like the same paragraph in her subjective opinion report. It's his gun. I've matched it to his gun, but I can't clear these other guns. So how can you say those two together? Shouldn't lightning bolt strike you if you want to say that? Not literally, but hypothetically, like theoretically, just a joke. Thinks a lightning bolt will just, hey, you can't say that. That's ridiculous. The gun was sent to the lab and tested, and it was confirmed that the bullet at the scene was cycled through Richard Allen's gun. See, here's this. It was confirmed. They confirmed it was his gun. But you watch. I don't know if they say it here soon. I should keep reading. Although all these other motherfuckers that have 40 cals, everyone has, I couldn't clear their guns. We can't say it's not their guns, but we can say it is his. They don't go together. They can't. They can't exist in the same, coming out of the same mouth. So the gun was sent to the lab and tested, and it was confirmed that the bullet at the scene was cycled through Richard Allen's gun, that it came from Richard Allen's gun. The bullet that was found between the two bodies of Abby and Libby. Richard Allen was brought in for a second interview. This information was put in front of him. He had no explanation for how his bullet ended up between the bodies. I don't know. The story could have ended there. Why didn't he throw in the one where he's like, yeah, I didn't lend my gun to anyone. Must have been him, right? We saw Holman sneak that in. Just so goddamn ridiculous. The story could have ended there. Richard Allen was arrested. While he was incarcerated, he confirmed what investigators knew. After we tortured the living fuck out of him, force-fed him Alidol after he said we thought he was feigning, after we left the lights on 24/7, after we had fucking other guys screaming baby killer all night long, after we had suicide companions talking to him when they weren't supposed to, and a whole bunch of other shit I'm sure I'm forgetting. That he was the one that killed Abby and Libby after we tortured the fucking living shit out of him. An innocent man on pretrial detainment in maximum security prison. And it was for his own good. We were keeping him safe. And it just wasn't one admission. It was several. Some of them with details. So I shot him in the back. Yeah. I SA'd them, which all didn't happen. Oh, I SA'd my grandkids that don't even exist. How did he do it? Why he did it? And these aren't admissions he made while he was being interrogated. He was living it up. He had an iPad. He was like club fed. He was like on vacation, or being even tortured, or even being asked questions by police. His guilt just spilled out of him. Whew. Wow, USA. Holy fuck. These are admissions that he told his wife, his mother, unprovoked admissions that were freely and knowingly made, admissions that he had details that only the killer would know. Only. You're going to hear those details. For 5 years, he lived in the community. He worked in this community. He hid in plain sight. He even came and talked to us. He hid in front of us. He hid at the police station. He hid in front of Dan Doolin. And then he hid as he was handing him his IMEI number of his fucking phone and a full description of everything. He hid. Doolin didn't see him in front of him talking to him. He hid so well. Oh boy. How does this happen? How? All of this, even one of these things, and the whole, then coming, all of this, the totality of it, and then the whole, everything. Just, it's unbelievable. And then he gets 130 years, starting with the lying PCA to get him arrested, tortured the confessions out of him, all this other bullshit, and then it turns into 130 years. Oh, the bullet, junk science, bullet matching, firing the bullet without it being cycled because she wasn't strong enough to cycle it strong, so she had to fire it, yet she couldn't find Holman or anybody else strong enough, or even a stronger woman, because Richard Allen is so powerful that he must have cycled it so goddamn hard that they couldn't match his strength. So he had to fire it and compare an unspent round with a spent round. Oh boy, it is wild. I'm gonna try not to stop, guys. I'm gonna keep reading. Sorry. The state is confident, after you hear this evidence, that you will be firmly convinced that Richard Allen is the man on the bridge that kidnapped Abby and Libby, and then intentionally murdered them, that Richard Allen is the man on the bridge, and that he used his gun to gain power over the two girls and force them down the hill. The words that he uttered to those girls, every time, I can't do this, because just that cop, they have a cop on stand that they use, the jury gets to hear him say that, yeah, it's his voice I heard on the tape. And it's just some cop. It's not even an audio expert type of thing or whatever. It's not a voice. It's just some cop saying, yeah, it's his voice. And they're like, ooh, oh my God. Every sentence is like something I really need to pop off on. The whole down the hill. Sure, that was said, but they didn't say that'd be a gun. And we heard her say, is that the hill part we go down or something? And then the whole racking of a gun on the tape turns out it sounds to me like somebody stepping on a twig and it branching. Because a rack is like a
It's not just a, like they're acting like he's just racking it back, and then not, a rack is like a, it's two. Oh boy, it's wild. It's so fucking wild. That he forced them down the hill, and he was going to have his way with him. He was going to have his way with them. Probably that he forced them down the hill, and he was going to have his way with them. So for him to say this, like, what stopped him? He had all this time. So he gets them down the hill, and they want us to believe that he's doing it because he wants to have his way with them. He takes them. The van scares him. He crosses the creek with the two of them because he got scared. But then he's there for an hour and 20 minutes because he's not seen till 3:57 up near the entrance of walking on 300 North. So let's say we take off 10 minutes for him to get there. And the 2:30 is when the van scares him across. Give him 5 minutes to cross, right? So they're at the crime scene, and there's an hour and at least 10 to 20 minutes. He's there. They get murdered. They put the branches on him. All this unnecessary shit. Starts stress. He's so afraid, and then there's no essaying, and that's what they think he wanted to do. I mean, should be all over them, really. Not this. I don't want to be weird or rude, but come on. They had them both. Obviously, they're with Abby being redressed in Libby's clothes. They're both at one time nude, and they're saying it's him. He wants to have his way with them. He has an hour and 20. Even there's those. It's not him, Richard Allen, but the person that really did it would be having his way with the corpse, or just in the process of this. The weird guys like that would be a couple times all over the place. Or in. It's just so nothing makes sense. And then so he's so afraid from Brad Weber's dumb van that he leaves. But he stays for an hour and 20 minutes and does a bunch of unnecessary stuff. The branches and the clothes, and then he leaves, right? And Holman at 20, I'm sorry, I'm just going to end with this. Holman at 2025 CrimeCon on stage just now, this year, says that not only did Richard Allen put those branches on the girls only to hide them, no other reason. The angle the branch was on Libby was to hide her from being seen from Brad Weber's. The angle was to hide her from Brad Weber's private drive. So fucking picture if you can see them there. You look over, there's this pale white body laying on the ground, dark brown, and you see a branch. Fucking camouflage, like an invisible, or you're walking by and man, those branches, nothing to see. Oh, they stare at the branches and keep walking. Like, this whole thing is just so convoluted and ridiculous, the way they say it happened. I promise again, that won't ever happen. For at least another 30 seconds, all right? But he was interrupted, and we're going to talk to you and tell you about that interruption. And after which, he forced them to cross the creek, and he killed them. The evidence will show the last face the girls saw before their throats were slit was Richard Allen's face. The state believes that you'll be firmly convinced that he is the one that killed Abby and Libby. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Baldwin. So, Mr. Baldwin's up. Quick drink. Sorry, guys. Thank you for being here. Ready to start? All I have to say, please hold. And we're back. Oh, hey, Ja. Oh, sorry. Ja. Morning again. Now for a nice relax. Oh, you got the weekend. What is today? You got, you bugger. Yeah, you're way over there. So you're starting the morning. Enjoy your day. If you get a chance to listen in, thank you, sir. Nice to see you. And anyone else did I miss? Jacket in any respect would be not admissible if that is the case, no matter what, blue or beige. Well, look it up. You'll see the defense, Sarah Carbaugh's first statement So we start with, so Betsy Blair's at the beginning. They say Betsy Blair sees what turns out to be Richard Allen, who they say is BG. But Betsy Blair's sketch, go look at Betsy Blair's sketch. It's the one with the poofy haired guy. He looks fucking like he's 20 years old, 20, no hair, face, no hat. And he looks nothing like Richard Allen. He's got poofy curly hair, which Richard Allen's never had in his life, even especially now, he's older. And then, so she, in her deposition or affidavit, Betsy Blair says that, man, they didn't use her sketch for 2 years. They put out other ones, but she says it to them at the time. This sketch that the guy drew of the person I saw, poofy-haired boy, younger guy, she says it was a 10 out of 10 of the sketch. She explained to the guy, he drew, the sketch artist nailed it. He nailed it. They're trying to tell us that poofy-haired guy is the same guy we see on video, BG, wearing a blue coat. And so there's one guy they see that doesn't look like BG, but they're saying it is. And they say BG does all this and goes across the creek and then goes up that cemetery out to the 300 North and travels towards the hardware store, where within a minute or two, or a block or so right in that area, Sarah Carbaugh drives by and sees this guy. And her first description is that the guy was wearing a tan coat, and had mud on him. And he looked like he'd been in a fight. Nothing else. No stuck pig, no blood, no blue. Liggett then thinks, she must have meant blue coat, because we see the video, this guy's a blue coat, so let's fix this for her. He puts blue instead of tan, doesn't tell them, Diener, Bloodless Diener, the judge then, that she said that, and he adds blood because, hey, any guy who's been in a fight must have some blood on him, right? Wrong. But he adds blood. Liggett changes the coat blue, adds blood to it, and they use that to fucking arrest this guy. Lie, 2 major lies. And Bloodless Diener is none the wiser, especially but all the other guys that would, hey, if you're arresting Richard Allen for that, you would be arresting all those other guys, searching them or arresting them at that time too. So this doesn't exclude him in a way, but it should have included a whole bunch of other people, at least in my opinion. So there's that. Thanks for being here, guys. Kelly, hey, good morning. Good morning. All right. Oh, good stuff, man. Well, if you're sticking around, that's great. Whatever you do, have a lovely day. And if you're here, I'll try to entertain you. I'm up. I'm working the night shift. The Indiana Litigation Examiner. The photo of R.A.'s blue jacket was presented as evidence. R.A. did not take the stand, so the timing of the jacket's purchase was not questioned. Yeah, that's a weird thing because, I mean, if they're saying it had blood all over it, I mean, I go, it's like, I guess if you washed it, would you still be able to get that much? If you look like you stuck the pig and had that much blood on it, would you be able to get, like, would there never ever be DNA on it again? I mean, I guess, I don't know, but it's so ridiculous. And then again, you do this, do you keep that jacket if you knew you're the guy who did it and wore that? Come on. None of this makes sense. I know what you're saying, but yeah. And what else was there? Oh, there was times, yeah, that he purchased it long after this happened, that even if he did it, it couldn't be that jacket because that's the one he purchased afterwards. Like, so to think a guy does this and gets away with it, and then he keeps everything. He keeps the car, or whatever, the clothes that he was wearing, the gun. I mean, come on. Even just staying in that area is ridiculous. He did everything that an innocent guy would do, and not throw clothing away, not change his, so ridiculous that this is. And I know you agree because you're here, and I sense. Are you new to this? Not to the channel, but how long have you been covering Delphi? Do you mind me asking? If not, it's okay. Or if you're gone or fell asleep, that's cool. But yeah, if anyone comes in and just listens to this stuff, oh my gosh, you wait. Your head's going to explode when you hear some of the stuff that's happened in this trial to this man, and it ended in a 130-year conviction. And they handed it down on, so first they put out all this times, 213 times, weird times on the date 213, okay? But then all of Judge Gull's rulings were like Halloween and these weird
dates, October 31st. But nonetheless, so after the trial starts in October or whatever, late October of 2024, you know, when he was like, she handed down her ruling or whatever, or sentence, one of them, November 11th, Veterans Day, the day the Constitution died in Indiana. All right. On Veterans Day, she ruled, you know, I'm not sure if it was a sentencing or whatever it was on November 11th. I think it was her, like, whatever they call it. I can't even think. I think the fact that he purchased it after would have ultimately be used. Exactly. They would say he could have replaced. Yes. There's not. That's why these people are saying, some people are saying, look, why didn't Kathy Allen go on the stand? Why? Anything that was said to these guys, they just twisted it to use it against them. So, yes. So you're damned if you do. Like, okay, so I bought this coat. This is the coat I bought this year. Oh, you bought this because you threw the other one out and you're guilty. Like, it's wild. Exactly what you're saying. Yes. That's why you can't say anything to these people. You can't. And it's why Kathy Allen was right not to testify, because if she said one thing, like on the stand especially, like, they would just twist it and use it against them and even lie about it. And, hey, Judy, welcome. You've covered Delphi from that early? Wow. Oh, whatever. I'm glad you're here. You're awesome. Well, oh boy. I'm not far from Delphi. I remember hearing about the girls being reported missing. You would, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, that date would definitely stand out for you, for sure. Well, that's, thank you guys for whoever's here. And I'll try not to wake the other people who might, as long as they keep their browser open or whatever. Just kidding. I'm going to keep reading. Thanks, guys. I'm going to keep reading. I hope you're joining us, because I'd be reading this by myself and you're doing me a favor. You're like that dog. You're like that pet, that loving pet. When you go and rescue them, I'm going to go rescue that pet I love so much. And in turn, the pet rescues me. That's what I mean to say, if I could spit it out. So I'm here working the night shift. I'm stuck working hard at work for another 4 to 5 hours. I would be reading this stuff again. I know this a bazillion times. I've had this read to me 3 or 4 times on other channels. And every time it's literally something new. 10 things new each time. Or things make sense. Yes, Judy, perfectly. Perfect. That's the way to go, guys. And LOL too. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. She did. If she went up there and they would have just twisted anything she said, and that interview she gave them, they would twist anything she said. And yes, definitely respect Kathy Allen. I mean, she's a victim too. And I mean, she said the fact that her fellow citizens allowed this to happen to an innocent guy, the whole Westville thing alone should have every American and citizen furious, because they don't even treat Guantanamo-based terrorists that way. And then to use those confessions, with everything wrong with those confessions, the ambiguity with those confessions, the lack of detail, the changing details, the Monica Walla hanging out in Facebook groups that could have been, or YouTube channels too, that could have easily mentioning white vans and stuff at the time. And Monica Walla was also looking up people in a database and breaking all these, and yet she's trustworthy after she's obviously admitted to all these policy violations at the same time and before and during. Oh my God. And then them saying that he's faking, but we also had to give him forced Haldol injections to a faker. Oh boy. And then he confesses under these situations with fucking lights on 24/7, other inmates. Oh, and he's not even an inmate. He's there on pretrial detainment. So I hate them being able to call him an inmate, because he should have a different name. He's there. He's an innocent person. He's the only one. He's different than them all. He's on pretrial detainment, and they're doing this for his safekeeping. And the fucking Odin guards are shoving cameras in his face, walking him around on a leash while wearing Odin patches, 2 of them. And the motherfucker,
he can't wear his patch anymore, so he puts a tattoo of the triangles on his face and then continues to walk him around on a leash. An Odinist. And you can't talk about Odin at the trial. And they've got cameras, camcorders. And the suicide companions outside his cell weren't supposed to talk to him, and Galapoo found out they were talking to him. So Galapoo violated policies there. Letting the guards wear their patches on their uniforms, sewed onto their uniforms, must be some kind of violation, because you shouldn't be able to put personal on your state prison guard uniform. What else was there? So much was wrong. There was a couple more things that happened at just Westville alone that I can't think of. And then under those conditions, Judge Gull says those confessions are admissible, and half of them were just like, I shot him in the back, and stuff that didn't happen to them, and he essayed them, which didn't happen, they're saying. And he also says that he essayed his granddaughter, which he doesn't even have. And oh my God, the guy was broken, beaten, tortured, confused, hurt. He was hurt, and they tortured him, and he had swelling and all this stuff. I don't know, he's banging his head, or they did stuff. And oh my God, in the United States of America, this was an innocent man on pretrial detainment. They tortured the fuck out of him. None of this should be admissible. They lied about how they could arrest him. They lied about stuff to get the search warrant. They compared a fired bullet to an unspent bullet, and it's her opinion that it was this. She can't. The Oberg can. She says with certainty it's his gun, but she can't rule out the other guy's guns. They lie about an Odinist, what a Turco says, then clear a known Odinist, only to go find out that that's the girl's, Abby's boyfriend's father, who then post photos of all this weird stuff, hiding bodies and tattoos of him being an Odinist, and his paintings of a tree looks just like how she was laying there with her leg, that hangman's, the leg behind, like Abby was. And then it turns out that he posts a photo of his hand tattoo or whatever is drawn on his hand, and an ISP officer says, oh my God, that looks exactly like the stick configuration on Abby. And I've seen these photos. I've seen the real crime scene photos. This guy's, and so he goes back to Holder and says, hey, you got to re-interview this Holder. It goes back to Holman and them. You got to re-interview this guy. And they go back and talk to Holder, and Holder then to get cleared a second time. So the first time Holder gets cleared, they say Turco says nothing was at the crime scene that resembled any of this for whatever reason. Wasn't there. Turco said it wasn't there. So we clear Holder. And all that shit happens. And then when they go back to question Holder, Purdy goes back to his work and checks out his alibi again. Doesn't really look into it because he's been cleared. Then him and Lori, the other ISP cop, they both together go and talk to Holder again. And Holder tells them the second time, a couple months later, in like August, or just after all his interviews have gone missing, and Holder's lied about saying he's met Abby. It turns out he has met Abby. And then Holder says to Purdy and Lori, the other cop, in their deposition, Purdy says, Holder says to me that I walk through the woods and I listen for Odin to speak to me through the tree branches. And what does Holman and them do? He says that to Purdy and Lourdes, but then he gets cleared after saying that. Imagine that. All this happens, they clear Brad Holder again. And I know I'm leaving shit out. It's fucking absurd. Sorry, guys. Yes. Feigning is a lie. Yeah. Right. I mean, let's let them say that. Because if you give medication, forced injections to a man you believe is feigning without giving him that they have actual tests where they can tell if a person is faking or not. And they didn't do that to him. It's like I don't know what it is. There's probably a name for it for smarter people here. There's a test you can give to a person who you think might be faking their their illness, their mental illness. There's a test that they do. I don't know if they poke them with something, or I don't know. I don't know if they poke them in the eye or something. Or there's a legitimate, real test that they have as health professionals or whatever you want to call them, psychologists, whatever the fuck they are.
mental health, whatever, that they could have made him do to see if he was really faking or not. They didn't do that, but they say he's faking. They write, and they're giving him, so right there, how is that not a violation of something? How can you write down, you're saying he's faking? We didn't give him the test to see if he was, so, but what we did, we gave him forced Haldol injections. Oh boy. Yes, Kelly, beautiful. Shibby fault. LOL. That's code word. Squirrel. Just say squirrel, and I'll realize. Ooh, don't get distracted and move on. But you guys are awesome. Crumpets. Oh, I love crumpets. You bugger. Little butter and the jam soaking in those little holes. Toasted crumpets. Ooh, enjoy them. I think I have some in my fridge. If I ever get a chance, I'll go pop a couple in the toaster later. I have English muffins for sure. So if I can't get crumpets, if I don't have crumpets, I'm going to have English muffins. And I'll probably use peanut butter without butter because that's still pretty good and healthier. That being said, if I missed anyone, thank you guys for being here. I won't get disrupted anymore. I promise. I know you guys love it. Look at these numbers. 2,100 listeners. Right? Oh, sorry, 21. Still wonderful. It's 19 more than I deserve. There's 21 people watching because one or two of them is my account and my alt account and I'm spying on your chat with, which reminds me, when my computer crashed, I didn't reset it. Ooh, good reminder, Shibby. I'm reminding myself, I spy on chat with a super secret alt account, only not paranoia, but it's these trolls. They come in and they block, they see Sweet Deed Shibby and they block me, right? And then they go in chat and you can't see them cause trouble. So you have to use an account that they can't block. Yeah, I've given it super mod powers. And then I can see if this chat, if a name pops up here that I don't see anywhere, then I'll know they have me blocked. And I'm saying, something's up with this person. But so I just want you to know you guys are amazing. And I'm going to move on right now because I have 3 monitors here. No more distractions. Just reportings, making some great comments. Not if they're pre-medicated, in my opinion. Yeah, there's just so much wrong with all this. Okay, so I said I wouldn't get distracted, but this is legitimate. How do we know, like picture, there was times where they said he was like jogging in place at 3 a.m. naked. Like, oh my God. Could you imagine them messing with his meds? Like, let's just say they would give him some stimulant type of meds before he's supposed to go to sleep, or drowsy stuff in the middle. I can just honestly see them, and we'll never know, right? We'll never know. I would not put it past these guys that say, let's just say they thought it was ADHD and they were to give him those, like a stimulate, whatever those stimulant medications are. So they say, oh, he's been up for hours, right? Let's give him a double dose of his morning meds, and it's like 1 a.m. or midnight, right? I'm not alleging anything. I don't know anything, but it's always a thought I have, because there's stories of him, Richard Allen, jogging nude in place at 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm like, what? I can just see these motherfuckers doing that, in my opinion, giving him like stimulants when they shouldn't have, or even just a couple of Advil. If, let's say, he said they think he's got a cold, right? If you take one of those Advil cold and sinus, there's like that ephedrine stuff in it and all that, and if you have a coffee with it, you're wired. Imagine they gave him 2 or 3 of those and like, here, drink this caffeine coffee with it. Let's put it, they drop a little extra caffeine pill in there too and let it dissolve. Like, I wouldn't put it past these people to do that. And you're supposed to be going to bed, but here I'm not alleging. I'm just proposing that as a possibility. And then watching him jog at fucking nude in one place at 4 a.m. and just thinking, these are horrible people. How can you go for 395 days in that type of conditions, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to name it, safekeeping, whatever, ordnance guards, the conditions, everything you can think of, torture, lights on, yelling at him, innocent guy, feigning, Haldol, everything, and all the stuff I'm forgetting,
ordinance guards with cameras, and then just to think that not one person blew the whistle. So that makes all of them complicit, sadistic, sick individuals that witnessed this happen to an innocent guy, in my opinion, at the Indiana Department of Corrections. In my honest opinion, they're sadistic and sick, because I would see that one day if I was a janitor and I was like sweeping up, or I'd be like, oh my God, look at the fucking, what? If I caught wind of that, I'd be fucking blowing whistles, whoever. When I got home, I'd be calling people saying, well, I can't go back. You got to do something about this. Call this. Or I can't see this. I can't watch this. They're fucking torturing this innocent man. They're doing shit. Not one person in that whole time, anonymously called in and said, hey, this, like, what? How does that happen? Where's the empathy and the, oh my God. It's horrible. Everyone that saw this happen is sick, sadistic, in my opinion. And that's inside there. Galapoo, anyone. So no more rants. All right. Thank you for being here. So this is Baldwin. He's about to start. And again, I've babbled so much. I need a drink. I'm only drinking so much because I just want my throat. I'm not like thirsty. I have this thing, Stanley Cup full of ice cubes and juice or something. All right. 1 second. So I'm for my throat, nothing else. And we're back. It's funny because when I have it muted, I clear my throat, but my microphone hears it and it's like, hey, your mic is muted. Like it thinks I'm trying to talk. So it warns me. All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Talk whatever you want. Andrew Baldwin, day one of trial. Nick McLeland just gave his opening statement. Here's Andrew Baldwin. We're on 7, so it can't be very long. Sorry. So much more to go here. So much more. Richard Allen is truly innocent. Truly innocent. And when a man is truly innocent, there will be reasonable doubt from the evidence and from the lack of evidence. It may be hard to believe that you know what? I should actually, so that means it ended here. I should go to this one. Sorry. Or does it? Is this a continuation? 227? So it is here, 227. So this is, oh, boom. I'm glad I saw that. So I'll keep this open, but this was McLeland's. And who was it that sent this again? Ooh, unindicted co-conspirator. Found this for us. YouTube name, if she's still around, unindicted co-conspirator. If anybody wants any links to this site or anything, let me know. I can put them in. Because this is basically everything we're reading is from this. All Eyes GitHub. And I can drop this in. I'll just do it before because might as well. Go here. Everything's from day one of this, everything, every filing, everything. If you want it, it's here. Click on from what you find the date. Like it starts from page 1 to whenever. If you start on page 1, it starts at the beginning. Here's the date. Here's the date, October 13th, 2022. And just keep going along. Everything that happens, you get to June 15th, 2023 is the safekeeping hearing, or the gag orders, December 20, you'll find it all here. And right up to the end of stuff that was filed a couple days ago. Everything in between. All the shit with the safekeeping June and then all the Odin fighting in camera bullshit hearing in October of, and the photo leak and oh my gosh. Then the Supreme Court arguments in the early January of 2024. Then the contempt hearing in March. The contempt and the exculpatory bullshit in March 18th of 2024. And just, oh my God. It's all here. Everything. Cool. So we read Nick's with 7 pages, but I couldn't find it on there. So if you want any other ones, hey, Al, Dave, what's up, bruh? How are you? Just reading. This is day 1 of Richard Allen's trial. We're going over it again. And I just read Nick McLeland's opening statements. I'm about to read Andrew Baldwin's opening statements. October 18th, 2024, Richard Allen versus Indiana plaintiff, the state of Indiana, the plaintiff versus Richard Allen, defendant. And afterwards, I'm going to read everyone's testimony. Becky, Patty. I already read Kelsey's. Derek German, Anna Williams, and some other guy who's a cop. I forget his name. Some sheriff guy on the day one. Their testimonies. So, welcome, brother. What's up with you? I'm going to pick it down. Everyone say hi to Dave if you're awake. Dave is Mr. Owl on the Prowl. His name is Dave. He's super, super friendly and nice and has a wonderful channel. And you have to. Let me see. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Here we go. This. I'll go on the other channel so you don't learn my super serial. I paste this guy here. Hey, Paula's here too. Cool. There you go. There's Owl on the Prowl, and let me do this while I'm here. Just for you. Here we go. One more. I'm doing something very important, guys. On another screen, share this channel, copy, shut this down, come on back into the chat, copy, paste. There. 2 wonderful people right here. Owl on the Prowl, Dave, you must subscribe, and Pop Culture Paula right here. Here she is. She just came in and said hello. Dave, you bring out Paula because she's listening, I think, about to fall asleep. So, Pop Culture Paula, if you ever, so let's start with Dave. Dave's channel, he does every Saturday night, we do a true crime thingy, and he covers 6 or 7 cases, not Delphi, anything current, new, cold cases, updates, 15, 20 minutes, moving on. Awesome guy. Get over there, subscribe. And Pop Culture Paula. If you ever have anything pop culture, you must see her videos. They're short, succinct, lives. She's wonderful, well-informed. If you have questions here and you think she's here, if you forgot a movie, music, anything, Stranger Things is the big deal now, Netflix, Taylor Swift, whatever it is, TV, movie, pop culture, Paula will help you. All right? And she's here. She's our dedicated pop culture expert. Yes. Good. Nope. I knew you were here. I felt it. You were listening. You were getting cozy. Don't ever be sorry, young lady. Never, ever. I knew it. I felt you were here, and you just drift off to sleep whenever you want. And if you catch replays tomorrow, or you just think about the show you're going to make tomorrow, and you sleep, and then we'll watch your live tomorrow, and you can catch our replays whenever you feel like it. Okay? That's the most important thing. Carol comes in. Shibby is awesome. Paula is awesome. And Dave is awesome. And you're all awesome. Carol is here. Carol is awesome. And I'm going to carry on. All righty. Let's do this. Thanks for being here, whoever's still awake. October 18th, 2024, day 1. Mr. Andrew J. Baldwin. Opening statements at Richard Allen's wrongful conviction trial. 2024. Richard Allen is truly innocent. Truly innocent, and when a man is truly innocent, there will be reasonable doubt from the evidence and from the lack of evidence. It may be hard to believe what you hear, but we ask you to wait, because in this case, you're going to find out that the evidence and the lack of evidence shows that Richard Allen is actually innocent, and that, therefore, there is reasonable doubt. We want the truth to come out in this courtroom for the families and for you all, most importantly. So I'm going to preview that evidence you're going to be looking at over the next few weeks. It starts out, you're going to find out that this case and the investigation was messed up from the beginning to the middle, and as recently as the last couple of days, they've screwed up. The beginning, you'll find out that evidence was lost. Evidence is gone. Poof. Steve Moonman Mullins was in charge of the evidence. Yeah.
and the discovery keeping it. No wonder it's a mess. We're talking about the important evidence that happens right after they start an investigation. We're talking about evidence of interviews of key witnesses that are gone forever. And Richard Allen and his defense team will never, ever get to see that evidence, and neither will you. We are talking about evidence that they don't even know who they interviewed, because they don't even bother to write down the names of people that were interviewed. We're talking about days and days and days of evidence right after the murders. And that wasn't all. Then a month later, they lost more evidence. From April the 29th to June the 2nd, they lost interview after interview that we'll never see, that we will never see. Richard Allen will never have the benefit of looking at it, neither will you. You'll find out that the defense didn't even learn about that stuff until very late. We had been asking for it. That's the beginning. In the middle, you're going to find out that the state of Indiana kicked out the FBI. They were having some turf wars. You'll hear about that. Kick them out. That's going to be a problem. You're going to find out, because they not only kicked out the FBI, but they're digital forensic people. But also they're digital forensic people. I guess, whatever. You're going to find out that their digital forensic people had been given Libby's phone, the extraction from that. And before the FBI had a chance to talk with the state police and their findings, if they had any, they were kicked out. And that is going to be a major problem. You'll find out here in a moment. Sorry, guys. I need to take a quick drink. My nose is stuffy. I need to get some spray going, because I turn off all my fans here as not to make noise for you guys. So I still have my main furnace fan on, but it's not the same. I usually use like a box fan and blow it into the room. And I have another one cooling off my computers, which then blows towards some ventilation fans that go out into the other room in the wall, and it circles around. But I turn them all off because I don't want my mic to pick it up. So 1 second. I'm going to take a drink and just blow my nose. And 1 more second. Sorry. I'm almost ready. I had to put some stuff on my lips too. It's dry and cool. 1 sec. And we're back. I have this wicked, it's like seawater mist spray with eucalyptus and stuff. It's really great. Like to spray up your nasal passage. And what else? Oh, my Nivea lip balm for men. It's the manliest of the manly lip balms. All right. And away we go. Look at this. Professionals made a blue line to remember where I was. Ooh, can you see that? Oh my God, I'm getting good at this. Because I usually fumble around looking for where I was. And then, most recently, My mouse just jumped off. Sometimes my pointer just takes off to another screen. It's weird. And then, most recently, 2 days ago, you're going to find out that law enforcement is scrambling a bit. Some of you on the one panel I didn't talk about, but on the other I did. There's a hair found in Abby's hand. A strand of hair was around her fingers with a root and DNA that can be extracted from that root. Sorry if this guy... what this is when we're reading these, I just want you to know that some people like Baldwin are a little bit more difficult to read, or even Rozzi. Some people, because they have to type literally what they're saying, you know. So you know how people are when they kind of stammer or say something. So I'm reading exactly verbatim. If you hear anything screw ups, it could be me doing a screw up of their screw ups, or so I'm reading verbatim. So just know. And DNA was extracted from that root. And the DNA analysis, her name is Bozanovsky, Stacy Bozanovsky. She will be testifying that hair, it might be from a relative of Libby. We know that it's not Libby's hair. The DNA from it's not Libby's hair because the DNA is not from Libby. We know that it's not Abby's DNA either. It's a female hair. And all we need to know whether it's a family member or not. You will find all that we need. Stacy will tell you is to test. All we need. Stacy will tell you is to test the mom or the grandma or the sister of Libby. And once we do that, we will know whether it's a family member or somebody else. And it could be either. And after I give my mini opening, they scrambled because in 7 years, they never turned over the sister or the mother's DNA over to the lab to find out whose hair that might be. That's even now. I hope that they get that result back of the DNA so the truth can come out in this courtroom. Now imagine it was like, imagine Kathy dropped Richard Allen off at the trails that day and gave him her sweater or something weird, or I don't know. And it turns out that they found one of her hairs and on this, you know, and they would be all over like Kathy Allen, or, you know, the fact that this is Libby, oh, no big deal. I mean, it was pulled out. Like it could be from the sweater. I mean, I don't know. The reason, like, stuff like this, they need to be upfront about and let the people know instead of they hide it or obfuscate. It's basically like an omission type of lie, you know? So you can't just obfuscate and not include or just say, you know, if you're sure it's not Odin, stop lying about what Turco said and just say, hey, we don't believe, we're not going that direction. Even though he said it might, this professional talked to a Harvard guy, they said Odin, something is present, fanboys, whatever it is. We think it's maybe somebody trying to set these guys up and use it as a misdirection. We're not going that route, but it was there, and, you know, but they lie about it. Then they use those lies to clear Holder, who's, oh my God, the exact type of guy who Turco would describe, fanboy, LARPing in the woods, and oh my God. So it's one thing to say, hey, this happened, be upfront and transparent, that we found the hair, or we tested it, or we don't believe it's, you know, but they just try to hide and obfuscate. It's just so, you know, it's just so suspicious, and they get away with it every time. Truth, yes. Believe it or not, can come out in a phone. These phones, they don't lie. The data, the forensic data on these phones doesn't lie. It doesn't cheat. It doesn't have emotion. You're going to hear all this. The data is hard, and the data is the data is the data. And when you find out what is on this, Libby's phone is what I'm talking about. The phone that was found under Abby. Their case is going to start to fall apart right in front of your eyes. The man, there's a couple of guys from the state police who are nice fellows. Their names are Brian Bunner and Chris Cecil. You're going to like them, I think. They're in charge of analyzing the phone dumps. You'll get the phone dumps and extractions, things like that. They are in charge and have been in charge of understanding the data, the hard data that doesn't lie off of Libby's phone. And what you're going to find out is, sadly, they were ill-equipped to understand the data. We'll talk about that in a moment. Chris Cecil will tell you that the data from the phone dump is accurate and reliable, and we're happy about that because this data will be incredibly important in your deliberations and as you follow the case evidence. Well, I think it's important that I tell you what the state's theory is. They kind of previewed it. What I want you to do is I'm going to ask that they be held to their theory because I think they're going to have to change their theory after this case starts evolving in front of you, okay? Like he's calling out and he knows it. Their theory is that Richard Allen, well, strike that. We'll start with Libby and Abby. Libby and Abby and Libby were on the ground in the woods at 4 o'clock. At the very latest, 4 o'clock. That's a.m., right? Or p.m. Oh, sorry, by 4 p.m., I guess. Yeah, on the 13th. Yeah. By 4 o'clock p.m. on the 13th. They were deceased on the ground at 4 o'clock p.m. on the 13th. That's a Monday. It's a Monday, the 13th, and at 5 o'clock, their bodies didn't move. 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m. The bodies are still there according to this. This is their theory. Their theory, 6 a.m., noon. These bodies didn't move. 22 hours laying there. Nobody found them in that little area where they were all searching. Hundreds of people walking around. They were there from the 13th, at least 4 p.m., they will say. Probably they're going to say more like 3:30 p.m., all the way up until the time when the bodies were recovered. And that's their theory. The phone, Libby's phone, they're going to say was under that body, was under Abby's body at 3:30 p.m., 4 p.m. on Monday the 13th, 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 8 p.m., midnight, 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning, all the way up until the bodies were recovered around noon on the 14th. Tuesday the 14th. That's what their theory is. That phone never moves. That's their theory. Hard data. Richard Allen, what's their theory about Richard Allen? Their theory about Richard Allen is that he arrived I just looked away from one. He arrived. This is funny. I look away for 1 second at a screen and I'm like, just to make sure my mic lights are moving and I lose. He arrived at the trails and parked at the CPS lot. You're going to hear a lot about the CPS lot. I got to try to recreate what you're going to find out. So as you're heading down 300 North, that's the road that takes you to the CPS lot, which is one place where cars park when they want to get on the trail. Oh my gosh. If we go about the different cars, I'm really going to try to move through it, but I'll apologize now. I know I'm going to stop with all these car descriptions sometime, so I'm going to try. Let's do this. Which is one place where cars park when they want to get on the trail. And Mears Lot that you just heard about is a little bit farther down. So as you're driving down 300 North, this is the CPS lot. You can park there, then you can cut over to the Monon High, the Monon Trail. It's about 100 yards or something. 100 yards or something. And so you're a little bit back farther on the trail. Or you can continue to drive and head into the Mears entrance here. And now you're about halfway down the trail. If you were following, and the trail kind of runs parallel to 300 North. And then you go down to about 50 yards and you'll be at the trail. And what the state's theory is that Richard Allen drove this way, which is not a normal way that he would ever drive. And you will learn about that. It won't even make sense that he drove this way, but that's what they need that to be the case. Because you'll find out why. But he drove this way and then he parked past the Mears entrance and parked at the CPS entrance at 1:30. You followed it You've been here a lot. It is a lot. Hey, Charles, what are you dropping? Who's that? Oh, come on, you don't even say hi first. You come start dropping links, you noodlehead. Say hi. Who's that for? That's it. What is it? Oh, that's fine. Is that your video? Ugh. Are you planning a live stream? Or is that live? Oh, so, okay. Why don't you say? So live in 19 hours, you noodlehead. Go see him. This guy is making a live in 19 hours. He doesn't say hi to everybody, and then he sneaks away, which is fine. That's fine. So that link is Charles Necessary Evil. He's doing a live in 19 hours, so no hurry. And then he sneaks away without saying hello or goodbye. Just know that. You do that. You got to say hi. Come on. I'll move on. But I insist you can do that again next time. I insist you at least give us your little code. Come on. If you're still here, you better. A little code. Oh. While the case and the time and the trial was going on, I mean, I'm trying to get some info on this case now. However, well, Paul, you've come to the right place. If you ever want to catch up on my streams, I'm not sure if you missed, I'm reading now. This is the opening statements from the defense at Richard Allen's trial. The beginning, day one of his trials, right here. Yes. Code word, it's Charles. There's the code. Shibby smells it. Yes. Perfect. All right. You're very welcome, Paula. Very welcome. And I know you're wonderful, and whatever you, it's okay to say anything, and just, there's always some new information here, and there's a lot, and it's a lot for all of us to remember and take in. So just listening to all this is the defense kind of giving their opening statement at the day one of the trial. So there's going to be a few more days of this, and just go back. I'm trying to put these in the right order and stuff. So listen along and join into the chat anytime you want. Say everything. And yeah, there's a lot here. So just, I hope you enjoy. If anything, just listen along. And if you fall asleep, you wake up, do your live stream, and then catch up on some replays. Anything and everything. Thank you for being you and being here. Get cozy, drift off. If you can't, stay awake and listen to me as long as you can. You know what I do? I try to stay awake, and then boom, you can't. If you want to, you'll probably fall asleep. So that being said, but he drove this way and then parked past the Mears entrance and parked the CPS entrance at 1:30. This is their story. This is their theory, excuse me. And at 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock. Now, think about what's going on at this time. In their theory, Abby and Libby are being abducted and murdered. 3 o'clock, 3:30, Richard Allen's car, they say, is parked right here at the CPS lot. 3:45, 4 o'clock. Their theory is that Richard Allen's car is parked, and then sometime around 4, after 4 o'clock, Richard Allen leaves. That's their theory. You'll also find out that their theory is that once Richard Allen, and this is important, once Richard Allen, oh boy, what time you doing them at? Like, what time our time? Oh, I just had it, right? What was it, 8 p.m. or something? Ooh, I shut it down. What time do you have it scheduled to start? Your 11 p.m. East? That's when I go live, you noodlehead. Thought you were going to go like the other night. You said you were going to go like 8, 9, or 10, so I'd come on with you. I'll consider, maybe I'll push mine back to midnight if I'm going to go on, and I'll come on for an hour or something. I'll decide. I'll have my people contact your people. All right? And okay. Paula says okay. Everything's okay. And away we go. Oh boy. That's their theory. That's their theory. You'll also find out that their theory is that once Richard Allen, and this is important, once Richard Allen left, he didn't take their phone. He didn't take Libby's phone. That's one thing I got to jump in on. Because, okay, I've never kidnapped anyone. And I would never do anything this. Oh my God. I have kids, I have grandkids, but we watch this true crime stuff. And what I do, I'm not, like, when I see these things, I don't think about them. I think about, like, what sounds plausible. Like, if I were to be doing this in this situation, which I wouldn't, but what would I think I would do? And I can just imagine, especially any day when there's smartphones. So anytime after 2010, especially 2017, we know a teen girl is going to have smartphones, right? Two of them, the likelihood that they both, but at this time, it turns out Abby probably didn't have one. There's one, whatever. If a man thinks of abducting teen girls, in my opinion, if I were just, it's horrible, but I'm only doing this because I would want to solve crimes and help get justice and for these guys and Richard Allen himself. If a man, in my opinion, were to abduct teen girls, the first thing I think, what would you do? With iCloud and all that location stuff, he's got a gun, they're listening to him, right? He's got them obeying him. I would say, give me your cell phones. You would get those damn phones, or you would frisk them and find, you would, whatever you would do. If there was only one, you couldn't find the other one, you'd get the damn phone, you would either turn it off, smash it on a rock, both, rip out SIM cards, break them, throw it into the creek. Because an iPhone 6 at that time probably was maybe a little bit IPv6 water resistant, but not waterproof, because all those ports and the 3.5 millimeter core, you would chuck it in the lake, you would chuck it in that creek off of a rock, break it on a rock, smash it, and then it would go right in the water. So the fact that doesn't happen, at the very least, he wouldn't leave it there, at the very least. And he might not have known the video of him was on it, because if Abby did sneak, I mean, that's plausible that he didn't know, but you just wouldn't leave it there. Even at if it happened like this and he was ridiculous enough to leave it there, and whatever you think, the battery died or it was on, it just wouldn't happen that way, because all that person would be thinking is, they're not dumb. Nobody doing this is dumb. And we all know about iPhones and iCloud and whatever, and Find My iPhone. All that time, you think he's sitting there so afraid for an hour and a half thinking, what if they tracked it? Like, I mean, imagine if that signal was good and this happened at 3, then they start tracking that phone within 20, 30 minutes. They would be on top of that phone's location. So no guy would sit there for and so 2:15, this happens. They walk down by, literally, if I was thinking that, by 3 p.m., he's there. He's got them across the creek. He's probably doing whatever they say he did. Whoever scared him across the creek, he's got to be in the middle of doing something. They're already either dead or he's doing that. And the phone's there. Like, at that time, they could have easily been tracked if everything was okay. Like, not knowing that the signal or whatever was happening. So you would think that it's plausible that if that phone was around, if it was working as it could, they could have tracked, they could have been there. They would have pulled up in that cemetery and ran down. What the hell? They're right here somewhere. They're here somewhere. They'd be, the guy would, and then to walk away leaving that phone there, forget about the video of him being on it, because it just wouldn't be there. Somebody does this and get away with it in the middle of the day and all this stupid shit is not leaving a phone there. They're just not. Whatever. Of course, but you would at the very least do it. Hey, RC, did I miss you? What's up? Yeah. What's this say? He wouldn't take it with him. He'd throw it in the river. Exactly. Power it off, pop the SIM card out. Because again, that's another thing. Like, I keep one of those SIM things on my keychain, because you never know when you have to pop the SIM card thing open. It's not often, but to have one is you need that little SIM pin. Every iPhone comes with one, those little pin thingies. But regardless, okay, forget it. Just the fact that there's all those rocks around,
or all those big branches. I would put it down, I would smash it, step on it, break it, power it off first, whatever, and then it would definitely end up in the, and even throw it down 30 or 40 feet in the deep part of the creek there. Because you saw those searchers were walking, it was like at least 3 feet. He would chuck it and it would be on, and they might never, they might have found it. They might have found it, but at that time it would be useless, especially if you smashed it. So, I mean, oh my God, to think that, so forget the video being there, just the whole fact that it's there. Hey, is what a fact? What is what a fact? What are you guys talking about? Is what a fact, young lady? Use your big words. Big fishy, use your words. Is what a fact? I'm going to move on. There, perfect. I'm going to move on. I'm not sure who you're asking, Charles or me, or is what a fact? Oh, this here. Bet you. Well, actually, the majority of killers, are in fact dumb. Well, again, to get away with this, they're either very lucky, or to do it this way is very dumb. But then to not leave DNA after doing this, they can't be all that dumb. I don't know. It's just, they don't go together, because if a guy can get away with this, if he's planning it, he's first of all not parking way the fuck over at the CPS building. He would park right there at the, if he had it planned. So it obviously wasn't planned if they're saying it was him. Secondly, if Richard Allen even knows you're down at that area there by the edge of the creek, if you did this, let's picture he does do this, and he's leaving at what time was it again? He's seen at around 3:57 out on the road. So let's say he leaves by 3:45. Weber scares him at 2:30. He's so afraid he stays around for an hour and 15 minutes, does all this stuff, doesn't do any essaying stuff that they can find, does all this unnecessary stuff with branches, undresses one and puts clothes of the other one for whatever reason, because he's in a hurry and he's afraid. He does all this unnecessary shit, puts branches on him to hide them, which is a ridiculous thought. Let's picture him leaving. Do you think somebody is that ridiculous so that they say the guy would have maybe walked around the hardware store to avoid a camera, as if there's only got one camera? But that's he does this in the daytime, and he walks down the middle of the road during the daytime. Come on, like, so picture the crime scene. You're going to leave. It's around 3:45 or so. He must leave then, whichever direction. So you could walk up the bank of the creek. You can pretty much go up the bank of the creek and go under the bridge there and straight up the edge of the creek. You would probably go up that part up back to the beginning of the north side of the path, and you'd go along the pathway. You could, I've seen people do it where they get up that area, and instead of staying on the pathway, they can go between, like about between the road and the pathway, about 40 feet off the path. There's a tree line there where I've seen people take their cameras and walk all the way back to basically the beginning near the Freedom Bridge where the car would be parked, in between the trees it wasn't the main pathway, but it ran parallel with that pathway. And it was kind of like a pathway where you could walk. It was a walk, and you can tell people to walk there before, but it wasn't that main path. It would be parallel. So you'd be off the beaten path, right? And you'd be kind of on a less beaten path in the tree line. So there's no way this person's walking down the middle of the road. At the very least, if they're a dummy, they would walk right down. Why would you go out to the road and walk to your car there when you know that pathway, if you walk right up that edge there, you would end up at the pathway and you'd walk along. At the very least, they wouldn't use the road. So there's all this, none of it makes sense. None of it. As dumb as a person is, they're not doing that. They're not. So, hello. Ooh, good girl. LOL. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't think all killers are dumb. Don't we see Dexter types? And I don't know. But again, if somebody's leaving a phone there,
There's two ways to see that. This guy is super dumb, especially not, forget the video being on there. Like, it's not like he could easily have had it open. Their fingerprints are there. I mean, he could get that phone open before they passed. He could say, hey, they're listening to him. Open your damn phone, as if they wouldn't. He could change it so there's no, turn the password off or turn the fingerprint on. You know, I mean, so forget that doesn't happen. And I don't think that somebody would think, I couldn't see somebody thinking, I should just double check their camera roll to make sure they didn't take a photo of me, because that is easy to miss. But one thing he wouldn't miss is that phone. That person knew that phone was there. You're dressing people, it's there. Ends up beside you, whatever, it's there. So the fact that it's at the very, very, very least not chucked into the creek right there. Forget about it being broken, SIM card out, power off, whatever you want to look at it. At the very least, chucked into the creek is so unbelievable. It's beyond plausible. Okay. So there's just no person with diminished, capacities or 200 level IQ like Charles and a wonderful set of hair would not leave that phone sitting there. 0%. Nobody. A guy who was raised by wolves and grew up in the 1800s and was transported here would look at that thing and say, oh, that can't be here. That's a bit ridiculous, but you know what I'm saying. He's outnumbered. The phone is the first thing he's taking, exactly the first thing. So for it to still be, such a great point, for it to still be there. So this happens 2:13. Let's say he gets, the first time he would get control of them is there at the top of the bridge. So let's say by 2:30 he's got control of them, right? Wherever you think they are going down. If they haven't gone down, if they went down the hill, he's on the, and Webb hasn't gone by just yet. Okay, so let's picture he doesn't have control. He just ushers them down. So at the top of the bridge, the first thing would be to take it away. But if he didn't do it then, okay, then you get down there, then they get down that one extra level. The van supposedly comes at 2:30 and scares them across. Once he gets over there and starts all of this, say 2:45, you have to be starting all this over there because you get scared at 2:30, getting across, up the beak, banks, all of it, whatever. He's got them by 2:45, The phone would then be commandeered. The very latest. And that's like that's a worst case scenario. That phone would be commandeered. So whether the girls are still alive at this point or not, or one of them's unconscious, if you bonk, I don't want to be ridiculous or I don't want to, I hate thinking of this because but you have to solve this and think of it. I hate it. I wish it never happened, but it did. And denying and ignoring and avoiding all these conversations is not going to help anyone, even this late. I'm very sorry this happened, but it did. So you got a picture. Let's say he wants Abby and he bonks with the bonk. Say this is all happening as they say it does, and he hits him over the head with a branch or something and knocks one out. At one point, they've got to be dead soon for him to do. So by 3 p.m. he's got to have that phone commandeered and know it's there. Even if he didn't think of it. It's like, oh my God, these guys have a phone. What if somebody fucking follows them here? Forget about the video. I don't think you would think of looking at it like, hey, maybe they got it. So forget that part of it. Just the fact that the phone is there. He sees, oh my God, the first thing if it even got to that point, it would be in the creek. It would be in the creek. It would be broken, smashed, SIM card out, powered off, smashed on a rock, a branch, thrown 40 feet down into that creek, go up to the edge. They're laying there. He's going to do these weird things probably. They're dead probably by then. 3:30, he's going to leave. The phone would be grabbed. He would look at the creek and think, oh, just chuck it in that creek, walk to the edge of the creek and chuck it down for 30 or 40 feet. It would go smack right in the middle. Unbelievable how they say it. So, well, yeah, you're very sensible. Do I know you? I feel like are you? Oh, I bet I know who you are. Are you coming in on a different account? Oh, you silly, because the other person I think talks just like you stopped coming to say hi a couple of times, but then you're showing up. Either way, welcome. Yes, I think the fact that the phone made it to the crime scene supports BG not being the perp. Because, right, so let's be realistic. The only thing that makes sense is a guy is doing this. Yes, I agree. Maybe? I don't know. I feel like I know this person. Do I know you? Are you? It doesn't matter. You're wonderful. You're making great points. But yes, it's an excellent point. I think the fact that the phone made it to, so come on, guys. If we commandeer two girls on a bridge like that, the first thing you're doing is taking the damn phone away. At the very least, empowering it off and thinking, I got to power this off and I'll keep it with me and I'm going to dispose of it. Even take it with you, then throw it out of your car driving a kilometer away. Like, you just don't leave it there on, especially. So forget that they couldn't track it. The signal was bad. None of it is plausible. Even with the most first-time killer with the capacity of 80 or whatever, 70 IQ, a guy who's barely able to function, or a Dexter type guy, nobody's leaving that phone on these girls. The first thing I think of is like, nope. All right. So you're new and fresh, and as long as you use your emojis, you're welcome here. I love it. This guy's a noodle head. He means well. He's a funny, super sarcastic, amazing creator with great hair. And you're using your emojis, so whatever, you're very welcome. Nobody's going to guess if you're new or whatever. You're awesome and welcome. Keep commenting away because you sound very, very, very informed and reasonable. Just this comment alone says so much. I think that the phone made it to the crime scene supports BG not being a perp, because the first thing, okay, so you get the phone off of them, you would at least turn and try to get it in the creek and maybe throw it up. You'd go to the edge of the, oh my God, or smashed on a rock, or fucking, you would chuck it 100 feet away and then go down the edge. The opposite, you know how they go down the hill? You would turn and at the very least turn it off and throw it as far as you could, the opposite. I don't know, just it wouldn't be there. You're right. Yeah, no way a man, even a guy like me who's wouldn't do this. I think about what's the first thing you'd do. You would get their phones of teenage girls if you're going to try to, because all you would think of, because I know my kids, what do I do when they're that age? They had iPhones. I would go to iCloud and find out where the hell they are and go right where they were. I busted my son at a bush party when he shouldn't have been there because of his iCloud. So it took me 15 minutes to find him. He was friggin' at least 2 kilometers away. I went straight to it because I knew it was on a riverbank where I thought it was weird that they were there at that time. And he was supposed to be sleeping at his friend's house. I just checked up and I went straight there in my car and I heard, and he was like way too young to be doing what they were doing. But I wasn't mad. It scared me. So there's that. I went and I found my son. And he had an iPhone 3GS in 2010. And this might even been before iCloud because we had his phone jailbroken and I used certain things where I could find his location. Even before iCloud was available, there was stuff. If you jailbroke a phone, there was programs like iLocalis and all these weird programs you could install, and you can have key lock. I'm like, oh my God, jailbreaking an iPhone, you could do everything with it, even before iCloud did stuff like that. Facial recognition, lock codes, and all these. I found him probably before iCloud because I tracked him, but he was, he was like friggin' barely 12 years old at the time or whatever, 13 or 14. He was way too young to be doing that, and he knew it. So there's that. So what are we doing here? Moving on. Ooh, I didn't leave the blue mark. Where was it? I'm going to pretend I'm not looking for where I was here. So that's what they say. Richard Allen. It's what happened with Richard Allen, with the phone, and with Abby and Libby.
is the defense theory based upon the evidence? Well, let me go through the evidence and tell you what the defense theory is based upon that evidence. Blue mark, 1 sec, I need a drink. Sorry. Oh boy. I've never even heard that name before. Is that a race with Eric Williams, the guy who was one of the searchers? Because there was an Eric Williams, right? That he's the guy that said that they were looking for the girls' bodies on the news. Who's Cliff? Or is that his nickname, Eric? Well, you guys seem to know. And tell Charles. Oh, Abby's grandpa. Oh boy, Cliff. He didn't drive back to Michigan until. Yeah, you know a lot. Glad you found me. Just you and Fishy alone are going to help me solve this. And this noodlehead here is pretty informed too. So you three working together here in my comments. I'm going to read and come back and you guys will have this solved. Watch. Yes. Yes. I don't know. I'm going to read and come back. You guys are awesome. She stayed with him at the hotel. And, oh, boy. You know stuff, don't you? Whoa. I know. I must know who you are. I feel like I know you. Damn it. Stop. I'm going to move on. I enjoy your first time conversations in my chat. He drove down. Yeah, it's like, you know a lot of stuff. Oh, boy. I'm going to move on. Solve the case. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm going to read and come back to read. You guys have solved the case. Richard Allen was never on the trail at the same time with those girls. All this identification business, these girls, and all the list of who that is. Excuse me. You are going to see even Riley Voorhees and those people. They're talking about some guy that's 5'11". Yeah. The one of them says, I came up to his shoulders. Right? Right? I mean, if they're walking by Richard Allen and not only are they not, every single witness would say short, right? Right. Come on. Anybody, any kid, even a kid from the ages of 10 to a person of 70 years old, if you walked by Richard Allen on a trail, even closely, especially, and you said something happens and a couple hours later you're giving a description of a person you said, the next day, you would say short. Their first fucking words, in my opinion, would be a short. This guy, a fucking garden gnome, 5'4", let's say 5'5" with his, if you got hiking boots on, every single one of these witnesses would say he's short. And then they would say their thing. In my humble, honest opinion, if they don't start with short, at one point they would emphasize short. They would at the very least say short once. And they don't. Right there. And then for this one girl to say she comes up to his shoulders, you're not mistaking that. You're not saying that about a 5'5" guy. And if you are, then that means if you're coming up to a 5' guy's shoulders, that would be you're less than 5 feet tall. Right? Because your head's probably 6 inches? Charles has got a big mushroom. Charles has got a big 6-inch mushroom head. Just kidding. Sorry, guys. You know what I'm saying? And I know you guys are awesome. But this whole thing makes no sense. Yeah, so, and even if she was younger at the time, she would not say she's up to his shoulders. And if she was, that would make her 4'5", She would still, even a person up to your shoulder, you would still say he's short because they know how short they are. And every day they're walking around talking to their teachers and people. They know they're short. If they're that short up to his shoulders, either way, if they're up to the person's shoulders, then they would know they're short. and they would just at the very least describe this guy as short. So maybe she was a couple years younger, and at that age, I sprouted a lot. I sprouted when I was grade 8, and then by grade 10, I was like, 5'10", and I was like 5'2", but still, and girls a little bit earlier than boys, whatever. You see Richard Allen, you're saying a fucking short guy. And then you'll make your own decisions what on the value of their testimony. Richard Allen was gone by 1:30. Had been on the bridge, walking on the trail toward the bridge at, 12:30, 1. He's gone by 1:30. Now we know for a fact, and you will learn from the evidence, that his car is gone by 2:15. Okay? Because at 2:45 or 2:30, Betsy Blair describes a 1965 not black Comet with sharp edges, and gives us that awesome photo that the one you guys can put it in chat, right? The line, can anybody type that in chat? I love seeing that. It's like a line, 2 lines, that picture that she basically drew or had them draw of a jagged edge car that looks nothing like a rounded hatchback. And she said it was in the 60s, 65, because she knows her dad has one very similar. Nobody's mistaking that car. She's saying where they say his car is at a certain time, because he's not back there. They're saying he's not back. So Sarah Carbaugh sees him at 3:57. So he's not back to his car by any earlier than 4:10. Right? Right. Because even if he's running, it's going to take him 10 minutes to get all the way up there to the CPS building from where Sarah Carbaugh sees him at 3:57 p.m. Probably 100 feet off of, he comes out of the cemetery and walks to, and then Sarah Carbaugh sees him between there, the Mears part and there. So it's closer to the cemetery. So you got to figure to get back there is 10 minutes, right? Matt Hoffman, this guy, walked it and timed it out for us. So his car's got to be there till at least 4:15, 4:10. And she sees a car that's not his there. She sees cars on the road in that photo Mullins took, the screenshot. She thinks that car looked, Betsy Blair also said that car that in their photo looks like McCain's car. So all this thing wrong. So much wrong with this. Nobody's mistaken a 1965 Comet. Forget the color. And then forget the purple PT Cruiser and the smart car. Those, gosh. And there's that other man that was emptying mouse traps that saw a car. Oh, my fuck. It's so convoluted. It's just beyond believable. There's so much reasonable doubt that they tricked these damn, especially that one girl. You can tell when she gave the one juror that supposedly talked to murderers, whoever they talked to, you can tell how she was talking, that they confused them. They confused these fucking jurors, excuse my language, to be thinking everything needed to be unreasonable doubt versus a bit of reasonable doubt that would always have to go in the favor of the defendant. And there's 20 examples of reasonable doubt here that they thought the whole thing had to be unreasonable, everything. It's so they confused the shit out of them. And at the trial, people were trying to talk into the microphone, and when they got too close to the microphone, and they said, move, instead of saying move back and talk normally like this, they would tell them, oh my God, they confused the fuck out of these people intentionally. So they worked so hard to get a conviction here. Lies, and just, it's not how things go. If this case doesn't get an appeal, forget that if they don't at least give him an appeal, forget that if they don't go with it. But if he doesn't get an appeal, man, the world, starting with Indiana, the United States of America, Canada here, we're fucked. We're fucked. If this can happen to people this way, we're fucked. Doomed. And away we go. Oh my gosh. Right, RC. Smoke and mirrors. Abracadabra, like Labrado said.
One girl was murdered. One girl was sacrificed. Look at these two sketches together. Cross your eyes and stare at them like those 3D photos, and something will pop out at you in a minute or two. Like, oh my God. 3 witnesses in court. In the courtroom. All of them describing different guys. Not one of them pointing to Richard Allen sitting right there. Why? Why? Oh, McLeland doesn't want to bring that up in the court because he doesn't want to draw attention to that. Then the whole sketch thing. Betsy Blair's sketch, poofy-haired boy, is supposed to be Richard Allen, who's supposed to be Bridge guy, who's supposed to be the tan coat guy that Sarah sees. There are 3 different guys at least. They're all describing different guys. Her sketch was a 10 out of 10. Her sketch was a 10 out of 10. And they don't use it for 2 years. She's so trustworthy that it's like they take what they want. You know, if a witness is reliable, everything they say is reliable, not what you want. Right? Right. Mm-hmm. Whatever. Fine, his face was covered. I don't care. Was he wearing a hat? You telling me Betsy Blair said the poofy-haired guy that's not wearing a hat was BG? You think Betsy Blair would look at BG walking right by her and say he's got poofy hair and no hat? No. And why isn't one person, first thing they say would be short? You know it. You're a big guy. Even if a small kid, old, and then they try to make it sound like because Betsy Blair's older, she thought he was younger, like that young. Are we trying to believe that Betsy Blair is some idiot who thinks Richard Allen, she's so old? What is she, 65 or something? She thinks that a 50-year-old, 45-year-old man at the time looks like a fucking 20-year-old guy with poofy hair and no, what? This is just so convoluted to believe any of it. The reason why we're sitting here spinning for years, I know it, is because this is all garbage. Wasn't it like 70 feet away? No, that was Sarah Carball, right? But doesn't she drive right by him? Or Betsy Blair? How far do you think Betsy Blair sees the guy? Doesn't Betsy Blair must walk right by him, no? Or she sees him from, he's out on the bridge, right? Yeah. Whatever it is, you think she can do a description that says it's 10 out of 10? I see what you're saying, yeah, because didn't she walk up and then turn around, right? She was doing laps, right. Betsy Blair was the one, right? That was doing, so on laps, whatever, she come in, she'd go out, back and around, and kind of like lap, like exercising, and she did 3 of them. She walked down the trail, I believe, maybe out to the road and up, or vice versa. She walked towards the trail, up to the trail, or maybe, and then did 3 laps or something, right? Yeah. And she maybe saw him, she walked her dog to wherever and maybe saw him out on the bridge. But I mean, come on, that first platform is, she sees him. Right. You're right, Charles. It wasn't, they might not have walked right by each other. You're right. I think. Oh, sorry. Between each platform, yeah. So he would be on the first platform where they said, right? Wasn't that first one the one on the right? So if you're looking towards the bridge, but you don't go on it, it's to the right, right? The first one, he's looking off to the side, or yeah, you're right. So they're probably not walking right beside her. But either way, she says her sketch is a 10 out of 10. A 10 out of 10 of the guy she saw. That guy is not the guy we see. There's no way. And the guy Sarah Carball sees has a tan coat. Forget about the muddy and bloody, the blood that wasn't described at the beginning. Just the tan coat. Are you saying that this person had so much mud on him that she thought that coat was tan? Oh my God. No way. No way. You would fucking know that. She's just driving by him on the street. So she's going to say she's fucking flying 40 miles an hour, 50, whatever. She's speeding. You're not mistaking a coat if you're trustworthy. What? What are you saying? Who's that for? Me or Charles? And she heard, I should be reading you. So here, I'm going to read Charles. Let's see. Between each platform, give or take because it's shorter at the ends, right?
he got close enough for her to say something to him. Oh, there you go. So that's not close enough for somebody to say a reasonable is 50 feet, because my yard is 50 feet wide. And if I were to say something, you know, anything more than 50 feet away, and you're like, you're not saying something, right? You'd be like, you'd have to start raising your voice, really. So 40 to 60 feet, I don't know. Out there, it's quieter. Whatever. Even 70 feet, I don't know. Not that far. You would describe them. So yeah, good point. So did they say she heard? Who said what? She heard it. He got close enough for her to say something to him and say, "Not you." Whatever. Oh, Sarah. Sarah told the truth beforehand. Yeah, she did tell the truth, because she told Liggett that the guy had a tan coat and was muddy, looked like he was in a fight or tussle or something she used. She didn't say bloody until her stuck pig. Then it turns into looked like he just gutted a pig and he was covered in so much blood. Nobody else sees this. Imagine that. She says in the middle of the day that a guy walks from there, the cemetery, to his car at the CPS building, past that Mears on a Monday afternoon. Sure, it's not a highway there. I mean, technically they may call it whatever road, 300 North, whatever you want to classify that as. The Mears park in there. There's a couple houses, the entrance to the park. The cemetery is obviously not a busy place, but there's 0% chance a guy that looks like he's just killed a pig, has so much blood on him, walks from there to there, and then she's not there's so much blood that she's not fucking calling 911. Like, what? This motherfucker has got so much blood on him. You call 911. What do you wait months or months, even years? And then to go by that harbor store, covered, and you look like nobody sees him and thinks, oh my God, I'll at least take note of that or report him. And oh my God, would you imagine that? Gets all the way back to his car and disappears without being, oh my, none of it's believable. He didn't say anything. Right? I never heard that before. Who says, Charles? Who says it? Blair said something to BG, and he responded. Not you? Oh, I never heard that before. Where'd you hear that? In what filing? In what statement? I need a statement or a court filing to point us in the direction. Tell me. Muddy, bloody guy. Probably got in his car, parked across from Mears, and drove away. If the guy planned this, how do are we to think that a person would just go out and do this randomly? No. If you put any thought into this, you would know that something's going to happen down in that area. You kind of think, oh, I'm going to get under the bridge and do this, and then I'll run across the creek and get to my, as somebody knows this area, they would at the very least park at that cemetery. So he would be then, and then Sarah Carbow would have never seen anybody. She might have got cut off by a car that came flying out of this, or he would have been there earlier, because if he walked there and bumped into Sarah Carbow, if he had his car there, it wouldn't have taken him 10 minutes. He would have been in that car. He would have been gone by 3:40, 50, 10 minutes before Sarah Carbow sees him walk, right? So there's that. The person would park their car right there and then walk back and then use the bridge as it's a great place to corral. You would wait. Oh, 2 young girls. This is what I want. Follow them across the bridge. Once they get on that bridge, they're kind of trapped in a way. I mean, they can keep going straight, but at the point, like if it happened like that, just saying, not him or anybody, but you would at the very least think, I'm going to corral them across. Maybe I'll kill one and do something with the other or whatever. And under the bridge would be a great place, because I saw videos of it. It's actually with all the leaves, it's even kind of more secluded and scary. But even without the leaves, you wouldn't, it'd still could be possibly a bad place. But I mean, still, if anything's to make sense. Yeah. And if, yes, oh my God, I must know you. You're too reasonable. If I'm muddy and bloody, I'm going in the creek to clean off. Right. So if you think, oh, okay, so if I have to walk down the road, for whatever reason, he can't get back to that path because Richard Allen's only lived in, and he's as if Richard Allen wouldn't know to walk up straight up to the beginning of the bridge pathway, right? You know, we've seen 50 people do it on YouTube. From that crime scene, you could walk right up to where they get on the bridge, and then he'd be on, you know, or you could walk right along the edge of the creek up to his car, or you can walk in the tree line, just 20 feet off between the road and the path, 30 feet off of the path. I've seen, I think, Julie Melvin and people walk right up that whole tree line, almost up to the freedom, you know. It's like a little beaten path in there, whatever way. And so let's say he does, okay, I'm going to be an idiot and walk down the middle of the road in broad daylight after doing this, way to a car parked fucking what? Quarter mile, at least half a mile away, right? 3/4 of a mile, probably. Half a mile, whatever. Yeah, you look at that creek and think, oh my God, it's one thing to be a little wet, but I mean, this blood or mud, you clean yourself off. Turn your shirt inside out or your jacket. I don't know, maybe you think it's, you're right. Yes. You guys stop being so reasonable. Oh my God. No, she said he was her weight, her height, and she's flat. Who said that? Betsy Blair said that? Or Sarah Carba? Drop the link. Boom. Drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Judy Williams. Hello. You've been here, right? We all know that they had been kidnapped by 3 p.m. True. Whatever. Most likely, but possibly. I mean, I don't know. The only thing with Ron Logan that bothers me, if people say, is I just know, let's say, if you think it's Ron Logan for whatever reason, I don't, but I think he'd be a better fit for BG than Richard Allen, but whatever, you can't see. So the BG thing, we can't see who it is. It could be any of them. I could see it being anyone, especially if people play with that photo. But one thing that would never ever make me believe Ron Logan did it is if he was lucid and, you know, not unconscious, there's no way the savvy guy like him, a career criminal type, or he's not career criminal, but Ron Logan wouldn't leave 2 bodies laying on his own property. He's got a truck. He would have a shovel. He'd have an excavator. He would have pre-dug a hole. He just wouldn't leave them laying there on his own property. No, ever, never. Or just, I will never believe that. So that's why I don't think Ron Logan. If they found him buried there, because he would have had a pre-dug hole, or underneath his, if he put a new cement deck in and they realized he was under the concrete, or he had an excavator removing a tree that day, and there was also this suspicious hole in his back. I mean, they tried to cover it, made it look. No way Ron Logan would leave 2 young girls on his property. So that would. You could have already been wet if they crossed. Yeah. I mean, if you see somebody who's wet, you probably, I don't know, people walk in the creek. It would be weird because, your jeans especially would. But I mean, if it was that deep at that day, your jeans would be dark. You probably wouldn't even tell if somebody was wet driving by, right? Because if you're wearing dark blue jeans or light, they would look dark blue, whatever. Or unless they started drying off at that point too, you kind of could tell that. They would have like wet on the front, but not, they'd be drying in areas, but on the seams would be thicker where it would maybe still not, you'd probably be able to tell if somebody was wet recently. I mean, sort of wet, but had been drying for an hour or so. But if they had just gone back to clean themselves in the creek, or like, let's think of Sarah Carbaugh's stuck pig covered in blood. Is this guy not going to unwash blood off? Like, I mean, if I thought I was going to be dumb enough to walk down the middle of the road and I was covered in blood, I would probably dive in the creek and go right under the water. Like, come on, you ain't going to walk with blood covered. But she doesn't say that in the beginning or two. And it turns out she's erratic at trial and freaking people out and acting weird, and then insisting that looked like he's just, who says that? What? He just looks like he just butchered a pig. That much blood? And what are you doing? What are you doing? You butchering a pig and then wrestling with him? Is this pig wrestling? You fucking slice the pig's jugular and then wrestle with them? What the fuck? If you were killing a pig, you'd fucking, I don't know, you'd be dead. However, I don't know how people do it, but if it's for food, they would like bonk it over the head or shoot it in the head and then hang it upside down and then cut its thing and let it drain. You wouldn't fucking have it all over you. That's ridiculous. Oh boy. Maybe, whatever. And then, yeah, if anything like that happened, right, it would be plausible if this happened, that then say he falls, he gets kind of, he gets so drunk he's unconscious, and then they do what they do and try to set him up on his property or anything. But if they're saying Ron Logan did this and knowingly left him on his property, that would make no sense. But any other, yeah, I'm with you. I'm not saying anything for sure. I don't have one. I have 20 different plausible scenarios that every which way, bridge, back bridge, under the bridge, around the bridge, down the bridge, mailbox guy coming from behind us, corralling to a car, driving away and bringing back through the, oh my gosh. There's many. The reason why this sounds so convoluted is because we're trying to make sense of their timeline, which is basically probably fairy tale, right? It's the only reason that this is so hard for us to actually figure out, because they got phones on them. She's got a phone on her, and it's a fairy tale we're trying to make sense of. Oh, did you hear her say it in the courtroom, or did you read it? I don't know, but I kind of heard people saying she was erratic. But okay, so if you believe her testimony, right, Sarah Carbaz, didn't she say something different? Did she say blood and blue coat in her first one or two statements? And then, do you know? Maybe I have it wrong. I don't know. I've been spouting shit off so much, and I could be wrong. I don't know. So forget about. I heard people saying she sounded a little erratic or got in an argument with Baldwin at the trial. Did you hear her say it firsthand? Were you there? No, you don't have to say. You don't have to say. Sorry. But the PCA, it's PCA that said she came up to his. Oh, so that one. Okay. Yes, because Baldwin and them couldn't say that she said that in the trial, and they do, because Gull would have friggin' tried to get rid of him just for lying. They said in her statement that her first one, Sarah Carbaugh, said muddy, tan coat, and he was muddy and looked disheveled or fighting. Looked like he'd been in a fight, but not the words blue coat and blood was not in her first few statements. It wasn't until trial or years after, whatever it was. I don't know exactly when it came in, when they probably started poking her for, I don't know. But yeah, definitely the defense especially says it wasn't. So Fishy, does anybody know if we can go read Sarah? This would be a great time to find Sarah Carbaugh's statements. Can we read that anywhere? Or the defense filing, the Frank's motion has her statements. Like, they couldn't do this without Gull just ripping them apart. Like, they couldn't lie about that, because they're saying she says it, or doesn't say that, Gull would have ripped them apart if they were lying, because they're implying that not only the reason why it's a lie is because Liggett used it in his probable cause affidavit and his search warrant stuff, right? So it's and there's no way Gull would have let them off if they were lying. So they must have a statement. I don't know if we've ever heard it. Right. Then an hour of her interview was missing. Oh, fuck. How could, is that? Oh my God. So Sarah Carbaugh says that an hour of her interview was missing? Oh my God. Then there's reasonable doubt right there. Like, I mean, oh my gosh. You guys are too much. Awesome. You know what? I'm going to investigate this further. Not now. I'm going to keep reading, but we got to be able to get her statement. The transcripts of her interviews. Yes. Oh. So the transcripts of her interview say muddy, so they added it? Or is this their narrative of what they remember her saying? I love that tip narrative, don't you guys? The tip, oh, should I go and check it out? What's that? Witness, want to go check that out? Show you guys? Is that okay to click on? I'll check it out if you guys want a quick thing to look at. But if that's the case, she says no. She said only muddy. What does she say about the tan blue coat? Because Liggett says in the PCA, the defense says that Liggett adds or changes the blue coat and adds bloody. Critter. Look at you. Originally, she described young man with feminine facial features. Oh, that's Betsy Blair. That's Betsy Blair. We're talking Sarah Carbaugh. Yeah, poofy-haired guy. Right, that was the first sighting. Betsy Blair's walking her dog, doing laps, exercising. She sees a guy on the first platform from however far away, says he's a poofy-haired guy. She doesn't say he's wearing a hat. He's got a rounded face. That's okay. It's okay. You came in probably a little late, but we're still very valid. It's good because, yes, Betsy Blair, the first person, describes a totally different person. And she says that my sketch that they didn't use for 2 years is exactly 10 out of 10. It's okay. I kind of sense you just came in. But so Betsy Blair sees one guy. We see BG. Yeah. And then, yeah. And Sarah said something about being, oh, did somebody say pretty eyes? Was it Sarah? Yeah, somebody said they had pretty eyes or something. Yeah, this is a whole, so let's do that. If you guys ever see it, I'll do a show on it. If you want, or Fishy will know, or have you done a show on that, Fishy, maybe? If you're still around. Like, we need to get all their statements and read them together, because it's like we see it now. Like, we see it. This picture of the area. Betsy Blair's doing laps. The girls get dropped off. Richard Allen's out on the first platform. Betsy Blair sees him, comes back, passes by the girls. The girls pass by, you know, she goes on her way or whatever. And the girls, whatever, I don't know if they pass Richard. So whatever, Richard Allen somehow gets on this side of them. If they're trying to say he's BG, they go out on the bridge, and then what does he do? Turn around, and then they say, you know, like, I'm going to corral them if they're saying it happened this way. So then who did Betsy Blair see? Because Betsy Blair, looking at a guy on a platform, if she sees that person, that's a 10 out of 10. Where's the hat? First of all, Betsy Blair forget he's got a hat on. Okay. Betsy Blair think that maybe she thought the hat was puffy hair, and she's got bad eyes. I don't know, but it doesn't sound like it. The 501's that way. It's like way up the other, not way up, but you'd have to, like, say they got dropped off and they walked towards the trail. Instead of turning left to go to the bridge, that's turning right. And how far is that 501? Probably like a block or two or whatever. And then there's that bird sanctuary sign, and you'd have to go back around to the left, and that's the 501, right? To go down that hill. It's like, it's a pathway that goes down to the creek area. That's the 501, right? You guys are great. This is fun. Yeah, where was I? I gotta go pee so bad. Would you guys be okay if I took a quick pee and made a coffee? Because this is interesting. I'm hard at work. It's almost 5 a.m. I'm here for a couple hours. Oh my gosh, I have to go. And I might as well fill my mug up. Wolf down a granola bar. So, is that okay with you guys? I could have been halfway there. I hope it's okay with you guys. I'm going to do that. You probably won't even notice I'm gone because you're having such a great conversation. I'm going to do that. Keep this going, and I'll come back and read every one of your wonderful comments. I hope you're still here. I hope you're weird night owls just like me, and you want to stay up for a couple more hours. I'm here. I'm going to get a coffee, go to the washroom, wolf down a granola bar. I'll be 3 minutes. How's that? 3 minutes? I'll be right back. If anybody finds out about any of them, the Sarah Carbaugh, the statements, I'd love to. They're probably here on the site in the Frank stuff and all that. I know they talked about all that stuff. We'll go over them. All right. And I'll be right back. Hopefully you're still here. If you must leave, come back again another time. Have a nap. I might still be going. I'll be right back. One more minute. I'm back. One more minute. And we're back. Shut this down. Thank you for still being here. Alrighty. Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry. Critters got her coffee. I just made a fresh coffee. I wolfed down another little tiny granola bar. Miniature. It's almost like those granola bars are mini granola bars now. It's probably better. Cherry with chocolate chunks. Dark chocolate with cherry. Real cherries in a nice granola bar. Made a fresh coffee. And this was, yes, I've considered that was a bait type situation. That went bad. Mm-hmm. Oh, with KK, yeah, like if he was involved, why would they let him? Why would they let him off with it though? Because, or I guess he must have got charged with that, right? Or is it because they got him on so much other stuff they didn't? Because he admits to talking with Libby, right? Or is that not like the stuff he said? I didn't follow it exactly, but were KK's charges any of them related to the Delphi? Or did they got him on such bigger things they didn't go with it or something? Or remember there's that thing with, so KK's Anthony Shots. He says he communicated with Libby or sent money and stuff, right? But what's with the Kelsey thing where she says in an interview that night, like while they're still missing, she was communicating with Anthony Shots and then said she never, well, I don't know. So there was all that. Good morning again. And what's the CSX transfer? Oh, look at this guy. Lurker. Morning, people. Been lurking, just listening. Awesome. Well, young man, Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Look-alike stand-in body double. This right here. Dewey. What's up? Kelly. Good morning to you. Charles and Critter's got a coffee. Fresh one. Good morning, Critter. Charles and this lovely what should we call you? If you're going to be this interesting and lovely, I will call you what? Indiana Inlet? What do we call you? I need something short and sweet and nice and recognizable. Let me see. I'm good at this stuff. This is my superpower. Liddy, Lidex, Litigation X, Litigex, Inlex. I don't know. We're going to get something for you if you're going to be around here, because typing that name out for me is a no-go. I need a short form. Is Indiana Litigation Examiner, is there anything you'd like to be called that I'd be shorter and easier to type, and I'll remind everyone if you don't mind. If not, you don't have to. But for me, I like short typing, sweet. But because this is a mouthful, but it's cool. And wonderful conversation. Oh, so what was the I saw some Reddit links. I was waiting for my kettle to boil. What was that? Should we go there or anything, or did you guys want me just to keep reading? Or yeah, where can I find this? Was it? Oh, that's what I want. Yeah, the discovery that didn't make it into, but was it in court stuff? And there's a list of it somewhere, and you put a link or website. Because I had my phone with me, but I wasn't on my computer. This one here should. What's that? Right? Is that the Delphi Docs thing? I'll check it out. How's that? Instead of just wasting your times. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Did I see? No, I thought I saw dark. What? No. I thought I saw something. I'm on another screen. Sorry. Charles has been chatting up a storm, eh? I missed this. Where's that link? Link. Sorry, guys. Oh, there it is. What is this? Delphi Docs. Bitter Beat Poet. So what is this about? Just people talking? I want to see documents. I don't want people talking. No, I mean, they're fine, but is there court docs and stuff? That would be best. Oh, he does have something, or no? Screenshots. Nah, whatever. All right. One quick second. I'm so sorry. 1 sec. And we're back. Oh, did you I guess if anybody wants this website I'm on, it's the All Eyes GitHub. If you ever need that, that's where all these documents are. If you ever want, let me know. You know, I should put it. Didn't I pin this? I should just do this in case you guys ever ask. I should pin it because we're using it so much. And if you ever need to get somewhere, this is where you'd start for what we're doing here, just reading docs. And I know if people look back and this, and I'm just reading these, right? So I know I'm not a creator. I'm not claiming to be. I enjoy reading these. I'm on the night shift. You people seem to enjoy it. Some people enjoy my voice. It's easy. It's interesting. I'm working all night. So, and at the very least, you guys will have somewhere to chat and talk about amongst yourselves. So that's cool. So, there's probably people looking at me like, oh, look at this idiot reading 2-year-old or whatever, 1-year-old stuff. I don't claim to be anything, just a dude reading stuff. And I know people are enjoying this. Ooh, okay, good. I used the right account to pin it. And I've got all these browsers open. I'm going to close this. Perfect. Look at this. 24 people watching. Oh my gosh. You guys are crazy. Love it. Live chat. Don't forget, this whole live chat thing has got me bonkers. Or what's this? Ali, your suggestion for a short. How about Indy or Inley or something like a nickname that we'll know? Or is there something that just not to, I just, because typing that out is definitely a no-go. Look at me. Just call me Shibby. Like, look at my ridiculous name. I never thought anyone would be, I didn't think I'd be talking to anyone here. So Shibby works for me. Like Indy, Inley. Call you Indy or something. I think it'll stick. You don't have to, but I mean, just typing that out, it's probably like Kelly, you know, in Indy work. If you're Indiana, especially, Indy would be great. Or even the Inlee, INLIE. So we know it's in lit examiner, Inlee. These type of things that if you're around enough, they'll stick. And trust me, ooh, you like that? Boom, litigate. That works. Still a bit long, but it works. Anything. We'll try stuff just as long as you're open to that. Just know I don't, it's not to be cute, but it's also those type of things, they stick or they don't, right? They flow or they don't. Yeah, you know, you're laughing. Love it. You love it. I love it. For me, like Heather Brown, I'll call her Hebby, you know, because that's a whole mouthful. And who else? Or even Anna, Kelly's better half or a fiance, Anna Yotan Yager. It's just like I call him Ja, J-A, like Ja Rule. So, and I don't know. It's not to be cute, but it is. It's like, look at Dewey. Look at this guy. If you go to his page, this guy for years, I knew him as Commentator Root. I think you're all caps too, aren't you, weirdo? I'm just kidding. But then it's like, this is his handle. And then YouTube switches. It was like Dewey. That's a perfect name. Why would you go Dewey? And I was like, what does that even mean? He's like, oh, my name might be Dwayne. I'm like, oh my God, that's a perfect nickname, Dewey. 4 letters, says it all. Go look at his commentator. It's like 1,000. If you're playing Scrabble, that would be a great name. Your other one? I'm just kidding. You're a funny guy. So it's not, sometimes you don't just, it either sticks or it doesn't. So, and if you're around enough with these kind of comments, I hope you are. You hope you are. You've been awesome between you, Charles, and a critter comes in with all this energy, saying morning, waking up in the morning, sunrises. Look at you and your morning spirit. I feel it. Morning person right here. I feel it. Drinking coffee in the morning instead of all night. Getting Dewey excited with the emojis. Look at you and your morning spirit. I feel it. Horrible morning. Good morning spirit. I feel it. I'm only kidding. Yes. Oh, then look at, there we go. We can start. Rebecca Ann, Rebby, right here. Rebby Ann. Oh, you changed it too. Good. Did you always have the Rebby Ann, or because it was Rebecca Ann, all this? So there's a mouthful. If you go with Rebby, boom. Look at you guys. So much fun. Did you just wake up too, you weirdo? In the morning? Ugh. You people. The nerve of you. Sleeping at night and waking up in the morning. Oh. Who does that? Cool. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. I like Rebby because Robbie works. Rebby. Yeah, you're going to see if you go with the Rebby because it's a weird name like Shibby, you're going to get some typos, but we know you meant Rebby, right? Yes, and I love the typos because I got Shinby, Shibby, Shitty, S-H-I-D-D, Shabby, Shabby, Shinby is the best one. S-H-I-N-B-Y, Shinby, or Shitty, S-H-I-D-D-Y. See, you're going Debbie is Reb. See, your autocorrect is gonna Rebecca. You're getting all this. Look at, is this an autocorrect? You're gonna, the first 2 people try to do it. They're getting autocorrected, right? Yeah, Rebby's a weird name. So what you're gonna have to do is if you type Rebby, before I type Shibby, I have to kind of go to the left and choose Shibby because it tries to change it to stuff. Buckle up. Oh, there we go. Look at this. Inby. Oh my, you like that for you? Inby. Oh, is everyone going with a B? Because that works. There you go, dude. So you're like Indiana B. Oh, I can do that. Is this it? Let's see if it sticks. Indiana litigator. Yeah, see if it sticks. You'll see. If everyone calls you that, because I'm sure they'd much rather type that than all of this, which is Inby's cute. There you go. Inibby. Ooh, Inlib. No, we can't go Libby because we don't want to get too weird. So Inebby, Inby is working. I think it's gonna, especially the whole I love doing that, like capital INBB. I have a feeling that's going to stick. I have a feeling we're going to stick. NB. It looks like easier to write with only one B. We'll see what sticks, folks. Throw stuff at the wall. We'll see what sticks. White. Look at you guys. Boom. It's funny how just one or two people come in, like Rabian and Kelly and Critter come in, and Charles and Inby were lighting up a oh, this guy Jokers tries to sneak in, enjoying your coffee. Ja Rule sneaks in. I just feel energy here. Boom. Inbuilt. Oh boy. So that's the one thing with the when you try to go with a weird name, the first while, at least until people keyboards know it or learn how to kind of, because I know I type Shibby, Shibby, and before I hit send, I have to go over to the left and choose the Shibby, because I think sometimes it tries to go like all caps for some reason. I don't know. The autocorrect is weird. So sometimes if you're doing those weird names, you got to kind of look and choose the right one before you hit send. But I mean, these are fun. The autocorrect is fun. That's simple. NB might work. I think it's good. Yeah. Inbuilt. That's cool. Yeah, I do love the funny mistakes of autocorrect. Yes. Look at this guy. Energy's been pumped in. I have a new coffee. I ate it. I wolfed down a granola bar. I feel the energy. I have 2 more hours of my laborious shift. Working man, mechanic, security guard, lifesaver, a Baywatch lifesaver on the beaches of California. Just kidding. And 1 second. I'm going to take 1 drink of my amazing coffee, which is probably perfect now. 1 sec. Ooh, still a bit hot. I'll save that. Ooh, perfect, but hot. A little bit too warm still. Ooh. All right, let's get back to, oh my gosh, did I change pages like a dork? Where was I? Shit. Where the heck was I? No, I wasn't. Oh, did I do this? Oh, at 300 Norfolk. She saw a man. Yeah, because we got into Sarah Carbaugh, right? Or we must have been right around here. I couldn't have been. Oh, is this? Wait, who's this again? I was on Baldwin. That's the. Oh, sorry. Oop, damn. See, I almost talked myself like an idiot. Yeah, I was here. Oh, I was. Yeah, look at this. Oh, if I chose the right one, the blue is here. Because I almost went, this is Nick's, but I'm going to keep it up. So I should have went to this one. And look at, I got it marked blue. So as a professional, if I just kept my mouth shut, you wouldn't have seen me fumper around like a bozo. So next time, I'm going to try and keep my mouth shut as to not expose how idiotic I am. Because if I came here and saw that blue, I'd be like, professional. I'd be like, he's gone by 1:30, right? And I would have troubled you with all my neuroticism, whatever that word is. I said that right. Neuroticism. Now, we know for a fact, and you will learn. So, Rebecca Ann, if you're just getting here, Andrew Baldwin. So we got started here by the time, who was it? Unindicted co-conspirator. Unindicted. Saved us. I was about to start reading testimonies from day one of Becky Patty. I've already read Kelsey, so I'm going to skip that. I've read it in another video. If you look back to part 1, which is, was part 1 the other day. Right here. So I changed it. Remember how we did a Dave Owl show Saturday night? And I had an outro after Dave's show. I went live again it was technically Sunday morning, like 3 or 4 in the morning. I just did a couple hours. Bezo Jones requested that I read Kelsey Siebert, Germans, this one, testimony from trial. And I was still not even starting the trial yet because I was doing the contempt stuff and the motion to dismiss, right? But she asked and nobody was really there. And I said, okay. So I read Kelsey's, and then, so I was going to put this thumbnail as day 1, but I figured, no, she was from day 1. So I changed it to Richard Allen. So it's Kelsey's. So if you ever want to hear that, it's pretty much that whole one. I read Kelsey's testimony from day 1 of the trial. And I had this all worked out because I had the dates. I had it worked out, but my computer took a dump. I had it all figured out here. Who was first and who was, I'm going to read them in this order. Volume 10. Derek German was on the day one. And I'm going here looking for this here so I can at least organize them. All right. And then the last one will be that other guy. Where is it again? So I'll go here. And it was October. Oh, Jesus. Where am I? There. Oh, I'm not even close. So I gotta get to like the, not the end. Oh, sorry guys. I'm gonna guess it's probably around 130. I'm gonna go 133 is a nice. It's got to be up here somewhere. This is All Eyes GitHub site. Oops. Do we need to reload? Oh, don't you dare reload the other ones. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. How do I do that each time? There. So I need to get this page thing up. So 133. For some reason it needed to reload there. Okay. So jury trial. Oh yeah, it is. So I'm going to remember the page soon. So jury trial day 6. Oh my gosh. Can't be that high. It's got to be soon though. October 18th. It was right. Here we go. Here it is. October 18th on. I'll put this again. And did I pin it? Yeah, I pinned it at the top. So this is here. I don't need to put it. All Eyes site around the 123rd page is jury trial day 1. But if you click it, for some reason it's not there. And if you go into these, the only one I don't have open now is this guy, Mitchell Catrone. And he'll be, I believe, the last one. Because if you look here, volume 10 has to go way over here. Because I'm going to read these in order. Then the next person would be, so this is the prosecutor's arguments. If you want, I can post these because these are sent by unindicted. So Nick McLeland's 7 pages of Nick opening argument, or opening, I guess, arguments. Defense's opening is 21 pages, which I'm reading now. I'm right here on page 6, Andrew Baldwin. Then I'm going to read, I believe it's Becky Patty, right? So volume 9, 248, I had these worked out. Volume 10, 37 is Kelsey, which I'm not going to read. Volume 10 is Derek, so he's next. Then it's volume 10, 108 is Anna, Abby's mom. Yes, this is the right order. And then he'll be the last one. Testimony of Deputy, what's his name? Deputy Mitchell Catrone will be that guy. So if you stick around, I don't know how long it's going to get. 37 pages, 17. I might not even get them done. Derek German, skipping Kelsey's because I did that, and it's 43. So it's Becky's is 39 pages, and I'm going to finish up. So I'm definitely going to finish this up and see where we're at. And I read this. I read Nick's. I'm on this. Okay. And away we go. Alrighty. Oh, I don't need this keyboard on my lap. Sorry. I'm off to do some. Go for it, bro. We'll see you. Go on at like 10 o'clock tonight. I'll call in or whatever for an hour. All right, 9 or 10 EM. What? Because if you go on, I was going to plan on. We'll see. We'll work it out. Maybe I'll call in. Maybe I won't. The BG video is on 213. Yep. There's a whole bunch. Oh, I got some other coincidences if you like those numbers. And I might even be wrong about them, but there's the girls' bodies were found on 214, right? And Brad Holder on his social media is always adding up. He did videos where he adds up, like, how it's, say it's 213:17, right? Well, the bodies were found 214:17, right? He does this on his own. He didn't do the exact numbers, but he does similar things on his own social media site, and he shows people the equation. So he adds the day, the month number, the day, and the last 2 digits of the year. So he didn't do this, he added a different number, but if you do go and add the day the bodies were found, 2 plus 14 is 16, right? Plus 17, 33. Then the following year in 2018, he made that painting. Now they show his Facebook post. He posted it on I believe it was 2/17 or 2/18 or 19 of 2018. But I'm almost positive we did it where if you look in the bottom right corner of that painting that he makes, there's a clear photo and he writes in red, it says 2/13/18. 2 plus 13 is 15 plus 18, 33. So the bodies were found on 2/14/17, 33. And that painting the following year, if you look in the bottom right corner, it shows it was painted. I'm positive we found out because it was posted on Facebook on like 2/17 something of 2018, 1 year later. So if you look at that painting, I'm pretty sure on Criminality we saw it in the bottom right corner. There's a red, it's hard to see. It has the date 2/13/18. And 2 plus 13 is 15 plus 18 is 33. And I wouldn't say anything ridiculous like that, but that guy, Brad Holder, is the guy who he posted a video and showed himself doing just that, adding the numbers up in that form, right? I don't believe they asked for anyone who was there in 213 to call. I don't believe they asked for anyone who was there on 213 to call. Why would Alan tell his wife he was there? Then it happened. So, but see, we don't even know exactly. Like, why are we leaving it up to them? Like the defense, he came and talked to them 2 days after. Then, when there's all this, I could never hold it against them because they might have said something wrong. It's 5 years later. The cops dropped the ball here. I understand what you're saying. You're just saying, you're asking, and it's always good to just ask. And did she say it in the stuff and interviews? And I don't know. They shouldn't have talked to them because they're just trying to be nice. But yeah. But if it's stuff like certain things like him remembering cars or phones later on, I don't like when people hold it against Richard or Kathy because not saying anyone's doing that, but it's just when you think about it, like, yeah, because her transcript, yeah. When was that? When they went to talk to her at her, yeah, no, it's valid. I'm not saying don't. You know what I'm saying, Charles? You know, but I'm just saying, if they do get things wrong, they meant it's 5 years later. So maybe she does screw up or say something and she probably shouldn't have, but it may look bad. Or even Kelsey may have accidentally said that she talked to Anthony Schatz and then turns out she didn't or whatever, I know people are just trying to talk and be nice. And if they make a mistake, especially, the only thing is weird when it's like 5 years late, like he came and talked to them 2 days after. Then for people, more things like the phone, like, the other side or the people that really want to guilty stuff in the beginning, they're like, he that one phone is missing and so like, no, not exactly. 2 days after this crime, he talked to them, gave him the number, the IMEI number, and probably would have let him measure his wiener and told, like, I'm only being joking and facetious, but he was very forthcoming. He went in there, I believe, the first day, and Holman, whoever he talked to, said, go meet this guy tomorrow. They're going to call you and come meet you at however it worked out. They chose the next day to be at the grocery store or whatever, and doing whatever it is. They dropped the ball. So you can't say anything about the phone being different, because if he was being, what is that when they're, if he's being, like, if it was deceptive, right? If Richard Allen was being deceptive by getting rid of that one phone after going there 2 days after and saying, here's the number and IMEI number, like, really, you can get lots of stuff by having a physical phone, but with that phone number and IMEI number, with all the data, you have pretty much everything. You don't need the physical phone unless you want to do other things. I mean, that's fine. You can get more, but just having the phone and IMEI number. So he comes to them 2 days after and gives them all that info. And then 5 years later, people are like, oh, he doesn't have that phone. It's so suspicious. No. It's not suspicious. It's a major fuck up. Another one of the screw ups by law enforcement. That's why the phone's not there. And if he was so deceptive, would he still have his dumb jacket that he went and killed these girls in? Or the jeans he wore? Or the shoes? Or, it's absurd. They're so, he's gone by 1-3. I'm not saying any of you guys are saying that. I'm just babbling. So let's do this. Thank you for being here. Whoever's still here. 26 people. Oh my gosh. NB? Yeah. I don't know. It's a small town. If you're out here, there at any point, and someone sees you and reports you where were there even earlier, it's going to look bad if you don't come forward. True. So you think you could be getting out in front of it? But I mean, I don't know if you got true. So you think, oh, before somebody says they saw me there, then I should go say I was there? Or a nice guy says he was there, gives them everything forthcomingly. They clear him because we know he's not the guy. He's so short. He's so nice. We got his phone. We got all this shit. We got his car. We don't think it's him. We clear his tip. We look in the database on that car, and we can't, we didn't really need to look for him because he came and talked to us, right? So that's why we didn't go look it up in the database. And they're saying at trial, they're saying they didn't look him up to find, they didn't look for that black car that they've been looking for. That's what they're saying. And then they didn't go to find it, that there's only one in the whole area, which makes no sense. What makes sense is that they didn't need to look for it because they had cleared him, because he came and talked to them. He's the nice guy we see at CVS. There was no reason. They weren't suspicious of him. They probably saw the real person and walked by on other video, and they're not telling us, with trail cams and bullshit. There's so much shenanigans. The whole trail cam story is ridiculous, because picture Ron Logan and Brad Weber. I picture myself, if I were a creeper like that, and I had either of their properties, and especially that bridge area, and probably a lot of people coming onto his property through there, and they've got trail cams all over that fucking place, in my opinion, not just one or whatever. I could picture them both. I could picture Weber having trail cams up on that bridge to see who makes it right across and comes towards his house there. I can just picture it. I'm not saying there is. And there's all that talk of, oh, that one deputy was told to go get the trail cams, and he was going to go get all those trail cams. Yet he was then called to the cemetery and forgot to go get them. What? So then where'd the trail cams go? Did he go to the cemetery and then they disappear? Because if he was going to look for trail cams, he then called away to go to the cemetery because they found the bodies. And then 3 days later, okay, so they got the bodies. We're doing, our investigations. Oh, those trail cams. I was going, let's go get them now. Or, and then, there's no trail cams. Yet there's talk of one fireman being caught on the trail cam at something like 2 a.m., but 6 months ago or something, or because the deer season. Oh my gosh. It is wild. They went after the wrong car. Or they have a clear photo of it. They have a video of it. The guy came and said, and they cleared that guy. That's why they're not looking for it. To think that they spent 5 years looking for that car, and it was parked 1 mile away on this guy's driveway, and they had a great clear picture and video of it. And there's only one black Ford Focus in the whole damn town. To think that they didn't even bother using the DMV database, those motherfuckers, excuse my language, those guys are, when they're looking up their ex-girlfriends or their high school sweethearts, they're using that database for probably so much garbage. So you tell me when they're looking for a double murder suspect and they have photos of the guy's car, they're not searching every black car in the area that looks similar? Subarus, Honda Civics, they got a decent picture if that's it. Or if there's, how many models can meet like that? Ford Focuses. And this is 2017. So let's say they're 2014 to 27, even 2010 for 2017. Black cars, how many black Subarus because they're hatchbacks? How many black Honda Civics? How many black Ford Focuses? And, they would go to their experts and say, hey, What kind of car do you think this is? I would say every car that was suggested by people. I think it's a Ford Focus. I think it's a Honda Civic. I think it's a Subaru. I think it's whatever. Say there's 4 different models of black cars. Then they search for hatchbacks that, just like that. They search them up in the database, and they're going to get it because they're going to search for black Honda Civics 2010. They're going to get numbers. Say they get 30 Hondas, 20 this, 20, and then they round it down. And I mean, oh, here's the guy that says he was there that day, or they find that car and they knock on the door and he's like, "Hey, dude!" Like a week later, he's like, "Yeah, dude, it's my car. I came and talked to you 2 days after, and go look." And they, oh my God, then they find a tip. I don't know, and that tip was entered into the Orion database. So to think it sat there, getting lost in a dusty drawer, and this Kathy Shanks stumbles on it, yet it's number 74 in the Orion database, and the Orion is a high-tech operating system, massive servers, NSA spying on people publicly. It's in that system, and that fucking system doesn't spit that out as, oh my God, you're looking for a guy on a bridge. That fucking computer would be spinning its head. Honest to God. That fucking Orion would be spinning around. That whole computer system would just start spinning like fembots. And Austin Powers, and right before its head popped off and smoke came out of its ears, it would spit out Richard Allen's name, because you're not fooling it by saying it's a white man from White Man Drive, surname White Man. You enter all those keywords in that Orion system: black car, Monon High Bridge, he's wearing a blue coat, he's a white man, he was here he was there. He says he was there between 1:30 and 3:30, exact time we're looking for somebody who says they're on. That Orion system wouldn't have flagged fucking 50% of the words that were in that damn statement and said, "Hey, bing, 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 bing. You're looking for a guy that says he was on the bridge at this time. There's one man here. You entered it into the Orion system. This guy, the system, hey, flag, flag, flag. One man, this white man from White Man Drive, surname White Man, says he was on the bridge at this time. Alert, alert, alert." Fucking alarms would be going off. No? And they want you to believe and it says it's tip number 74 in the Orion. So they typed those words into the Orion system. And this dumb old Orion system, it doesn't matter who it was. That Orion system would have spit that shit out and not let it. Probably would have locked. I'm going to lock these damn servers. Look at this guy. Look at these words. He says, Monon High Bridge. I'm a white man between 1:30 p.m., 3:30 p.m. on this date. It fucking would have went ballistic. And so they want us to believe that 5 years later, this little lady finds a dusty piece of paper in a drawer after it's been logged early on, whenever they logged it as tip 74 in the Orion system. Do you guys know how computers work? Especially a complicated system like that, when they're searching for suspects and criminals and trying to solve crimes. You type that fucking thing in the Orion system, it's going to go nuts, because this guy fits a whole bunch of shit. And they're trying to say we lost it because instead of putting Allen, we put Richard Allen Whiteman instead of just Richard Allen. Like, what does it even matter? Because they didn't know the guy's name anyways. So what would it matter if you put a name in at all? How is it getting so confused on a name that's the wrong name, but the wrong name of a person they don't have the name of at that time? They're not looking for Richard Allen. They're looking for a white man who went on a bridge at this time, wearing a blue coat, even if he said it, right? So the whole coincidence that he literally did live on White Man Drive, and he is a white man, this is just fucking irony to its. And they mixed his name up as Richard Allen Whiteman. It wouldn't matter if they put his name as Elvis Presley. They didn't know the person's name they were looking for. So forget the name. Don't even enter a name. Forget the name, because they didn't have a name of a person. They were looking for a white man. They would have entered that, right? He's a white man. Forget about the White Man Drive and the surname. So they're looking for a white man between the ages of 40 and 60. He would have said that. The computer would be starting to go nuts. Now, a blue coat, Monon High Bridge, 1:30 p.m. on February 13th, when they're looking for somebody from 213, they're looking for somebody that was there, a white man that was on that bridge between around 213, right?
And it takes them 5 years. None of this makes sense. The fact that this was accepted by people and so wild. Oh my God. And then, so I might as well go on a rant here. So the Orion system is completely tricked because Doolin puts the wrong surname in of a man's name they don't even know the surname of. They're not looking for a name. So what does it matter if they put fucking Elvis Costello in there or Jimi Hendrix as a name? They're not looking for a name. So no name would have still done this. It would have flagged, Monon High Bridge, 1:30 p.m. They're looking for somebody who was there at 2:13. That's pretty fucking close. I mean, you telling me the Orion system is dumb? What are they using? Like the Prism system and the Orion system? They're entering fucking like those flock cameras. That shit would have flagged half of those keywords in that statement they entered. Flagged them instantly. So forget that. Sorry for the rant. Also, let's rant a bit more. So we know their last known location is 2:13 p.m. at that side of the bridge, right? So maybe we don't have the video yet. We don't know, but we know from the snap or the pictures or whatever, right? We know that they're there on that bridge. And so the searchers, that's the last, they were dropped off there. They've gone missing from there. They took photos on that bridge. So that's their last known location, right? So what do you do when you go searching for 2 missing teenage girls? You start from the last known location. So what do you got? 50 searchers there? Professional law enforcement men, searchers, firefighters that are on, like they're on call, but since they're sitting around, they help out, obviously, the fire guys and volunteer, and citizens just with their beagle. Imagine just people with their golden retriever beagle. I'm showing up. I'm helping out. There's fucking 40 people there, 50 people there, 60 people there. And it's still daylight. These girls are missing right here. We know that. So you 20 go that side. You 20 go this side. You 20 walk over there and go around under the bridge. In groups, we're doing some area, right? They walk around that area for 22 hours. 100 searchers with, even if it's dark, even if it's the darkest night of the year, pitch black, with those LED flashlights. I have a wicked flashlight from Amazon for $60 and melted a hole in my brother's jacket. I bought one for my brother for Christmas. So goddamn powerful, this LED flashlight with 3 lithium 580, those lithium batteries that look like a huge AA. There's 3 of them. And this goddamn battery, this flashlight is so strong that I bought my whole family one because it was Christmas presents a couple years ago. He took his dog for a walk one day and he brought the flashlight with him in his pocket, and he must have bumped the light to turn on, and his fucking jacket is a windbreaker. His jacket starts smoking and it melted, burnt right through. It's a flashlight, a LED flashlight. It melted and burnt and started smoking through his pocket. So to think that if I just took that one flashlight, nobody else there, and I stood on that bridge and turned it on and its highest, oh my God, the whole area would look like a literal, you would see. And they pictured 10 people, 30 people walking around with those LED flashlights with the lithium batteries are so great now. Even a $20 flashlight from anywhere, Amazon, Walmart, and LED Cree light bulbs in them, walking around that area, the whole area would be lit up. Forget about those spotlights that they said, Ron said it was lit up like a football field. Because they're pulling up there in their cars at the cemetery, and you see it in the movies all the time, and they just erect these their headlights pointing away probably, and all these lights, and they're fucking don't see these 2 girls there for 22 hours. And we're all believing this, eh? Oh boy. So we know they're here, and then we walk around. Oh, it's wild. It's wild. No way they weren't found for 22 hours. And so they get through the day, they don't find them. They go home at 2 a.m., which is ridiculous. They call off the dogs, which is even more ridiculous. They don't have the dogs come back to search the next day, which is ridiculous. They show up in the morning and walk around for 5 more hours in that same area. 100 searchers or 60 searchers or 40 searchers, professional men, women, firefighters.
and they don't find him till 12 noon, laying right there. Oh, how? I can't keep going. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go on. 29 people here. I probably pissed you off, or you're probably sleeping. Thank you for being here. Andrew Baldwin, opening arguments, I guess, or opening statements at the trial. Day one, McLeland just finished his opening statement. Baldwin is on page 6 of his opening statements. We're about to keep reading. He's gone by 1:30. The Orion system's been tricked. Now, we know for a fact, and Doolin walked around for 5 years looking at that poster 10 times a day and just didn't remember he talked to some guy who said he was there on that fucking bridge. And you will learn from the evidence that his car is gone by 2:15 p.m. Okay? Remember, think about the video is at 2:13. His car is gone out of the CPS slot. And if his car is gone, Richard is gone. Yeah, because Betsy Blair, after that time, by 2:15 or whatever, sees that other car there. That other car that's a 1965 Comet, not black, with squared edges. Are we thinking that she sees Richard Allen's car and mistakes it for her dad's 1965 Comet? Is this woman's? Yet we trust her with this, and then so Betsy Blair is so trustworthy. We trust that she saw who we wanted her to see, but then she did. The car she saw was we don't listen to her description of the car because it doesn't fit our description, and she's very descriptive about it, right? She says 65 Comet, and it's squared edges. Like who's, if you look at your dad's car, and he owns a 65 Comet for years, probably it took him to drive, whatever. You're not mistaking that for Richard Allen's car. No way. And then she comes up. Betsy Blair also describes her witness as a poofy-haired young man that looks 10 out of 10 sketch the guy drew. Oh boy, this is getting so wild, eh? It's always been this way. I can't believe it every time. I'm so sorry. So Betsy Blair, she sees that car and there's that one part there, Reagan Park. Then Richard Allen's car must be gone, right? Because it's like a little drive thing where it's only one car could fit there. That's the whole thing, right? Yes, girl. NB, hello. That's going to work, I think, because if a nickname sounds good in the beginning, it's definitely going to stick. NB says, didn't she pick out McCain's car? Yes, she in her statement, the one she comes back to in 2019. It's right there in this All Eyes website, and it's her statement is 2019. She comes back to give this statement, and it's to Tony Liggett on March 7th. Right? She says she said it was not. She said it looked like McCain's car, not Richard Allen's. And then Tony Liggett, 3 weeks later on April 1st, writes, instead of us listening to what Betsy Blair says on March 7th, 2019, for some reason they feel the need to 3 weeks later on April 1st, 2019, Tony Liggett gives a narrative of, do you want to see that? NB, have you seen that? So I know exactly where that is. That's one thing I can find. Simple. Let me know. I'd love to just, take a second. And I can show you where she says that because I'm positive I wrote it down here too. So wild. So goddamn wild. I have the link here too. It's on my desktop. Look at this. It's in that 1,200 pages of non-confidence. Here, I just opened it. 1,200 pages. And it's Tony Liggett's. It's here, the 1,200 pages. The one they just put. It's Tony Liggett's tip narratives. So I might as well just scroll through because I can probably find it because it's in the beginning, right? So awesome. I'll see it because it's orange and blue. It's Tony Liggett's tip narrative. Look at all these redactions. Got to protect these Odin guys. No Odin. Yeah, there's no Odin in the trial because we fucking look at these redactions. So here's the Odin. Here's Holder's bullshit. Here's this dumb painting. There's the date thing down here. Oh boy. I'm trying to get it caught off on a thing, but look down here. See, so he posts it on he posted on this day, a different day, on February 17th of 2018. But that's not the deal here. The deal is he paints it. So this is exactly how Abby's found, with her leg, one, you know, not upside down hanging, but you know what I'm saying? She's posed similar, except obviously his hands can't be there because he's hanging. But right down here, this red writing. If anybody can get a proper way to decipher that better, you'll be able to see that this is 2/13/18, which comes to 33. I swear to you. So forget that he posted it on this day. You got to find if anybody can get a way to use filters or whatever in this photo here. So fuck it. I'm going to keep moving on. I'll show you. I know you're not even asking for it. You probably fell asleep. Oh, and here, look at also, want to know another funny thing? Check this out. I know it's funny, but look at Exhibit 33 is, Exhibit 33 is this motherfucker's Odin painting. But I guess something, there's so many, they're going to have to be. So here's another one. This might even, some of these, they must have updated these because some of these feel a little better. Ooh, how do I get that? My screen, sorry, I'm just going to do this to get this over a bit. There we go. Boom, this will be great. For some reason, my monitor, the aspect ratio doesn't exactly go perfect. Ooh, it's over, it's upside down. Look at it here. Oh, whatever. That actually looks better here. So this date, if anybody can get that date by using filters, it's amazing. Because if that's 2/13/18, despite the fact that he posted it on 2/17/18, he painted it and then posted it a few days later, I believe. Because he painted it on the painting, he writes 2/13/18 and then posts it, you know, 1 year later. Anyway, sorry. So the tip narrative, you watch. So close. I feel it. I know you guys love it. Redactions. Here's the Odin report. It's redacted, but we have the full 13 pages now. So if anybody wants that, I'm so ridiculous. I read this, and then I read the unredacted version. So the first page is redacted. Watch this. There's 13 pages of this. The second page I read. The third is redacted. The fourth, there's going to be, watch, just a couple more. 5, 6, and the rest are redacted. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, right? That's the Odin report thingy. And even more redactions. But we have all 13 pages. I've read them on my website. If you ever want to hear that full 13 pages of my live streams, I read the whole thing, unredacted, right here. 6 days ago. 400 people, 9 hours. 9 hours and 12 minutes and 11 seconds. I read the unredacted Odin report and a bunch of other shit I forget. And so the first part of it, you can probably skip through because I read the redacted one. So there's all that. Of the 13 pages, I read 3 pages and just like sat there whining about how it was redacted, right? And then somebody sent me Melissa Rara, I believe, sent me, I thanked her in the comments. Check this out. Right here. The unredacted one starts at 1:26. I timestamped it, and here she is here. This Marissa Rara sent us this, and we read the whole proper one. So if you come down here and click this, the 1:26, it brings you right to where I started reading. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Where's my damn phone? Look at this. I forgot my book. Norm. Oh, let's see. Cancel. Ooh, T-foul. I didn't see it. I just wasted an hour reading. I got it. I won't say it. She sends me the email. So I can open this. And how funny is this? I will, I'll copy the link and put it in my, thank you. 2 minutes. You're listening to me. And then I'll also click up talk. This is the one. ISP Trooper, Kevin. Thank you so much, Marissa. So this is dedicated to you, Marissa, our Australian friend.
Here's a little ditty called ISP Trooper, Kevin Murphy's 12-page report. Oh, and it looks so much better written. Wow. Where did you find this, girl? Ooh, girl. Do you see that? Oh my God. Marissa. Wow. Thank you so much. Look at this. A power lifter? No. No, but I used to work out a lot. I used to love it. You guys get the hint. So I read, at that point, I read the full 13 pages, the proper 13 pages. It's wild. So I'm not sure why we got on that. But, so that was my live from the other day. So I'll go back. Oh, I didn't want to go that far. Oops. So if you want that, it's right here. The unredacted 13 page, go to the timestamp. All right. So before I get too far off, the 1200 page report is the, which one was it? The non-confidence, the 1200 page. So I was looking for, sorry. Look at you. Yes, use those emojis, please. Kids, use your emojis and your LOLs, please. Thank you. Thank you, Critter. I'm going to keep Critter here laughing at me as I scroll and look through. Look at his unredacted shit. Oh, unredacted. Oh, here's the one of the fake pictures of the purple dress girl. And Brad Holder's posting this. The dead girl's boyfriend's father, who's Odinus, posting this shit days after, or whatever, weeks after. Then here he posts, watch, they'll show his hand tattoo soon too. Here's Boucher, the guy that took all the screenshots of, he took all this dumb screenshots, and Liggett told him to take a hike. And he's like, dude. Oh, or she's laughing at you. Either way. Okay. Laugh at him. Don't laugh at me. See if I care. I'm okay. That's good then. Okay. Don't ever laugh at me. No, I'm kidding. See, that's exactly perfect example, because I jump in and I assume shit, right? So luckily that was, if I assumed that was for me about something else, you're great example. Perfect, Ja. Thank you. I do this. This is what I do. Excuse me. I do this. I think I assume, right. It's ridiculous of me to not read these 20 comments, right? And then I come in and I assume what this means. Boom. You're a good dude. No, it's perfect, because I need these reminders, because I'm not, you guys know. Like, I just did it and I admit it. So this is where we start at the, yes. Boom, whatever it is. But when I came in, I'm assuming for, it's like me coming in. It's like 30 people having a conversation and me coming in and hearing for half an hour, right? Then I come in and I pick one of their last comments and assume I can make sense of what they're saying, and that's how I do this every show. So it's good you point this out, because I need to remember. And I'm on StreamYard, so I'm looking at your comments. I think there's like at least a 6-second delay, which gives me time to kind of delete comments. And if there's like a troll being, you guys won't even see it, right? So the StreamYard, there's like a 6-second delay or 5, So I'm reading these comments, replying and talking instead of typing. And then you guys takes a few seconds. So it's like 10 seconds later, you hear me. And so there's that. That's my miscommunication is perfect. Is chaos? Yes. But also I'm on a 10-second delay, basically. You guys are 10 seconds behind me, because StreamYard allows me this to keep track of things. And then I don't read, because I'm reading this, right? I don't read your, so I don't even know any idea what's going on. And I jump in and I assume shit. So it's a perfect reminder for me to not do that. You guys are amazing. Thank you for putting up with me. I'm going to go back to I'm going to go back to my original distraction. And I'm just got to find it now. So there's the tree. So here's the rune that the Holder's posting this. This is exactly like a rune that's found on his, he's posting this shit. After, just a couple days after, a month after, he posts this. Look at, he posts this on, what days? Like 2 months after his son's girlfriend is found dead. He's posting this shit. Your real friends help never speak. They help you find. They what is it again? Your real ones don't judge you or ask a bunch of questions. This is Brad Holder, the dead girl's boyfriend's father, with the same rune tattoo on his hand. He's posting this shit. They help you move the body and never speak of it again. And he's upset, right? This is 2 months after the girls are found. He's posting that on his social media. And this is gym thing, and this is all this, Anyways, I won't get distracted. Ooh, ooh. Here's, look at this baggy-eyed guy, eh? Looks exactly like Teresa Liebert's sketch of the, what's his face? He looks exactly like Teresa Liebert's sketch from the mailbox guy that she seen that day around 2:13 at the mailboxes coming from the other side. Unclassified FBI stuff that Fishy and V say you can never get. Oh, this guy's... I think they added some stuff. Are they updating this? I should come back because I feel like I'm seeing more than I did before. Oh, but this is horrible because this is Teresa Liebert's sketch. And she said the guy didn't have a hat on, but for some reason they put a hat on him. But if you see this photo, for whatever reason, it's blurred. He's got gigantic bags under his eyes. When you see this in real time, like on, I don't know, why they washing these out, but he's got the biggest bags under his eyes. And I would think it would be more reminiscent of Elvis Fields, but at this age, you could possibly think of Holder's younger son, which I'm not alleging anything. This is her sketch from 4/12. What? So she sees him on 4/12 the day before? That's weird. Why am I seeing that? Oh, that's weird. Is that right? Hey, Four Pits, what's up? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Hey, bro. Morning. I was looking for something, and I'm going to go find it. Thank you for being here. Good morning, Four Pits. Hey, does anybody know what's up with that? Shouldn't it be 4? Like, did they... What if they see this guy at 4/12? It's not like he's going to stay there for a whole day at the mailbox. If this is who they see at 4/12, that would be on the Sunday, not the Monday, because 13 was the Monday, and right, they were found on the 14th. So 13 was a Monday, 12 is a Sunday. So why would they? That's the first time I've seen that. Maybe I should know this, or maybe it's, I don't know. But 4/12. Still, it looks a lot like this guy. But these photos are horrible. And these redactions are amazing. Because these redactions of all these guys, these men who are not suspects and not allowed at trial, and Odin's not, and this is all in their discovery. Look at this. There's a shadow of one of them, and this, looks like Sasquatch. But all these photos, forget it. They're shitty copies. These are all the screenshots Boucher took because he was alarmed about Brad Holder's posts. Coming up, the narrative by Graham. This is new. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, did I do that? Oops. I hope to God I did. Oh, fuck. I kind of... Oh, it looks like... Oh, good. I think All Eyes redacted it. Thank you. Or Fox 59 finally went through and maybe redacted. Oh, because this is the Fox 59 site. I forgot. This isn't the All Eyes site. This is Fox 59. So if you guys want this link to find this, does anybody want this? Let me know. This is the 1,200 pages. And I think they finally went through and fixed that redaction. Maybe Julian M. I won't even say nothing. Here's Patrick Westphal cutting runes. And then Holder's posting it. And I'm sure if he found out, he'd probably be pissed that Holder's posted shit of him. I'm looking for I'm going to find it. Here it is here. That's it. This is it. I found it. Tony Liggett's narrative of, Betsy Blair. Tony Liggett's narrative of Betsy. Betsy came in. So on 2/13/2017, Betsy Blair sees a guy, right? Or it's a car. It's a car. This is about the car. Yeah, McCain's car. Yes. So this is Tony Liggett's narrative, right? So it's weird that she comes in on 3/7/2019 at 11:30 a.m. She comes in
2 years later, basically, and gives she gives a report, right? She reports, I don't know, she must have did this, I don't know. She came back and insisted. But what we're reading here is Liggett's narrative. For whatever reason, on 4/1/2019, basically 3 weeks after, so this is March 7th, so on April 1st, 2019, for some reason, we need to get a narrative from him when she was in there to talk to them 3 weeks earlier. Like, why aren't we reading what she says? Right? This is so, everything in this is always their narrative. It's through their lips. Walla doesn't have anything. It's through her lips. Everyone gets to run shit through their lips. Oberg gets to look at that bullet, let the hamster in her brain run around with it a couple of minutes, spit it out her mouth and say, I believe in my subjective opinion, my professional trained subjective opinion, that this gun, it's Richard Allen's gun. I'm positive. Yet I can't rule out all these other guys' guns, but I'm positive it's his gun. So here, I'm just going to read this. And also there's some of it's redacted too, because look at, it starts ending a sentence. So for whatever reason, they're redacting her, and the whole reason is they may have mentioned Abby or Libby's name, and they get to redact the whole page, right? Instead of just going through and fixing the redaction, right? So we get the second part of his redaction, of his narrative. The first part's redacted. 3 weeks later, he says this. Betsy said this. We're not hearing what Betsy said. We're hearing what Tony Liggett said. Betsy said 3 weeks later. His narrative, the narrative date, this fairy tale date, the fairy tale numbers here. The fairy tale occurred this day, 3 weeks earlier, but for whatever reason, we need a narrative. So here's the narrative. Betsy said that she had been shown the video from the Hoosier Hardware store by someone from ISP. She said that it was hard to see the vehicles on the video. She thought it might help her. We're going to zoom this in a bit. Sorry. Ooh, how much can I go? Ooh, is that good? No, that's too far. One too far. One. Yeah, that's perfect. So where was I? She thought it might help her looking at the still pictures that could be zoomed in on. Betsy looked at the pictures and picked the vehicle that we have identified belonging to David McCain. So Betsy looks at that and says, oh my God. The vehicle I think that one is David McCain's. She was there that day. Betsy said that was the closest similar in style with the angles she was remembering. I asked Betsy what a lap was to her. Betsy said that she would start at the trailhead, walk to the main trail hub, walk to Monon High Bridge, back to and down Nisha's Trail. Is that the 501? So she's and hub, and then to Freedom Bridge to trailhead. I asked Betsy about where she saw the 3 or 4 girls that didn't see her, Voorhees, Wilbur, etc. Betsy said that she saw them near the old railroad overpass over the old SR-25. They were walking towards Delphi. So for whatever, this is the one this is the one Holman said was Mike Patty. This one. Holman sat beside Mike Patty on the stage. We saw the video. This is the sketch he's talking about. This is the hoodie guy, or whatever you want to call it. Hoodie guy sketch, whatever they were naming this. Everything we know about. This is from WTHR. Police released this is the first sketch they released. And then Betsy Blair's poofy haired sketch, she says it's a 10 out of 10 of a guy that looks nothing like this. And Betsy Blair, they don't release that for 2 years. So this is the second sketch drawn that they released first. Of that Holman said it was Mike Patty. And they released it on when? July 7th. So February, March, April, May, June. So 6 months. What the fuck? So March, April, May, June, July. 5 months basically to the day. 5 months and 3 days after the girls' bodies were found. They released this. 5 months and 3 days. Yet, a couple days after, they get Betsy Blair saying her sketch, which is probably going to show up here. Or if I missed it, I don't know. I'm not even sure what I'm doing. You guys, I should go back to finish what I was really doing. Here's Kathy Allen's. Yeah, fuck it. So you know what I'm talking about, right? I'll end this now. If you want this, this is on Fox 59. I could drop the link. This is the 1,200 pages, non-confidential, which is probably on All I Site. So I'll stop babbling. But this gets released 5 months after, right? But Betsy Blair came, and it was a couple days after, whatever, gave them the poofy-haired guy sketch that she says she saw. It looks nothing like this guy. So Betsy Blair sees poofy-haired guy and says that the sketch artist drew it a 10 out of 10. The one she saw was the 10 out of 10 exact match of the guy she saw. They say that Betsy Blair sees bridge guy, and it's this guy or the guy in the blue coat we see on video. Then so Betsy Blair's poofy-haired guy walks in, and then it's this guy, the same guy, and it's the guy in the blue coat on the bridge. And then he does all this stuff and goes down, does the stuff, gets scared by the van, does whatever. An hour later, he's so afraid. He walks up to the cemetery, out to the road and down, and Sarah Karboff sees a guy in a tan coat. Because the blue coat guy goes and does this, a tan coat that's muddy and looks like he'd been in a fight. And Liggett turns it to, ooh, you still here, girl? Hey. Jerry Holman didn't say that schedule was Mike Patty. He said there was a sketch that was, no. See, then I saw something different then. Because you know what? Where's InBee? My new InBee. This one. I'm almost positive when I saw Jerry say that, it wasn't that video. I could be wrong, and maybe but I'm going to look. So I'll go with that. So, okay, so I'll change my thoughts to this. Jerry Holman didn't say that sketch, right, was Mike Patty. He said there was a sketch that was, no. Nope. Okay, I'll accept that. I'm not arguing with you. You're awesome. I totally believe you. I probably have it wrong. But from my recollection, it was a different video where he's sitting beside Mike Patty, and he says somebody thought it was Mike Patty and drew it. Oh, okay. I agree with Fishy about him saying one of the sketches. Yes. So he says one of the sketches was Mike Patty, but so it wasn't. So I'm totally fine if I'm wrong, because maybe it's something I want. It's been so long, whatever. Okay. So I was mistaken if that's the case. And I always thought he sits there in a different video on stage, not that one, because my recollection is he's right beside him saying it. And they're off to the right. And it might not even be Ashley Banfield. It was possibly Susan Hendricks, but not this latest time at 2025, right? Like a long time ago. It was 29. So Fishy, what crime con was the one you showed? How's that? If that's 2019, I'll take back everything I said. If that's 2019 crime con, I must be mistaken for sure. Do you remember, Fishy? Thank you. You guys are awesome. Just know I'm an idiot. This is my interpretation of what. Can I look to see, do you know if it's 2019 Crime Con? There's probably signs all over and I didn't even look. I'm positive. I really feel. So I'm going to look into this, and I don't want to speak out of tune. But just you saying that, when you said it earlier, I remember seeing it on Crime Night Joe's channel a long time ago. And I don't recall it being that one. I recall it being a different. So, Fishy, can we find out the video of yours, Jerry, saying that? If that's 2019, then I'm obviously, I'm easily be wrong, because I still have you up. Look at this. Which one was it? A live or a video? Where do I find that? Ooh. Which one was it? Who's this hot chick here? Oh, man. Nick Delphi. Ooh, did I pass it already? Jerry Holman. It's probably a long time ago, yeah? Which one was it? Look at these videos. Oh, we should just watch Fishy's videos. Have fun. Oh, it's the first Crime Con they went to. So it could be, if it's 20, because I know the one I saw, I'm positive, was 2019. I'm sticking with it. I could be wrong. Who's that girl? Who is she? Huh? Talk to me, girl. Where is it? Was it way down here, or am I going too far? Ooh, look at these. We should be watching your videos. And you said I can come here and watch your videos anytime, right?
So if I'm having fun, I can just come play these and bored and shit. Look at you. All this shit. I'm always looking for this stuff. Fishy, can I come here and play these all the time? I have permission, right? And then I'll send my massive amounts of subscribers to here to subscribe, because you obviously need the help. You only have like 1,500 people, and I have like 217. I forget what. I'm always looking for these. So if I passed it, are you that far behind me? Is my mic working? So I'm on stage. Okay, so I've been talking. Good. I probably should wait a second or two because I'm a bit behind. I know I'm ahead. Like you guys are, StreamYard is ahead. So in any interview with the Patties, I noticed something about their behavior. And it seems way off to me. There was literally zero emotional true coming from either of them despite yes. You think I'd almost be, yes. Not that Becky seems cold, but you'd think she'd be like, she's a grandmother, but she was also they had not full care, but some kind of whatever it was. So they're basically in the mother-dad role, right? Yes. And I'm waiting for Fishy to give me that okay, because I just know it. Girl, I'm going to come here often and just steal your videos. I'm going to download them and put them on my site and rename them like as a creator. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh, I'll find it again. It's like way far down, so that's why it's crappy. Like, oh my gosh. So I'm at the very bottom. Here we go. What was it called again? Do we know the name? And I'll just I should probably look at the names, right? Coronavirus face mask. Ooh, you're making homemade. So you one of those that's making face masks with furnace filters? Oh, I'm kidding. It's a good idea. Delphi. So I should be reading. Girl, I'm going to screenshot that. You watch whatever you want, boyfriend. But some of them aren't very. Shush. I mean, look at you. How long? It's 4 years ago. I wasn't even watching Delphi. So if you made a shitty video 2 years before half of us started watching this, that's amazing. So stop it. Yeah. We did dumb stuff. I mean, look at these 4 years ago. So what is it I'm looking for again? The Crime Con, right? Have I passed it? Oh, I should. I'm going to pay attention. So this is a source of both sketches, right? Was it source of both 14? Sounds right. Libby's phone. Yeah. Source of both sketches. I'm going with it. Source of both sketches. Look at this. Is that you there, Fishy? Are you sextorting those guys? You wouldn't do that. Who would even talk to you about that kind of shit? That's crazy. Sextortionists. Or Alex, I think I don't want to start. A lot of that weird stuff going on.
As a witness on the second sketch. Oh. The first one was based mainly, I've said this probably 58 times.
Oh, this is gray pubes. I thought it was shorter than this. Oh, Fishy, I can't go to my history. I can't. Because I just can't. You're going to have to trust me. Was it a video? Oh, this is the home page. I'll see what it suggests. Maybe it's going to suggest the one that I already watched. Ooh, suggests me to watch this. Delphi Bridge Guy. It's got to say Crime Con. I cannot. I'll go on a different page. I'll do it on a different page because I cannot have my history come up. Just trust me, girl. You guys don't want to see my history. I was exercising earlier, I think. Okay, I'm on a different page. I'm going to go check. Open link in a different page. I'm going to read chat. I'm silly. Sketchy catches. Sketchy. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to look at my history on a different page. You can't see this. I'm checking. You can't see it. Shibby's history. Oh my God. If you guys. Oh, you cannot see this. Okay. You cannot. I found it. Sketches where they came from. Sketches, and it shows the I know what it looks like. Watch. Sketches
where they came from. I'll find it because I see the thumbnail. It's going to jump. It's white. It's going to jump right out at me because I see the thumbnail. Ooh. So this is lives. So it's a video. I'm an idiot. Take 2. Sketches, where they came from. Big white thumbnail with the 2 sketches right on it. Big white thumbnail, 2 sketches on it. Right. No. No. Nope. Sketches, where they came from. Oop. Wait, no, that's not it. Because it's sketches where they came from. Not sketches where they came from. There. Sketch. This is it.
I am curious about the sketch on the screen, Sergeant, because the grainy picture doesn't show the face, but there were witnesses, if I'm not mistaken, who were able to lend information that got you to the sketch. Can you tell me a little bit about the witnesses? Where did they come from? What did they see?
I don't want to go into great detail, but they were near or on the trail. We have several sketches, but we've identified some of the people that they sketched. One of them was Mike. I know that, but after there's plenty of people out there, numerous people out there afterwards helping with the search, and we got a lot of sketches of those people as well, including Mike. I think maybe not, but this sketch is several months. It didn't just happen in one day. Again, it takes a lot of time. I'm not a sketch artist, but the FBI actually, an agent from the FBI did this sketch. And, I think when somebody sketches, it takes like 10 minutes. It takes several weeks. But to get the information, to find the people that we believe saw that person that day near the time of the murders, that takes months. So we had to locate these people.
Okay, how about this? We should find, because this stage, if we find, I'll search it up later and I'll tell you by tomorrow night. If this is 2019, then this is the one I'm thinking of. But if this isn't 2019, then boom, can't be, cannot be. I'll go back to reading. You guys are cool. I'm fired. What? What link? What link? To call in? I don't know if I want you calling in. Or the link of the video. That I'll do for you. Is that what you want? The link of the video? Or the link to call it? Because it's way too late to do call-ins, guys. 6:20. Oh my gosh. What am I even doing? Why me? For the video. Here. There it is. Shut up. All right. So I'll read like a cue ball. Right here. Where is it? You're right. Just, yes. I agree. Just stick to reading cue ball. LOL. Cue ball is my pet name from Charles. Charles has named me Cue ball, and he is my hillbilly frog and throat man. Yes. Hillbilly with a frog in his throat. All right. So that was wild, right? So I won't get off on it again. I'll shut her down because she's annoying me. Distractions, hot babes all over the place. I was right here reading Baldwin's thing, and I'll finish this up. How's that? There's a few more pages. I'll finish this up. Yeah, you got hair. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of two things of Charles. He's got bangs, and my bangs are getting short. You know, my bangs, I have good bangs, not on my head. My good bangs are elsewhere. All right. And two, that would be a good way to say it was, yeah, we'll find out. Just Google when did Ashley Banfield, right. Good call. Good call. Yeah. Cause what if she was only there 1 year? Great. Good call. So what was I going to say? I'm jealous of Charles because of A, he's got bangs, and B, his girlfriends stab him. They want to stab him. So there's the passion. The passion is there. I've never had a woman try to stab me or even literally stab me. Ashley Banfield, Crime Con, right? What year? What year was Ashley Banfield at CrimeCon? That video can't be from 2024, is it? Ashley Banfield was, so we're not seeing it then, if this is the case, right? Or there's more. She was at 2024 Nashville and 2025 Denver. Sounds like, because I know the one I saw was 2019, and I didn't remember it being Ashley Banfield. So this is good. Ooh, what I should just do? I'll just do CrimeCon 2019, right? See what it looks like, because the stage, you can usually tell what the stage looks like, right? CrimeCon 2019 stage. Yep, this looks more like it already. It's blue. Yes, yes, yes. This is fucking it for sure. This is how I remember it. So let's do this. CrimeCon. I put Jerry Holm. Jerry Holman, Mike Patty, CrimeCon 2019. Shibuya. Motherfuckers, I'll show you. And look at Hendrix was probably the one there. The stage was blue. Then you know what? See, they must have scrubbed it, right? So I'm going to send an email to, because I know where I can get the video. They probably scrubbed it from the internet. Ooh, what am I looking at? Images? I should look at videos, right? You know what? You guys are probably laughing at me thinking I should. Lifted with Delphi's lead into forget. Gag orders lifted. 2019. No, it was 2018. CrimeCon. No. Because that's Becky Patty and William share. They're Becky Patty's what you know. Because it's 2019. I'm positive. I've seen it so many times. And they must have scrubbed it. Right? So I'm going to go find this video. Probably on YouTube. It's got to be out there still. Jerry Holman literally says, he's not saying one of the sketches. He's saying this one is of Mike Patty. He literally says it. Omitted research. These fuckers. It's 2019 CrimeCon. It looked exactly like that other stage. It was blue. So if Ashley Banfield wasn't at 2019, right? You're not a pain in the ass. You've been good. It's so weird. The last few shows, you've been the sensible one out of people, amongst others. Not that these guys, not you guys are being but it's just unlike you. So, I don't know. Are you up to something? No, I'm just kidding. You've been the more sensible one out of many people, which has surprised me. Because I've seen you in your unsensible stages. So there's this. Yes. Whoa, fuck off. See, Google, you got to stop this. Google, you got to stop that shit. Because when I'm typing in Google, I got all these shit popping up, and I dox myself with all my other accounts and email addresses that I don't want people to see. All right? It's happened almost every time I go on here, and it's Google. So Google, if you scrub and listen to this shit, stop doxing people, because when I go here and search, and it's like a big thing pops up and it has all my other accounts that I don't want shown, and it happens at least. Not that it's a big deal, but I mean, how can I stay super secret and spy on you guys? Because if people see that, then I can't keep it in my mind. Most won't see it, but if that's the account I use to see if people have me blocked, right? So if people know it, in my mind, I'll assume that it might be able to be blocked too. So the whole reason I'm doing that is, you guys know what I'm saying. So I'm on another screen. One second. Sorry. Big work. Shut this down. That's my history. Don't want that. I'm a horrible, horrible person. I watch things that I probably shouldn't watch. I'm horrible. If my history came up, you would know I don't exercise that much. I like it. Or I don't do the hot yoga as much as I watch. Or I don't stretch in bed. I don't do yoga stretches in bed as much as I may think if you saw my history. So everything's good.
Google's going to stop doxing people. I don't. So I was here. Back on track. Back on track. This was Nick McLeland. Yes, this is okay. Let's do this. All right. You guys ready to start the show? It's 7 hours and 10 minutes in. Ready to start? Fishy's given yes. That's the go. Good to go. You approve. Thumbs up. You agree. You know that same feeling. That's everything right there. Well, I feel insulted. For what? I just don't want you to see my history because I want that to myself. Here we go. Let's read. I'm sorry. Although my coffee is perfect, I need a drink. 1 sec. So I'm going to finish this and then so we can start the testimonies next show. So I'm not going to stop or get distracted ever again. You watch. Ever. My whole life. Betsy Blair. Oh my God. Did you guys see Betsy Blair? Oh, I'm just kidding. Oh, look at that. Went to the wrong one. So he's gone. Andrew Baldwin. Opening arguments. The trial. Day 1. Take 37. He's gone by 1:30. Now we know for a fact, and you will learn this from the evidence, that his car is gone by 2:15. Okay? PM, okay? Remember, think about the videos at 2:13. If his car is out of the CPS lot by 2:13, right. Richard is gone. So if his car is out of there by 2:15, he can't be that guy. He can't be. Right? Right. Because he would, to get back to that car from the bridge, what we said, 15 minutes at least. So he would have to have been gone, but even better, the 1:30 time, and he kind of took his time, right? 1 sec. Oh boy. Thank God that was muted. Oh, I hocked up a loogie there. His car is gone out of the CPS lot. And if his car is gone, Richard is gone. How do we know that? What is the evidence going to be about that? Betsy Blair. You've heard her name a second ago. She's going to be an incredibly important witness for you all. Betsy Blair. You're going to like her. Betsy Blair is going to testify that when she drove by the CPS lot at 2:15 p.m., and we know that she drove by the CPS lot right around that time because there's a camera that shows her between the Mears lot. I'm sorry. This is the CPS lot and the Mears lot, right? Right in between, there's a camera off the Hoosier Hardware store. That's going to be another important thing that you guys are going to be hearing about. The Hoosier Hardware store will help give us some tent poles of when things happen. And so we know from Betsy Blair, you're going to find this out. When Betsy Blair traveled past that camera, that 30 seconds or so later, she's going to be at the CPS lot. And then when she testifies, you'll hear her tell you what she saw, what vehicle she saw at the CPS lot at 2:15. Again, remember that their theory is of happening at 2:15. Richard Allen has abducted the girls already, so his car should be there here. Well, was his car there? Here's what Betsy Blair will testify to. My dad used to, when I was a kid, had a Comet. She thought it was a Ford Comet, but it was a Mercury Comet in the 60s. Either way, that's a distinction. If it was in their favor, they would easily look over because she knows her dad's a Ford guy. Mercury's an offshoot of Ford. A Comet, she knows her dad's a Ford guy who had a Comet. He probably never would say Mercury. He's probably got Ford signs all over, and it's a Comet from the 60s. If it was them saying this, they wouldn't even care. But this one, they're going, oh, Ooh, she said Ford Comet, but only Mercury. Whatever. It's dumb. The whole thing here is her dad had this, picture her for years and years and seeing this car and probably going in this car on special, weekend drives, and it's in his shed. He's probably got a big shed with Ford signs all over. I picture a guy like my dad or just like him. They have that car, and you go in their little shop or their garage, and you see he's probably got the Ford signs and pictures of him at it. You guys know, she's not mistaking any car her dad had as a 60s car. Forget the name, for Richard Allen's car. She's not, but she does see a 60s car. So forget this mild indiscretion. Ford makes Mercuries, and she said Comet. That's good. It's one of those old-timey cars, you see them out on the road sometimes, and you're like, whoa. Ooh, that would have been a good one to pull up that sketch of her. I told you I'm not getting the script. Whoa, look at that car. I kind of have to now, right? Oh boy. I said I wasn't going to. I guess I lied. Because that is amazing. It's in here for 1,000,000%. So I'm gonna go to 145, 150. Whatever. You watch. So I'm going to go past because we were here and I didn't see it. We were at Kathy Allen's. So as a better person would move on. I'm not a better person. I'm horrible. I'm a horrible, horrible person. And if I find what I'm looking for, you guys will love me. Most of you have seen it. But you got to see her description of the car she sees if you haven't. It's on yellow paper too, so it should stand right out. Like, oh, we found it. Can I turn this sideways? No. This is her description of the car she sees. Betsy Blair. On April 2nd, 19. So this is weird because this, what? I'm glad I did this because remember Tony's narrative, right? His narrative says that she came in on 4/7/19. Oh, sorry, 3/7. She came in on March 7th, 19. 3 weeks later, on April 1st, we're getting a narrative of what she said from Liggett. Yet the next day, she must be back there on 4/2/19 to do this sketch. Isn't that wild? Those are good numbers, right? So I'm glad I did that because I've seen every time I see this, it drives me bonkers. Because we know from that narrative, she's there on 3/7/19 to give her whatever she does about the day of this happening on February 13th, 2017. So on March 7th, 19, she's there. 3 weeks later, for some reason, we don't have her, what she said then. We need Liggett on April 1st, 4/1/19, the day before this, to give us a narrative of what Betsy Blair said. Like, why are you even giving us a narrative the day before this? She's coming, you're talking to her again the next day. Fuck, if you lost, you don't need a narrative. She's here. She's talking to you guys. Why is Liggett giving us narratives? Right? That's wild. Unless they're trying to sneak something in or, play with her words. Why do we need, she's 3/7/19, April 4/1/19. Yesterday, Liggett gives a narrative of what she said 3 weeks ago. The next day, she's in there to give this sketch. And here's the sketch she draws of Richard Allen's car, or the car she sees that they say where Richard Allen's car is. She sees this car. It's a fucking. That's not a Ford Focus. No way you'd mistaken that, because this car also probably has chrome bumpers and mag rails, and I can picture it. For whatever reason, they only did this much. Like, what the fuck? You can't draw a trunk and doors on this because you know how ridiculous you guys will sound. And this is her drawing it herself, or the sketch artist drawing for her. So wild, eh? I still don't even know why she said you were the only one here. Great car sketch. Yeah. This has to be her. Right. Great point. Yeah, this can't be the sketch artist, right? Because if you said to a sketch artist, I think I saw a 1965 comic of my dad's, and that sketch artist produced this, he'd fire him. So this has got to be her, right? It has to be her. And then maybe they're writing this vehicle at CPS, or maybe she's writing it. Whatever. It's on this day, right? Here's the front of it. Oh my God. So this is the trunk here. Oh, I had it so wrong. Here's the front. So she's writing front. There's a 4-door. Oh my God. You see Richard Allen's Ford Focus here? So this is the car she sees where they say Richard Allen's car is at the time Richard Allen's off murdering the girls. Look at this, page 215. Didn't they say it was 215 the car was there at? What are all these coincidences happening? There's no way they could do this, because they're saying 2:15 p.m. Isn't that awesome? I know it's nothing, but 2:15 p.m. It's on page 215. These little things, like, I don't know if people are fucking with us or these are coincidences. So 2:15, page 215, the car she saw at 2:15 p.m. is nothing like, oh my God. I'm gonna, yeah, it's a Comet. Definitely not a Ford Focus for sure. This, I wish I could turn it sideways. I used to be able to turn it sideways, but for some reason I can't. Oh, you know why? Because I'm looking at the website. Who cares? It doesn't even matter anymore. This is what she says she saw at 2:15, and she's a witness they're using, right? Except they're not using this. Like, if somebody comes as a witness, they're a witness. You got to take everything they say. You don't just take the stuff that aligns with your part of the story and fucking kibosh everything. How is that? Boxcar. Oh, whatever it is, yeah. Because when you see a car like this, and she says you're seeing chrome bumpers, right? That's why they're probably only allowing her to draw this much. Because if she drew the rest of it, you'd probably see those Krager wheels, like there'd be 4 doors. If she can do this, it's hard to draw a car, but she would be able to put a fucking 4 doors, round headlights. She would probably be drawing a whole bunch of shit. Or tell her to draw from the front, was it whatever it is, if this is it, it's a trunk. It's going to go down here. It's going to have a wheelbase that's probably 2 feet longer than a Ford Focus. Oh, so fucking infuriating. I'm so glad I showed you that. Now, back to, and the whole 215 is just icing on the cake. Icing, page 215, at 215, she sees the car. Brad Holder's Odin painting is on page 33. These motherfuckers are fucking with us. And away Fishy goes. Let's do it, Fishy girl. Again, remember what their theory is happening at 2:15. Richard Allen has abducted the girls, so his car should be here. Well, was his car there? Here's what Betsy Blair will testify to. My dad used to, when I was a kid, had a Comet. She thought it was a Ford Comet, but it was a Mercury Comet, whoop-de-doo, in the 60s. It's one of these old-timey cars, you see them out there, right? On the road sometimes, and you're like, whoa, like that car, and it's very angular, got real crisp angles, like this is her, no, or maybe, I don't know, probably Baldwin throwing shit in. And she looked at it, and now the one thing I kind of need to, do you remember that it was drawn on this day? Do you guys think we should take anything from this? That Betsy Blair came in on 3/7/19 to give her statement. 4/1/19, the day before this, Liggett is writing up a damn narrative of what he remembers Betsy Blair saying. So he can spin shit, I guess, right? And then he probably left this stuff out of, and then if she came in this day, the day after, she's in there to draw this. 4/2, after this, one day after 4/1. So why is he writing a narrative the day before? He's like, oh fuck, I better write that's it. Look at this, guys. They're so transparent. That motherfucker's like, oh, I better get a fucking dumb narrative down before this woman comes in again tomorrow. Because if she comes in here, I can't spin that narrative the way I did. So one day earlier, he's like, fuck, I better write this down, what I remember of her 3 weeks ago, because if I wait till tomorrow, I won't be able to say probably half the shit he says in that in the first page. Remember his narrative, the first page, at least the first one page is redacted. So we need the rest of Tony Liggett's narrative. Boom. You guys are, look at that. Boom. Where was that again? I shut it down. You know, I'm not even going to look for it. I'm not. It was on the 1,200 pages. It's in this. It's in this very document. Ooh, and I wrote the page down. Oh my God. You guys want, I'm not going to go look for it. Oh, I'm an idiot. I definitely wrote the page down. Liggett. Volume. Oh my God, I've written a lot of stuff down. I'm not. Here we go. Here we go. Liggett Stepo? No, I'm not going to go look. Unless I see. No. Liggett Stepo. Liebert's affidavit is 232. Holman. DIC is 238. Jerry Holman. Liggett Stepo. Don't. Kathy Allen interview. Teresa Liebert affidavit. I have it all written down except that, and I'm not gonna do it. All right, another day. So there has to be a reason for that. That would, and all to me, it feels nefarious because last time I say it, 3/7/19, 3 weeks earlier, she's in there to give her statement. For whatever reason, we don't have that yet. 3 weeks later, Liggett has to give us a narrative on 4/1/19 of what she said 3 weeks earlier. Yet, what the fuck? First of all, why do we need his narrative one day before this? Because we should have her stuff 3 weeks. She said it 3 weeks beforehand. Yet, again, the day before this, what do we need a narrative? Because the next day she's coming in to draw this. Hey, if we lost, let's just ask her again. Like, why? Makes no sense. She's here again the next day. 4/2. So that's fucking crazy. That's nefarious. That's nefarious. And until somebody can explain to me with reason, I'm going with it. Here we go. So Richard Allen was gone by that time. That's why Betsy Blair did not see Richard Allen's car. She saw her Mercury, something that looked like a Mercury, and she will testify to that. They should say something that looked like a 1965 Comet. And they probably did, and these state actors changed it to Mercury to make it sound silly. So I can't see Baldwin saying this because he wouldn't emphasize the mistakes. Why are they emphasizing the mistake she made? He wouldn't say this. Okay, I don't believe it. I think this is what I'm going to interpret what I think Baldwin says. And I don't care if you think it's wrong. I don't think he would say Mercury twice, too. Not even once, yet twice. Because this is the mistake she made, is the Mercury part. He would say all this. That's why Betsy Blair did not see Richard Allen's car. She saw her dad's Comet. Something that looked like a comet. Or even a 1965 Comet. Why is he emphasizing? This doesn't make sense. She saw her. This doesn't make sense. They fucked with this, I bet. In my opinion, it's possible. Because what makes sense to me is Baldwin saying, like, he's emphasizing twice the mistake she made and leaving out what the part that would hit. Because he would say, in my opinion, that's why Betsy Blair did not see Richard Allen's car. She saw her dad's Comet. 1965 Comet. She saw something that looked like a 1965 Comet, is what he would say, in my personal opinion. They're fucking with us. Or maybe not, and I have it wrong. But so that's something that just doesn't sound right. And she will testify to that. And you will hear Steve Moonman Mullins when he's asked about that. If he's consistent, he will say, I don't know how to account for that. There's reasonable doubt on this case. Well, what does the evidence show about what happened to the girls? What evidence is there that we can have to understand what happened with the girls? What will you be seeing in this case? Well, I think you're going to hear from even today, Becky Patty, who's the grandma, and she and Derek German, the dad, they all live together. You're going to find out kind of what they were doing earlier in the day on Saturday. I'm sorry, on Monday the 14th. My mistake. Okay, they might even tell you that what they were doing on. They might even tell you what they were doing on the Saturday and Sunday, but they're definitely going to tell you what they were doing on Monday the 13th. They had breakfast, you know. They talked a little bit. And then at some point in time, Kelsey German, who's now Kelsey Siebert, will drive Abby and Libby to the trail. And I think she's going to testify today. And we know because of the Hoosier Hardware Store camera that Kelsey dropped them off at the Mears lot here, then drove past the camera, and that's about at 1:49 p.m. roughly. One sec. Ooh, are you asking or do you say, oh, agrees, Shibby? And an old vehicle like that should be easy to find. And you know what's another thing is, ooh, good thing you said that, because Charles will probably know. What kind of car does Mike Patty have? Mike Patty has a car that could easily be mistaken for that car. I've seen him with photos of like a 65. His is like a Dodge Charger or something, but it's like the old Duke's car, I believe, and it's similarly shaped. So it's just a thought. So you said Blair, right? Doesn't have the best eyes, and I think wears glasses. But that's what glasses do, though. They make your bad eyes better. Right. You know how glasses work, right, bro? The only way that would make sense is if she didn't have her glasses on. There's no way. Even a dope like me is walking around. I have glasses. I've never got prescription. Just recently when I turned 50, I've needed glasses, and I've just ordered a bunch of crap on cheap ones on Amazon, the readers. In the last few years, I'm getting good at it now. I know what's good. And I would use, if I were to drive, I just need a 1.0. If I'm sitting here, I have a 3.0 bifocal, which is a 1.0 up top. So I can look at my phone with a 3.0, it helps. But the bifocal, when I look up at my TV, which is really far away, the 1.0 is just perfect. You know? And I would, you know, if even a dummy like me were going, I would know, I would have glasses where I would, you know, I would wear the ones that I need for, and if I'm going for a walk like that, I would just use the 1.0 ones, and I could see far, you know, it's really good, not, you know, everywhere, except if I would try to read my phone. So I could even wear these 3.0s, and I would just, they're bifocals, like they're 3.0 low, and the higher up you go, the stronger, the less the glasses are. So if she's got bad eyes, I'm sure she's wearing glasses, right? I'm just assuming. I guess. Someone who doesn't know. The older vehicles had way more. Oh, for sure. For sure. Just the fact that there's a trunk. Because we're comparing it. So even if, because my dad had the last car I remember we had like that was a 1978 Dodge Diplomat. Just for fun. I have to do it now. And I know the color too. 1978 brown Dodge Diplomat. Boom. We had a car exactly like this, but it had a light roof. We had a Pinto too, but I won't. Here, this is what my dad had. And if I saw that growing up, oh shit, I don't want to do that. Did I do that? What the fuck did I? Motherfuckers. Oh my God. Whew, I wasn't logged into Facebook. Okay, good. See, Google. I clicked on this just to see the photo, and it sent me to Facebook. And if I was logged into Facebook, I would have doxed myself again there. And I didn't. Luckily, I wasn't signed in. I looked back on the other screen, and it popped up. It said it didn't show my name or signed in. But these motherfuckers, if I was signed into Facebook, my name would have popped up, and I would have doxed the shit out of myself. So Google, you motherfuckers got to stop doing that. Excuse my language. They have to stop that. They have to. Google. I love using Google Chrome. I was using Firefox. I'm using Google Chrome now. If you're spying in and listening to me, Google, please stop doxing me on StreamYard, showing my name. Boom. Screw you. Watch me do that and it pull up my actual real name and show me, hey, is this you? My God. Anyways, my dad had this car growing up. This one here, 78 Diplomat. And if I fucking saw that, I would not confuse it with a hatchback with a rounded back. Oh boy. I'm going to move on. Here we go. So the girls were dropped off at about 1:47, which is going to be about a few minutes before or after Betsy Blair got there. You'll find that out. Betsy Blair and the girls, they were following. The girls were basically came in right after Betsy. And then Kelsey drove this way. She's on camera. And we know then what time the girls got there. Then you will find out that the girls walked down to the trail, to the bridge. And the trail is straight. And then when you get, it's like, you know, it's like trails, like maybe in your own community. You'll notice that there's asphalt. And it's maybe, I don't know, this wide. He indicates with his hand. And people are walking up and down and exercising and whatnot. And you go down the trail and then you get to a point and there's the bridge. This bridge that Mr. Boss McLeland was talking, big scary bridge. And it is. You'll see photos of it. And when you get to that bridge, you can make a choice. Back then, it was easier than it is now. That you could get on that bridge, and walk forward and just go straight to the other end. And those girls got on the bridge probably around 2:05. That is what evidence will show. That's what the evidence will show. And Mr. Boss McLeland is correct. When they got on that bridge at 2:07, and by the way, they passed Betsy Blair. Ooh, see, Charles? They passed. Oh, this is the girls, right? Okay, so we're going to remember. So this is, we're going to try to see how far they say Betsy Blair was, because we were talking about that earlier, right? What? What are you saying? Where was it, dumb comment? A charger for a comet. That's Shibby's dumb comment. That's not. Because the Chargers from 60, the original ones, not the Challenger. The Charger is what the Dukes of Hazzard car was, and it has a squarish look like that. So I'm not talking about the Challenger, dude. Challenger looks nothing like a Charger. The Challenger is rounded and looks more like a 69 Camaro. Dude, you want to take that back? I'll let you. Not the Oldsmobile 442. I know my cars. No. The Oldsmobile 442 is like a Cutlass or Chevelle, and it's rounded. So, dudes, if you want to go with that, Charles, I don't need to Google them, dude. I can see them in my brain right now. I've been a car guy my whole life. Don't start with me. If you don't think a 69, like the Dukes of Hazzard car, would resemble that kind of squared car, it's the same way. It's not as squared. I'm not saying it looks the same, asshole, identical, but you could describe it like that because a Charger, a Dukes of Hazzard, has a long hood, a roof, and it goes back down to a trunk. Don't tell me it doesn't. So fuck you. I'm not talking about a Challenger. The Challenger is rounded and doesn't. The Charger, like a Dukes of Hazzard car,
Right. A Challenger. Picture the Dukes of Hazzard car. A Charger. That's a Charger. It could be mistaken as an older car. A Comet, I'm sure. The Comet is definitely more squared and edged. Definitely. Well, the Mustangs, that's not even in these, so I know the old, they had a Hearst edition too, right? The Oldsmobile 442 Cutlass, they had the white Hearst edition. You can get it with the red and black on it, the white Hearst shifter edition type of thing. Well, to a woman that's driving by, they could be mistaken for each other because it's in the same family for sure. If you don't think it is, well, you're wrong. I'll show you photos. Obviously, a Ford Comet would be definitely more like the Galaxy Comets, right? But a Charger, not the Challenger, a 69 Charger. If you put one, it would be an older car that has up, over, down. It goes to a trunk and back. Definitely could be mistaken. Similarly, you don't think so? Well. Except that they don't have 4 doors back then, especially the newer ones do. So that's one thing I'll give you. I wasn't saying there, because the Comet would be a 4-door for sure. So, but a Challenger is nothing like them. So I wasn't saying the Challenger. I prefer the Challengers over those older Chargers anyways, because they have that nice rounded look shape on the quarter panels that, it's like a Camaro, the old 69s. Anyways, okay. So it's not identical because the Charger back then would only be a 2-door, but it has a hood. It can be, it has that type. Anyways, I'm moving on. I'm not letting you distract me. Taking you off the screen. Screw you. Here, I'll give you the screen. Oh, well, yeah. But I mean, she's not doing that. And that's probably why they don't let her. Because that's another reason she would draw a big round. Great point, Charles. So let's get back on track. Yes, let's get back on track. We're on the same team here, bro. Yeah, if they let her draw the front of that, that's why you're right. Because she would probably draw whatever. I'm going to say 1965 Ford Comet. Look at that. Yeah, she would probably be drawing weird dual lights. Boom. Exactly. Look what they don't want her drawing this. They don't want her drawing this weird, because this would just throw them right off. And this is only 2-door actually. So this is actually like the smaller, not the Barracudas. What's that other one? The Dart. This looks almost smaller, like a Dodge Dart style. I thought it was bigger. Huh. Although sideways, look at the size of this here. That's actually like the Chevy. What's that Corvair type one? Wow. Or maybe is there a 4-door version? This isn't this is different. Oh, sorry. I should move. Sorry, guys. I'm covering it up half of it. Look at this. Wow, eh? It's more like the Corvair. You guys should read your comments. You're probably saying stuff. That's actually a lot different than I thought, because maybe they're not. Are they 4-doors? Are they all? Is there? So that is more like a 2-door. It's a hood, got a roof, 2 doors, and a trunk. And if we put it in a 69 Charger, it's going to look exactly like this almost. This is like the smaller ones. It feels smaller. It feels like a mid-size for that back then or whatever. A small car back then, because the other ones are huge, I bet, right? This feels like the Corvair or Cordair or whatever, the smaller ones. Sorry, guys. And yeah, if they got her drawing this, those big round double lights, oh my God, she knows that for sure. She knows her dad's car. It's sitting there years. If they asked her to draw that, the fucking Richard Allen would be walking today, probably. Look at the difference there. This is what she thinks she sees. Forget the color. She's driving by. Picture this backed in. You think she's picture what any color you want, black. Yeah, no wonder they don't want her talking, right? Like, no, it's a yeah, but it's not a 4-door. She said 4-door, right? Didn't she?
she wrote on her sketch photo, so maybe there's different versions. So here's a 4-door, sorry, but they seem smaller, don't they? Come on, guys, you got to go with me on that. They look smaller. It looks like a smaller car. I'll try to make that bigger. Definitely, that's a smaller. That's like back then would be like a sedan, small. So I was picturing bigger. But either way, I guarantee she would have done this with the lights and. So a 4-door. This seems smaller, right? Right. Charger's big car. This is a. It's right from the side. It has that Corvair look. It's almost a. And that's a Chevy tire, so it shouldn't be on there probably. This is from a Camaro or something. But this is probably the right ones. Either way, this fucking thing backed in here. Let's do it. I'll back it in for you. Watch right here. She's probably seen it on this angle because you're driving by the road and then the building was probably backed in facing the trail, right? Which would be a great place to hunt kids or women, right? You think, if they walk straight down there, it's more than likely they're not going to turn left, right? They might go down the 501. They might go to the left towards the Mears and go back out towards 300. But it's likely they're going to go to the bridge. So if I follow them, I'm not saying anyone. So if I follow them through the trail, and as soon as they start getting on that bridge, they're toast. They're toast. If you start following them, you got them trapped. And they can keep running and going, but if they think I'm just going to walk by, they're fucked. So it's definitely a plan. Night. Later. I'm going to finish reading up. Good night, Anarch. Good night, Ja. Anyone still here? Yeah, this car I think of. So, but Charles, you got to admit, did you think it was like a mid-sized sedan like this? This feels smaller, right? I was expecting it bigger. That's all. Sorry, guys. Shouldn't have got off. Definitely not like this. Like this is obviously Cyclone, Mercury Comet. But 4-door. So I'm not going to go. So she said 4-door. But who cares? Who fucking cares? Either way, nobody's mistaken any of those cars as a 2016 Ford Focus. Girls got to the bridge. On the bridge. This is what they're going to see. And the girls got on the bridge and then went down here. Now, the bridge is long and it's high. Now, I'm on the bridge now, and this is what you're going to see. The bridge is it's very long, and it's dangerous. As Mr. Boss McLeland said, there's holes in it. It's the kind of thing that teenagers would do probably, and the girls walking on it when they were about close to halfway across the bridge, 1/3 of the way, 1/2 of the way. We'll see that Libby, was ahead of over here, and she turned around and she took a photo of Abby. Yes, that's the one we can't find, right? Snapchat. Heading this way, heading to the south end of the bridge where the abduction happens. Oh, I thought it was the other way. So that's a different photo. If she's facing the south end, because where the abduction happens. I thought the Snapchat photo was facing the other way, or am I wrong? Because we see, remember in the background, don't we see that pole that people always thought was a person? I could be wrong. And you'll see Abby there, and that happened at 2:07. So we kind of have an idea where the girls were at 2:07. 2:13 is where the abduction happens. So we know that at 2:13, they're at the end of the bridge. So what happened then? Well, that's caught on video. And this video you will watch. And what you're going to see on that video is it's not very panoramic. You're not going to be able to see that what everything is and where everything is and who is there. And you do hear this voice. Girls, why do they keep saying this? Has somebody changed this on us? the second time I read this. It says girls down the hill. I thought it was guys down the hill. Guys down the hill. Girls down the hill. The second time I read this. Girls down the hill. Wasn't it guys down the hill for... Oh boy. Yeah. It's the second time they wrote this in their transcripts. Why are they doing that? Are they thinking guys would be an insult to them? I don't know. Because girls probably even say that to each other now. It's like there's two of them. Like, hey guys, let's go. Like, it's not. Ugh. You guys, I know you're all with me on this. As neurotic as I am, I guarantee there's something going on here. They just, for whatever reason, put girls, and we know it's not that. And we know it's very common for girls to probably use guys. Okay, hey guys, you want to sleep over tonight? We're having a big pajama party. Hey guys, do you want to wrestle on my bed in our PJs? Yeah, right, Charles? Hey guys, all these girls are asking each other. Hey guys, you want to have a pillow fight until our PJs fall off? Oh boy. Girls down the hill. Police have to admit that the guy on the video, you don't see his mouth moving. You're not going to be able to be sure that he's the guy that's uttering those words. Yeah, they pieced it all together and tricked us. We don't even know. Yes, reaching creepy levels, dude. Tell me you're not thinking about it. You know, it's just I'm just using it as an example to see when girls would you say the word guys, like, guys, are we gonna have that bath together now at our sleepover? Like that's, you know, girls would say guys, right? Forget the other words. It's just an example. Girls, are we gonna tickle each other's back until we fall asleep? That's creepy, Charles. Oh boy, I don't even think anyone's listening. It's just you and I, Charles, so don't even worry about it. So what will you see on the video? And again, let me describe that end of the bridge for you that you will see in evidence. If I'm walking all the way down to the end of the bridge, like the girls, Abby and Libby did, you have a choice, and you're going to see this on the video. You can go left, go right, and it looks like on the video the girls head this way, okay? And if that's the bridge, and you head this way, there's one way down. There's down a steep incline about 30 feet down the hill, okay? I don't think the evidence they're going to be able to show that those girls actually went down the hill or not. Oh, no. They kind of turned that way, and I think they were implying that way because there's lots of, I mean, we're only seeing that bit of the video. So what I see in that video, I could make 3 different scenarios. I can make it make sense in different ways. In different ways. Yes, exactly. Abby and Nicole, who aren't here. Abby would turn to Nicole, and there'd have to be more people there because she's saying guy, girl, like a plural. So who else? Who else is there? Abby, Nicole, and V. Abby, Nicole, and V. Abby turns to Nicole and V and says, guys, are we going to have that pillow fight now in our tiny PJs? And the other 2 are like, yeah, guys, let's do that. All right, guys. Like girls would use guys. That's all I'm trying to insinuate. Forget the other stuff. Right, Charles? Right. She's mad at me. She hates me. I don't even know where she is. Is she okay? Have you seen her? I don't even think I've seen her. I don't know. Or she could have me blocked. I don't even know. Maybe I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Have you seen her? Is she okay? Any of them. Picture any of them. There has to just at least be more than one other one for them to say the guys, plural. That's my. So let's picture 10 of them. The more, the better, dude. How's that? The more, the better for me. There has to be at least 3 of them because for them, one person to say guys, they're talking to 2 in plural. Yeah, you're so adorable, dude. Yeah, you got these ladies worked up. They want to stab you. They may have the evidence, may show that in your opinion, or it may show that you went straight. Or the evidence may show that they ended up going down this lesser of an incline on the other side of the bridge. And the bridge is about that wide. There's a lesser graded slope that takes you down. Both tough, I bet. Both, or though, maybe both though, the more steep side and the less steep side take you down and funnel you down to access road about yes, that's what's most logical to me. They get down to a car and get taken. Why? Because what? Under that bridge would be the creepy place to be. Like, who would think that? You think he went down there thinking a car may come? Because I don't even know. Both, whatever. I'm going to move on. Take you down to an access road about 30 feet away. An access road, some might call it a driveway. What you're going to hear is about a guy named Brad Weber. This is his property, and this is Brad Weber's way to get to his property. He has two ways. There's that way and another way to get to the Brad Weber's house from his this access road. The one way would be you get, let me go back over here to where the bridge is on the right side. So if Brad Weber were to, if he drove in that way under the bridge up to his house, he could then drive out from his house to, like a driveway to the other part, right, where the mailboxes are, and go out that way too. So yeah, it goes under the bridge. So you can imagine that under the bridge, the state of Indiana will not be able to disprove that there was a vehicle down there or that there were other people down there. Right. Because at 213, if they were under there and they were facing, and they because they wouldn't pass because Weber came in that way. So that's a good point. But I'm saying that. That's what they're. No. I mean, I'm just making. Who knows? I don't even know. There's at least 5, 6 different plausible ways I can think of each one of these situations happening. So not just the top of the bridge, underneath, and then, I mean, I just don't trust their narrative. Sounds too convoluted and too risky and too leaving the phone on them, and just too in the daytime. There's no leaves around. There's probably other people in the area. A scream would call, and it's just none of it would happen this way. I believe none of it. Getting them across the water, it's doable. It was a bit deep, in fact, but I mean, it's doable. Especially if you got a gun, you can control them, and they'd be afraid. But the van scaring him to then, cross the bridge. So the van drives by, they're on this side, they cross the bridge, and then he's so afraid of this van that he goes and does all that unnecessary stuff. And why does he want to kill them? Why would anybody want to do that just for no reason? Like, the guy's doing that, it's going to be sexually motivated. It's got to be. Unless they're, and that's another thing that leads me to, I don't want to believe this. It's horrible, but maybe the family or the ME and the LE just wanted to not dispose the fact of what really happened to him in that way, right? Not thinking it would blow up this big. Like, they figure, okay, that's enough. They've been murdered. We don't need to tell them that this or this happened to them too. And then once they did that to protect their legacy and as much as they could, because imagine, I'm not saying this happened, but imagine there was a whole bunch of sexual evidence that would make this even more horrible. And it's totally horrible as it is. I'm not saying this happened, but in a small town like this, and then if they just protected them and didn't disclose anything that happened to them, then it gets to this point where they can't say it because they went with that other one, but just to protect the family and said, listen, we won't tell anybody. Or I don't know. That's a possibility I think of. And it's horrible. But I could see the small town like this just saying that being naked is sexual enough. Let's not make it worse by telling everybody what could have also happened too, because this guy, even if he's killing one, he's there for an hour. He's doing stuff. We would think that he's keeping a condom and cleaning up his stuff, or they're just not telling us about it. I don't know. It's weird to think about, but I have to. You have to. It's horrible. As if he's not doing stuff. A couple times, whatever. It happened. I think they're not telling us about a lot of stuff. That state of Indiana will not be able to disprove that there was a vehicle down there, or that there were other people down there. And we happen to believe that the evidence will suggest that those girls may have gotten into a vehicle. And at that point in time, right, this is why I stopped here, sorry. So picture they drive in the same way Brad Weber does. They're facing towards his house. I never considered it this way. So if they get them down the hill, and by 2:15, by 2:20 or 2:25, if he comes home at 2:30 in a few minutes, if they got him in the car and drove up towards his house out that way, and when he comes in, he's not seeing anybody. He's not, if a car, where if they were facing the other way and he comes in and they pass him as he's coming in that area, and they pass him, then he'd probably block them in, right? He's that type of guy, right? Closing gates and locking people in. He sees a car coming and like, what the fuck, man? What are you doing? He would park in front of them sideways and go, hey, what are you doing here? And they would be screaming, So if just a possibility that if they were brought to a car, they would leave the way that, not the way he comes in. Because he comes in off of that. He comes all the way down and then under the bridge and about to go up to his house. And they would have already just left a few minutes ago up towards his house and out past the mailbox and on the street, gone. Possible. That's all. Possible. No, I'm not. I'm just making, there's theories, yeah. It makes no sense to take them and bring up, well, you sure about that? Are you sure about that? What do you mean? Are you saying it makes better sense that they're laying there and there's 100 people walking around all day and they're laying there? So the way the state says he's gone by 3:45 to walk out there and be seen by Sarah Carbaugh at 3:57. He must be leaving by 3:45, right? So that's the last known 3:45. Even if he killed them in the last 5 minutes, they're dead by no later than 3:45 with their scenario. For him to then walk up the cemetery and even if he runs, he's not getting there until 5 or 10 minutes. Sarah sees him going 300 north. So the latest of their scenario they could have been alive would be 3:35, 3:40. He kills them in the very end, which would be 3:30, because then there's all that other stuff. The latest would be 3:30, plausibly, right? That they would have to be dead by 3:30, because he's got to have a few minutes to do a few things, because if he's getting Abby dressed without getting blood on her, 3:30 would be the latest they're still alive with their ridiculous story, right? So are you saying, so he leaves at 4 p.m., so they start looking at what, 5, so they realize a couple hours later, right? So 6, 7 p.m., they're worried. They're looking for those girls. By what, 6 p.m., 7 p.m.? Whenever that starts. And then they know where they last were. So it's 22 hours of people walking around, knowing their last known location was the end of that bridge. Groups of people, you take this side, you take that, you start at the trailhead. A ton of them would probably meet at that trailhead and not want to cross the bridge. They're all, picture 30, 40 people standing around near the Mears lot where you can get in, where they were dropped off and all that. And someone say, hey, you go that way. You go down the 5, you 410, go that way. You would have to go down the left where we've seen people before you get on the bridge. You can go down the left towards Ron Logan's property. There's a little valleys and stuff, but we've seen people walk there by the deer stand and that, and you would be right on top of where the girls were. So what? If witnesses placed his car in that frame, cops should have tracked down all possible. Right, that's right. And the only reason that makes sense is they didn't find that damn car is that they cleared them and they knew where it was. Are we to believe these guys couldn't find the one car of the guy who came and talked to them 2 days later? I'm not believing it. They're ridiculously dumb, these guys, but they're not. Nobody's that dumb. There's one black Ford Focus in this town, and they say they didn't even look for cars or in that. What? Everything leads to that they cleared them. Everything. And I'm gonna keep going. Well, if you want to catch someone in a lie, you don't wait 5 years to talk to them after they've come to talk to you. Well, if you want to put this on Richard Allen, that's fine for you, but law enforcement dropped this huge ball, these tiny balls all over the place. They dropped it. They come 5 years later. He shouldn't have to. If he gets something wrong, so what? They fucking waited 5 years to come talk to the guy who talked to them 2 days after. And that guy turns out to get 133 years. And we're pinning stuff on Richard Allen. Hey, why don't you remember where your phone was? Why don't you remember what flipped the jacket? Like, what? Ellie escapes. Law enforcement gets to just bullshit their way through this about tips and Kathy Shank and dusty drawers. And oh my God. They fucked up. Law enforcement dropped the ball. So you can take from the information, though, from the hard data on Libby's phone and some other information and data that you may see from other sources. 1 second. You think so? So wait, Libby's video and the store video. So you think it would sound plausible that they did identify him and cleared him? Right. Just that screenshot. I mean, how many tires could it have been that, it's a black car, it's a hatchback, it's in 2017, so it can't, let's say they would look for 2014 or 2012 cars to 2017 that look like that. A mechanic and all of them would say, here's your three choices: Subaru, Honda, Ford Focus, and maybe Mazda or something, whatever the choices are. There can't be that many that would fit that criteria. And then they look in the database and pound, and then black, right? They know it's black, so that rounds things right down. They would probably get 50 cars, even 100 different cars of 4 or 5 different makes from, they wouldn't know the year. So 2012 would be, 2010 to 2017. Let's go. Okay, so then they get to one that's parked a mile away and they say, where were you? And it's like, oh yeah, I gave you my fucking tip. I'm the guy who came and talked to Doofus Doolin. Yeah, I had a black car and I drove. That's my car. Oh, he might even say he's still trying to help them at that time. Yeah, that's my car. Or no, that's, like, to think that they had the information they say they had and they couldn't find that car a mile away. Is it parked in front of CVS? Them guys parking beside it, going to the CVS. Oh my God. And they don't look up in the database. No. The only thing that makes sense is they did it all, found the car. So what did they say? Sorry, I missed it. You asked 60 mechanics and right. Okay, so let's say, but to be safe, okay? To be safe, if you're searching, right, and you go to, so that's their first pick. But kind of wouldn't it be more responsible to also, okay, what's your pick 2 and 3? Pick the top 3. So first, it's definitely, they would say Focus, right? But then they would also, like, what else could it be, right? They would say, if it's not, then I would then go with, right. That's fair. I would go with 210. I would go with 2010 to 2017. I'd be fine with that because there can't be that many black ones. So the mechanic says it's a Ford Focus. My first pick is Ford Focus. My second pick is Subaru, whatever they said, the mechanics would know. And so number one is most likely. Number two, so if you're searching, you'd be responsible and kind of, okay, what's your alternatives? If it's not that, then I should also look for 2 and 3. And it would probably only be black ones in that area. They would start with the community. They would find out there would probably only be about 30 probably that would fit that criteria if you didn't know it was a Ford Focus. It's just a rounded hatchback or like that, smaller front wheel drive hatchback, black. There can't be more than 40 in a town of 3,000, right? That fit that criteria. Right. They mostly picked it, but to be responsible, you would have to go with a couple alternatives just to cover the bases. But yes, mechanic would probably say, I'm 100% sure that's this, but just in case it's not, this would be 80%. It could be a Subaru and 50-50 if it's a Mazda or something. You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying. Either way, to think that they don't find the black car that they have on video in a town of 3,000 people, why don't they just do this? Forget about it. Minivans, everything. How many black cars were there? Every type of black car above 2010. How many black cars in Delphi of 3,000 could there be? So they would get what? Say 200 of them are black. Okay, that's a Dodge Caravan. It's not that black one. Not that black one. It's not a fucking obvious ones. They cut them out, and they'll end up probably with 5 or 10 that are like, have to be one of these. Like, come on. And they didn't look for it at all. Do we believe that? I don't. It's fine if you do. I'm not saying you do. So here's what we do know. Libby's phone was connecting to the tower and receiving text messages. Where are you? What's going on? Voicemails, telephone calls, connecting to the tower, all the way up until 5:45 p.m., 4:40 p.m. It's going to be an important time frame for you all. 5:44 p.m. At 5:44 p.m., that phone no longer connects to the tower. From 5:44 p.m., no connection to the tower, all the way until 4:33 a.m., when it reconnected to the tower, where the phone came back into an area where it connected to the tower again, right? Or was turned back, but then I guess we knew that it wasn't turned off. Oh my gosh. So how does it connect, right? I don't want to get stuck on this, but if the phone is on, how does it connect at 4? Like, unless if it's not able to be, if it's not connecting before that, nothing changes until they must move the bodies after noon, after 12 or 1 or whatever long, right? Well, from what, like, would it be specific? Because 1:31 is between that 1:30 to 4, and it said he was there till 4. But if she sees him walking at 3:57, so that I'll be generous here. That's great, because she sees him at 3:57. It's going to take him 10 minutes to his car, right? So if they had his car that said he was there from 1:30 to 4:10, right? That would be perfect of what a murder would be like, right? Right. Because at 3:57, he's down by the cemetery still a bit. So let's be graceful here. And yes, I'll agree with you. If it says, like, let's say it takes exactly from 3:57, if it takes 12 minutes to get back to his car, we time it from the cemetery, right? So if 3:57, 4:50 to 4:07, so by 4:09, 4:10, so if he's there from 1:30 a.m. to 4:10 and drives away, that would be suspicious. That would be, that would fit the time frame of the murderer as they say it happened, right? I would go, I mean, yeah, but we won't, right? Well, then that would be bad for him. Yeah, evidence that contradicts your statements would be bad, but we don't have that. So yes, it would be horrible. It might even be enough to convict him or catch him in something else or whatever. That would be bad. that happened. It would be bad. But does it? Do they have that? No. I mean, if they had his car, he comes to them 2 days after. They could have had it if they wanted to think it was. They could have had it. If they downloaded that and said, it says it's unequivocal proof, well, it's missing. But whose fault is that? You think when he came to give him his IMEI number, and they would have said, if they had decided to arrest him, right, they would have had his car then. So why wait 5 years? Whose fault is that? I agree. If his computer and his car were proven by GPS location and all that he was there at 1:30 and his car was parked, and it goes as they say it does, and then 3:57 he's walking by the cemetery, and it takes about 12 minutes to get to the CPS, and his computer car shows him at 4:10 driving away from there. That would look horrible. It would probably be damning, but they don't have that. If they had that, that would be evidence, but they don't have any of this. Oh, I mean, they waited 5 years. We have to go with what he says. Otherwise, if they investigated it, they would have confirmed or denied it. The only thing that makes sense is they corroborated all this stuff, and they searched, they found him, they cleared him, like it said on the tip. It's the only thing that makes sense. Or these guys are the dumbest motherfuckers in history. And now one is the captain, one is back to chief of police, who was chief of police. Oh my God. Holmes getting honors. They're all getting honors for the biggest Doolin alone. Doolin alone is the most epic fuck up in history. And now is the captain. He's been promoted to the captain or chief, whatever you want to call it, of the Department of Natural Resources. That to me says, hey, bro, great job. Great job fucking over another guy. We got some. The only thing that makes sense. They cleared the motherfucker. Because if these assholes couldn't find him, whew, and then they get promoted to captain and lose all those. Oh my God, I can't get started. Charles, leave me alone. From 44 p.m., no connection to the tower, all the way until 4:33 a.m. when it reconnected to the tower, where the phone came back into an area where it connected to the tower again. So for about 12 hours, close to 10 hours, that phone did not connect to the tower. This is the phone, by the way, that was, by their theory, under Abby's body during that entire time. Right. How do we let them get off of this? Because when you think of it, it's so absurd. Because nothing changes at 4:33, right? Why is it connecting then? It implies that if it's blocked to get if it can't get a signal for the time that she falls on them so the phone's under her, right? The phone is under her at, they say, by the latest 3:30 for him to get all this done and get out of there to be seen at 3:57. So by 3:30, the latest, Abby is laying on that phone. It's under her. The signal can't get to the tower, whatever you think, the signal can't get to the tower. Then why at what changes at 4:33? Nothing changes. Nothing. If you can't get it, nothing changes, right? Whatever. Don't be so certain of yourself. Just say you believe. This is the part where I hate. Without boots around 5'4". What? I measured BGs, all right, using trigonometry, and it came back to 5'6". Whatever. I believe it's easy. I'll do it myself too. Yeah. If you knew, have you gone to the bridge to measure that one piece of wood? That one piece of wood that goes lengthwise on each side? If you can measure the height of that accurately, then you could probably get a very close. Yeah, I believe. But how are you basing it? I know there's that one that they say they have the equation of that they can work out anybody without knowing anything. But I don't want that. I want people to go to that bridge, those two pieces of wood that run along that you walk between, not the ones that, you know, how the, what are they called again? They go sideways. What are they called again? The trim. You know what I'm talking about. The ones that are breaking, that you stand on. They go sideways. The ones that run lengthwise on the top there's two of them where the track part would be, like a train track would be. If you measure, because that's clearly there in the photo. If you had it accurate, let's just say it's 4 or 6 inches, whatever you'd measure it to be, you would have the ratio. You would then be able to very closely, you know, green info. Oh, so if you, then I believe you. If you say somebody measured that piece of wood on top and gave you a good measurement, I would believe you, because I mean, yeah, it would be very close to accurately, which is why I'm surprised they said it would take $10,000, which is a bunch of bullshit. I'm sure you can find someone who will do it for $10,000, but also I thought, Nick, if he got a $10 measuring tape and went there himself, but they don't want the measurement, because I think the true one, if they did it, they know it'll probably rule out their guy. Why else would they not do it? Are you saying any one of them wouldn't? If they could nail Richard Allen like you're saying with that, why wouldn't they all just go there and measure that piece of wood with a tape measure? So I have a feeling that you think you're right, or maybe the person didn't measure right. I don't know. Because if they could come up with that damning information with a tape measure, why wouldn't they? And I think the only reason we're not seeing the height, even a guesstimation of 2 inches out of the way, is because it rules out Richard Allen. It's the only reason it's not in trial. Only reason, in my opinion. Because Charles, if you're telling me Greeno gave you a measurement and you think it's accurate and you came up with that, well, they would easily be able to do that too. And they would nail Richard Allen with that. It would look damning. And I would believe it if they could prove that they measured that piece of wood and showed their work on their equation and measured in the photo, any given photo, doesn't matter. As long as they have the piece of, in real life, that piece of wood. No. You can't. See, this is where you guys are wrong. What? I'll show you. No, you can't. You can't fake this because I can prove it. Delphi murders Monon High Bridge. Here. Which one is a good one? This isn't bad. So this is what? Here. If you had the height of this measured in the BG video, it's clearly there. So you would know the ratio. You see what I'm saying? This bridge, this long pieces, let's say if you measure, it's probably like 4 inches exactly. You know what I'm saying? Whatever this is, whatever this height is, it's clearly in the picture. If you then took any given picture and stuck with the ratio, you say, what is it here in real life? And found out what it is in the picture. Whatever it takes to convert that number to that number is your ratio. Then everything else would match. So the fact that everyone's saying they can't get I say bullshit. All I would need to do is be standing there myself and confirm a good, accurate, with even calipers. You can use it because you can go between them. There's a better way. I have 20 pairs of calipers. You ever seen a caliper measurement? It has a little dial on it. You can get digital ones too. And you spread it open and you would get almost an exact measurement. You'd clamp it down and a caliper would tell you exactly how big that piece of wood is. Within such precise hairs, it would tell you. So forget even a measure tape. A hand caliper. You can buy at any Princess Auto, car store, Walmart would have them. A digital one would tell you exactly how tall these pieces of woods are. And when you did that and you took it and you applied that same ratio to, you could find out the ratio of that piece of wood in the photo, then you can find out how big, if it's 4 inches and it's in the photo, it's say a 1/4 inch, then you know 1/4 inch is 4 inches. So you'd measure, the BG is certain quarters of inches, each one is 4 inches. And you would be able to convert that to a real life size pretty accurately. You would have to be. The only reason these motherfuckers aren't doing it is because it probably rules Richard Allen out, in my honest opinion. Why else would you not? So, right. Laser, yeah. Laser stuff, whatever, sure. But I mean, you wouldn't have to do all that. That's it. I would have to either be there myself or make sure somebody's measuring that. Because if anybody gave me a measurement of that, any given, you could project a photo onto the side of a building. As long as you have this measurement, you could then work it out. And the aspect ratio is the real aspect ratio. Who can't read? I'm not reading every comment. So if you're talking to me, I don't know. I don't read your comments, dude. I'm talking here. Hey. See, I'm never going to get this done. 7:45. You guys, you keep distracting me. You don't want me to read this, do you? I'm only at page 10. I'm never going to get this done. Oh my God, what am I at here? 8 hours? Okay, I'm going to try to power through this. But first, oh my God, I got to pee. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself. And we're back. So here, you're saying Osberg said your math is good. And I would say that too. If I knew for a fact that the measurement you were using, are you talking you're using that piece of wood as measurement that I was just pointing at? Or any solid piece of measurement from that you can match up to a good given photo? If I could prove, or somebody could prove to me that the measurement, I would agree with you, because there's only one way to find the equation, is to know the real exact measurement of anything given in that photo, a good photo to compare it to. They don't have to be the same photos, because what you're doing is you can compare it to a poster on the wall. You can compare it to a tiny little photo, whatever you're doing. You just need the one real exact measurement in real life. And if you want me to trust Greeno and you, boy, you got something coming. Because I like you not that much. Or if he did it on video, if he did it on video and put a tape measure there and put it on his video and said, look, here, I'm showing you, it's 4.2 inches. Exactly. I would say, or 4, I would say that's good. I would, you'd be able to get really close. If they can measure that, especially with a pair of calipers, if they showed me on a video, somebody holding those calipers, you know what calipers are, right? To measure? They're precise. You kind of use your thumb, and it's like a ruler type of thing with two big, and you measure, and it has gauges, preferably digital even. If somebody put a caliper on that, pushed it down, clamped it down on that piece of wood, and it would hold level, and then did that on video and showed me that number, yeah, I would fucking believe you if that's what happened. If you think I'm going to take a fucking maniac like Greeno's trust, who gave it to you, You're nuts. I would need confirmation proof of just that one measurement of that one piece of wood. And then I would be able to see. You'd show me your equation. I'd look at your work and think, yeah, that's the ratio. That's correct. It's as simple as that. This isn't there's only one way, and that ratio doesn't change for people if you have an accurate measurement. The ratio would help you find the height. I think, pretty close. Well, on video doing it, or did they show? Where's the video? Can I see it? Send it to me. I'll believe you. I'm very open-minded, dude. If he showed you a video, even that bozo, even with all his AI use, if he used a pair of calipers, I'd even be ecstatic. But a tape measure would be good. A tape measure would be good. A close-up HD video from the right angle, straight across, showing a tape measure on a piece of touching that piece of wood, measuring that piece of wood, and him putting his phone up with an HD, looking at that. I would believe it, right? I would believe it. Even him, I guess. But, well, fuck him then, because I don't believe you then. Because, if anybody is talking to you guys, saying they're going there, it's kind of hard now that that dumb railing is up. They kind of have to climb over the railing, I guess, now. But for a long time, all they'd have to do, if you go there and measure that piece of wood accurately, bring a pair of calipers for $20 probably at Walmart or Princess Auto. You can get the calipers. And that wood, since there's spaces in those ties, that's what the ties, you could put calipers on there to measure that with almost, despite the only problem is it's kind of old and, I would kind of want to do it in a few different spots where the wood is the best, but it doesn't matter, especially down at the other end where you're comparing it. Even if you get close to the area where BG photos, the best screenshot or photo of BG would be, I would be very believable. I would believe it if I saw you doing it, and yeah, right. But also, yeah, I know there's an equation where you don't even need the measurements, where it's like I don't think that would be as accurate. But yeah, there's a way that the ratios of the human body of normal, I know what you're talking about, but I'm talking about even better. All I would need is that for sure, if somebody could go and fucking put a caliper even in this gap here, this piece looks decent. How it looks to me like probably 4 inches, I'm guessing, but here, right here. See this gap here? If I sat there or you took, wherever it's the nicest part and the wood's not tattered, but preferably if BG was down. This is the beginning, right? Yeah, so BG is way down here. So I prefer it down there, but this wood, it's going to be the same size pretty much everywhere, as long as you're getting a good piece. Like, see, this looks pretty good here. Not, there's probably parts that are worse. So in between these woods, you can use a caliper to find the best part and get an accurate measurement of the height of any of this wood, these two, the height of these, find the best part. And then in the photo, you measure how big this is in the photo, and you work out the equation, the ratio. Then you can apply that backwards. All you need is, with Einstein's bullshit theories, to find the fish, all you need is the one, what's that constant? You need to have one given number, and that would be an accurate. So if Charles went there, I would probably believe you, because you would show me that you're putting calipers on this and saying it's exactly 4.3 inches tall in width, height. And then I would believe you, because I would then be able to see, hey, what does it take to make in any photo, converting that, dividing what times what equals 4.3. Then you would know how big that piece of wood is in the photo, right? And if you know that, if it's only like in the photo, if it's like a quarter of an inch,
then you know 1/4 of an inch is 4.3 inches. Then you measure then you measure the height in the photo of BG and you multiply it by that and you get the height. Yes, you did just one. And that would be a trustworthy, solid measurement, one constant. And that would one, I don't mean constant, like one that I know is real. However you want to word it, if that's the wrong, I've been talking long. One given, one accurate, trustworthy measurement of this damn piece of wood. That's all I would need. Wait, there's no equation. The equation is the ratio of whatever picture you're using, comparing it to. So it could be any photo. I'm telling you, you could do, if you knew this and you had a photo on the side of a building and the photo on the side of the building was 3 feet, if this was 3 feet tall on the side of the building, you would know 3 feet on that picture is 4.3 inches. And you would measure BG and he would be like 37 feet and you divide, and you get the height. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what photo you use. It matters that you have this in real life. That's all you fucking need. And I'm not going to say it again. You know it's true. I know it's true. And I don't trust Greeno. So there's that. Right. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I don't care. I can do it with 20 different photos of all different sizes. From one of those little tiny photos to gigantic ones, like an 8x10, a 5. It doesn't matter. You know it. And I know we're on the same page. If I had an accurate height measurement of this piece, because he's standing near this all the way, so any given screenshot or photo, you would be able to get very close. And they know it. And the only reason they're not doing it, in my opinion, because it probably rules Richard Allen out, in my honest opinion. Why else would you not do it? Because it doesn't fit their narrative, like they've done this whole trial. It doesn't tell them what they want to hear. It's going to tell them that BG is probably 5'10", 5'12". 5'11" or 6 foot. It's the only reason they wouldn't use that. Why wouldn't they? You don't need $10,000, or it's only $10,000 anyways. But fuck $10,000. Here's $10. Take a measuring tape. Go, Nick. You dip it. Shit. There's only one reason. Come on. They should have, when they were talking to Purdue University, they should have went to the calculus professor at Purdue University and said, hey, can you take your students out there and measure that piece of wood and tell me how that, and those fuckers, I guarantee you a bunch of university students would nail that height. And if they went out there to that bridge and measured a few things, just that one piece of wood, the Purdue University students, grade 12, grade 10 students, grade 8 students would get it close. Like, what are we talking about here? I would prefer a grade 12 calculus class. Pick the 3 dorkiest kids in there and say, we're going on a fucking school trip, Jerry Holman. Jump in the car, idiots. I'll buy a Big Mac combo. Or go to the university and say, hey, teach, let's do a test. Let's do a thing. Let's go out, a school trip. I'll rent a bus. All of you come out. We'll stop at Mears. We'll all walk towards the bridge there. And you guys take your measurements and take this photo of this guy and who gets closest to what we, prove to me. And they'll all be fucking so accurate within 2 inches either way, I bet. Easily. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter how you call it. Trigonometry, calculus, fucking anything. I don't give a fuck. You need that. You just need that at one accurate measurement in real life to then translate it to any fucking photo that's in any size photo, because you're going with the ratio. And once you get that ratio, then you can apply it to the whole height thing, because you can measure that piece of wood and you know what it is in real life. You know what it is in the photo. So the difference, the ratio between the two to get it, what you need to do to get that to be that number, you do it. You divide it by, or and if you're going the other way, then you can multiply to measure BG in the photo, and the height is in real life. Simple.
The curvature of the earth, whatever you say. We're on the same page. So if you go there, dude, get us a measurement. Fuck these guys. I'd rather just somebody I could at least trust. I'm going to read. So he left and never came back. Their theory. He didn't take the phone with him. That's what they're going to tell you. Yeah, this idiot left the phone there. That after 4 o'clock, human hands handled that phone. Richard Allen was at home and he never came back. That's one thing. I'm actually going to read the rest of this only because my daughter's coming here at 10 a.m. to get her snow tires on, and I have to stay up. I couldn't. So I'm going to drink another coffee after this too. So there's that. But I have time. So generally, I'd be able to go to bed soon. The guys are next door pretty much, and I don't. But my daughter's coming here in a couple hours to get her snow tires put on. So I need to stay up. So today is your lucky day. So where was I? Richard Allen was at home and he never came back. Oops, that's the evidence. You will also hear something about what are called exigent circumstances. Exigent circumstance pings. You may have seen these on television. This is on movies and things like that, where somebody is lost and they called AT&T. In this case, and said, hey, will you try to see if that phone's in the area? And that happened here. Yeah, and that's the part where Becky Patty says that didn't happen, which is weird because on that web sleuth, she says a couple years after that AT&T wouldn't ping the phone. The iCloud or Find My iPhone, whatever, wasn't logged in. It turns out it was, and AT&T was pinging the phone every 15 minutes. So why she said that on you, web sleuth is, oh my gosh, I don't know. Makes no sense. No way she didn't know they were pinging the phone. No way. AT&T clearly says it. We're pinging it every 15 minutes. That's the cell phone signal. And iCloud was turned on. So if she had data, iCloud, Find My iPhone. And consistent with what we know from the phone itself. The last time that phone connected, according to the exigent circumstances ping, the last time Libby's phone connected with the tower on the 13th, Monday the 13th, was what time? I gotta make sure my mute's not on because if I get a text, no text. Okay, good boy. Every 15, yeah, here it is. Every 15 minutes. I skipped this. So, phone connected with the tower on the 13th. Monday the 13th was what time? 5:44 p.m. That will be something that you will hear every 15 minutes. That phone was being pinged. Boom. I don't know that. And every 15 minutes, it was showing it's not connecting to the tower. Right. The last time she did, 5:45, and that's probably when the body fell on top, or I don't know. Because why would it do it then and not any other time? Because they're saying she's laying on it by 3. The latest she could be with 3:30. For it to happen that way, she's got to be on that phone at 3:30 because he's leaving by, let's say 3:40 p.m. because it's going to take him 10 minutes to walk out, to be there for 3:57, to be seen by Sarah Carball. So let's be generous and say 3:45 p.m. because then it takes him 12 minutes. So let's say 3:50 p.m. The latest, say Abby's, the last thing happens is that phone is put under her at 3:55 p.m. because if it's the last thing he does, he's gotta, I'll say 3:50 because it would take him, if he would ran up the hill and to the edge of out the cemetery and then down left on 300 to get to where Sarah Carball sees him. That's not far from that entrance of the cemetery. So if it takes him 7 minutes to walk or run there, so what changed? So if it's able to get a ping at this time, is that when the back? And then for it to come back on, there's all these different scenarios, and oh my God. Because if the reason it's not getting its connection is because she's laying on it, well, if it's 5:45 p.m., she's been laying on it for fucking close to 2 hours by then, if it's by how they say. Because latest would be 3:45 p.m. Because for him to get there for 3:57 to be seen by Sarah Carbaugh, he would have to leave by 3:45, 3:50 latest. So 1 hour and 55 minutes earlier, she's on this phone. So there's no reason so it's 7 o'clock, 7:15, 7:30. These aren't exact times. They are at different times, but it was roughly in 15-minute increments. That phone is not connecting with the tower. Around 10 o'clock, you will find out that Steve Moonman Mullins, he's a law enforcement officer that will be a witness in this case, and that he contacted law enforcement, contacted a guy named Mitch Blotcher with the state police. Mitch Blotcher, or Blocker, was the guy who knows about phone ping and how to analyze them. And Steve Moonman Mullen wrote up a report about what Mitch Blotcher included, and he concluded either the phone has not been connecting with the tower since about 5:44 p.m. Sorry, guys. I haven't really been reading your comments. Sorry, Charles. I'm not ignoring you. Could have been anyone in that area. Unspent bullets. Oh my God, yeah. I mean, the whole bullet thing is so wild. It's not. Yes, every one of them, every single man in that area has knives too. Come on. Every man probably has a couple knives. Who doesn't? Box cutters, throw it all in, whatever. A blue coat. I bet you 90% of men in that area have some kind of a blue coat, wear jeans, hats, have that same types of guns, knives, and box cutters. It's very, very common, I'm sure. So I have it all. I would be up here in Canada. I'm probably a replica of what a BG would look like. I mean, I'm 5'10", fucking 52. I have scruff on my face, kind of graying in parts. Oh my God. Look at me here. Look at this. Fucking BG right there. Check them out. That's fucking BG right there. And let's do this. I gotta stay up is all I can do. I swap my daughter's snow tires. It takes fucking 10 minutes. I just jack it up. Boom. Boop, boop, boop. I got a impact gun. It's a little cold, but who cares? It takes me fucking 10 minutes. I can swap the 4 tires out. And why people are paying stuff to do that, it's ridiculous. And even good for her, as I keep them here at my house. And so she doesn't have to store them at her garage. So, boom. So either the phone is no longer in working condition or it's out of the area. Well, we know, and you're going to find out, that the phone was in working order when it was found. It was in working order. So take that one down. Like the phone was on, right? It was in, yeah. It's left with the phone without the area. What? It's left with the phone without of the area. I honestly think that they're doing this intentionally, pretending they can't understand what Baldwin's saying. It's left with the phone without of the area. It's like the phone went out of the area or something. Honestly, what do you guys think? Am I off by thinking that? Why does this make no sense? So take that one down. He's like proving a point. It's left with the phone with out of the area. Left. I honestly believe he's trying to say something like, it's like the phone. It's left with the phone without of the area. He's not saying that. It's a typo or they misunderstood it. It's left with it's like the phone when out of the area. Makes sense. I don't know. I know I'm just adding stuff, but whatever. Hibernation. I don't know. Has left. It says it right here. Are you reading or are you just listening? Here's the words. It says the words exactly are, Baldwin says this. It's left with the phone without of the area. So we know he's not saying that. It's a typo of some kind. And I'm guessing it makes sense. It's like the phone went out of the area. And they don't want people thinking that, reading this now. Because it is like the phone. If there's no way to get signals. Oh, it's the wording. I'm just reading exactly as it's written. It's left with the phone without of the area. So I believe it's something like, it's like the phone went out of the area, which is kind of what he's implying here anyways. So before that he says, well, we know, and you're going to find out, that the phone was in working order when it was found. It was in working order, so take that down. It's left with the phone without of the area. It's like the phone went out of the area. Has to be. The phone that was supposed to be under Abby's body. So again, you will learn then midnight, 12:15, 1 a.m., the phone is not connecting to the tower. And then at 4:33 a.m., and we're not able we're not going to be able to tell you. And I don't think the evidence will. Nobody will ever know exactly why that phone, where it was when it reconnected or did connect with the tower. Of course, I think it's because if they can't tell it was powered off, if it was in a Faraday bag to block the signal, that they plopped it down and put her body on top of it maybe at that time, as a scenario, just as a thought, guys. I'm not saying that's what I think, but could it be plausible that they blocked the signal? We don't know. It's not connecting. They take them down the hill. It's blocked in a fucking box wrapped in tinfoil or metal, whatever. These criminals know how to do that, but they don't turn it off because it'll show up in the phone records. So they block it or whatever, and they go off. They do it when they come back. They, whatever happens, it's still in that little thing. They carry in that little thing, blocking signal, and then they put them down there, and they're trying to put the phone under there without, it does actually, it quickly connects. I don't know, just making conversation, but that could, because the phone log shows if it was powered off, right? And I don't even know. I didn't really even. This is one area I haven't exactly studied, so. But was it pinging every 15 minutes? I don't know. I don't want to misspeak. True. Yeah, if it was, yeah. Yes. I'm not saying I know. Yeah, if it was pinging every 15 minutes. No. They're saying that they were trying to ping it every 15 minutes, not that they were receiving pings every 15 minutes. Is that not? That's not what's going on. That's what's going on here, I believe. They weren't receiving the pings back. They were being, AT&T was trying, they were pinging it. I don't know. But the thing is AT&T was trying to ping it every 15 minutes to see if they could locate it. And they weren't receiving a ping as they reach out, and it wasn't coming back until 4:33 a.m. The ping went and bounced back, and the phone's on, it's there, it's whatever. So something has to change for that to happen. Something. There's all those talk about the battery, or I don't know. But the log shows that it wasn't like powered off and weird stuff. I don't even know exactly what I'm saying. Something changes, but they're not. I don't believe that they're. Yeah, it would rule if they were If they were receiving pings back, yeah, it would rule out a Faraday back cage. Yeah. But that's not, I don't think that's what's being said here. I think what's being said here is AT&T was pinging the phone every 15 minutes because if they were receiving it back, they would kind of be able to get an idea of where it was, no? Especially if they could get at least 2 other signals or towers or triangulate, or I don't know. Or if even one tower was directional, because the time it takes to ping would tell you a distance. Then if it says 1,000 feet from this tower, if they just went around a circle 1,000 feet of that one tower, possibly. I mean, I know it sounds far-fetched and ridiculous, but if you had one good ping that said the phone, you don't know what directions. Let's pretend they don't know what direction. They have one tower. One good ping would tell you the time it goes to the phone and back. It would give you a time, which helps you get a distance, which would say, hey, the phone pinged, and we're guessing it's probably 1,700 feet from this dumb tower. So they go 1,007 feet and read out, and they look at and they can go all around the whole tower in a damn circle. Walk through fields, climb through people's yards, whatever the fucking circle is. And maybe have 10 guys that'd be off by 20 feet each way. And if they did that, they would have stumbled on these two laying there. If it was, I don't know if it's just a thought. The phone, so I'm going to go on. So again, you will learn then midnight, 12:15. So I read this. And then at 4:33 a.m., and we're not going to be able to tell you, and I don't think the evidence will. Nobody will ever know. So I'll read that again. Sorry, in case you guys didn't hear. I'll start you. So the phone that was supposed to be under Abby's body, you will learn midnight, 12:15, 1 a.m. The phone is not connecting. AT&T is pinging. They're trying to get it to connect. They're trying to ping it, right? Or I don't know if they ping, like the phone is, if the phone pings and they would then be able to read it, right? However the communication works, if they have to send a signal or they're just looking to see it, that it connects, either way, a ping is like a double, like the phone connects and then back to the tower, or the phone to the tower to the phone, or the tower to the phone to the tower, right? That's what a ping would be, because a ping uses the time to give you the distance. Like when you ping, that's what a ping is, right? So if AT&T is checking every 15 minutes, but it's not coming back. So eventually when it connects, that means the phone it's in a signal. Something's changed. Because if they're doing that all night long, every 15 minutes, it's not, and then at 4:33, nothing's changed. Their bodies aren't found until 12 noon. So there's no reason. If it connects at 4:33 a.m., something must have changed. Because at 4:15 a.m., it doesn't connect. At 4 a.m., it doesn't connect. At 3:45 a.m., it doesn't connect. At 3:30 a.m., it doesn't connect. Starting at midnight, never connects. So something changes at 4:33 a.m. Right? Right. Who knows what? And if the log says the phone didn't turn on or off, then the only thing that would make sense to me is that maybe somebody gets there and maybe they find the bodies and they turn her over. I don't know. So goddamn. There's so many scenarios. Hey, what's up, Dewey? What's up? Hey, what are you looking at, boy? Morning. 4% power too. Yeah. I don't know. There's so many different things, but it is weird that because if it had a signal, like throughout that time, it would probably want to randomly connect, right? So without, but if AT&T is actively trying to, they must be sending, like if they, we want to know where you are, but nothing comes back, or we're paying attention to see when you connect and go back to yourself. We'll be able to know, like whatever. A ping would be like the phone connects to the tower and back to the phone, right? Or the phone connects to the tower. Yeah. It has to be, because for them to get the ping, they need to know. If it just connects from you to the tower, I don't know if that's enough for them, right? I think it has to go back, no? Or maybe if it's even just two, you connect. Or if it's sent, if your connection takes, when your connection gets there, it knows how long it took to get there. They would be, I don't know how it exactly works, but it's a ping, tells you if it's a decent signal, it tells you an approximate measurement. But if it's just a single tower, I don't know how directional that are. But if it's an accurate signal in one tower, then they would say it's 1,200 feet from this tower. You fucking draw a circle around the damn tower. Get the fucking 100 cops running around. So here, look at this map. Go fucking climb over this guy's roof of his house. Look at his chicken coop, his barn, around right through their swimming pool, the school, and the Walmart, and there'd be a circle. Which would be ridiculous. They might not, it may be wrong, but I would do it, I think. And we're not going to be able to tell you, so I don't think the evidence will. Nobody will ever know exactly when it was reconnected or didn't connect, or did connect with the tower. Of course, the defense is saying that the phone was out. Is something switched here? Did I switch something? The defense is saying? I thought we were reading Baldwin's, so I am reading Baldwin's, right? Why does it say that? The defense is page 9 of, oh, you motherfucking cocksucker. God damn it. Of course, or is he talking about himself as the defense in the third? These fucking guys. The defense is saying that the phone was out and that it came back in. What we will tell you is, boy, who's fucking with this? Come on. Page 9. Volume 9, page 237. Volume 9, page, where does this motherfucker go? 227. That's McLeland. What the hell is going on? Prosecution is opening statement. Does it end there? Or do we miss the rest? No, it ends with a comma. So, oh no, Baldwin kicks in. So his does end here. What is going on? So is Baldwin talking? Because we confirmed that. Page 9, 227 starts 10 pages earlier. But it seems like it switches to the prosecution here. Or something. There's a typo. This to me implies. You still listening to me? That's good. So here, Dewey, listen to this. Tell me what you think. Because this is Andrew Baldwin from the defense saying this. It sounds like the second part of this switches to something the prosecution would say. So here it goes. Of course. No, sorry, I'll read the sentence before too. So it makes more sense. Oh boy. It all starts with these. So, okay, so it's going to be, and then at 4:33 a.m., and we're not going to be able to tell you, comma. And I don't think the evidence will, hyphen, well, for one reason. Nobody will ever know exactly when that phone, hyphen, I guess that's called, where it was when it reconnected or did connect with the tower. But then it's a period. So a new sentence starts. Of course, the defense is saying that that phone was out and that it came back in. What we will tell you is that, so that switches from, Baldwin wouldn't say that. It must be a typo. Because if this is Baldwin speaking, of course, the prosecution was saying that has to be it. And they're just fucking with us or making mistakes. Because this is Baldwin saying this. Baldwin wouldn't say this. And then follow up with this. What we will tell you is that. So, executive decision. I'm changing this to prosecution. Executive decision right there. Of course, the prosecution is saying that the phone was out and that it came back in. What we will tell you is that at some point in time, after that phone came back into the area, somebody brought those girls back down to where they ultimately were found. And that was probably after 4:33 a.m. Wow. Well, Mike Patty kind of implied that in one of his interviews. Yeah. He actually said it literally, I think. Yes. Mike Patty, that day or night when they were searching for them, I believe, he said the phone was pinging all around town. Yeah. Good point. It's on video. He's on the news saying that, right? I believe while they're out searching for him, he's like, oh, her phone is pinging all over town. But this is it. Yes. Mike Patty says, I believe the girls are still missing. I don't know when he says it. He probably says it on the Sunday morning, I'm thinking. Or this, see, I forget the video. It looked like it was still light out. So it's before, later on in the 13th or earlier before noon on the 14th. I believe he's on video saying like, we're looking for them. The phone, Libby's phone is pinging all over town or something like that. So do you want, we'll look for that. I know he says something along those lines, and I'm thinking too much about this, but this doesn't make sense. There's a typo here, and I believe it's the defense still speaking, obviously. So, and what we will tell you is that at some point in time after that phone came back into the area, so yeah, because the prosecution doesn't want you to think this. The defense is telling us that it's possible that the phone went away and came back into the area. Somebody brought those girls back down to where they ultimately were found. And that was probably after 4:30 a.m. And we're going to find out at 4:30 a.m. When you're in a building and you try to text somebody and there's too many walls, and you walk outside and you start getting texts, and the text starts. You got pretty shitty coverage in these areas too, I bet. The smaller towns. At 4:33 a.m., 15 text messages then. And then, yeah, so if everything piles in at that time, something's changing. And if the logs say the phone was on, and it's either popped out of a Faraday box or somebody lifted the body up and the phone said, hey, there's a signal. It was being blocked because they're saying she's laying on it. So it doesn't to me imply that at 4:33 a.m. nothing changes in their story. Something has to change for this to happen. 15 text messages and then other text messages matriculated. Populated onto that phone once it connected with the tower. You're going to find that out. And at some point in time, and I don't think that the evidence will be able to, at some point in time after that, after the thing with the phone, those girls, somebody killed those girls, and somebody put that phone under the body, right? So this is the whole thing. You think of the prosecution as like Abby thinks she's dying and then hides the phone under herself. Because Nick says that. I don't know. Dude, I've never even thought. Here, Wild. I never even thought of that. Oh, boy. That's, I guess, a good question. I don't know. Because, oh, boy. Dewey. If you're listening, I'm going to read this. There's a question from a very astute listener. He says, did the girls have life insurance? Oh boy. Because, yeah, I don't know. I've never even thought of that. But that would add another. If they both coincidentally from different families had it,
Oh boy, that would be a weird sign. Because I mean, you'd think one might or the other might. What if they both had life insurance on them? Oh boy, that would look really suspicious, right? I don't know. Good question though. I'm gonna move on. So 14th. So we're obviously telling you that the evidence will be that those girls were not. They were found on the 14th. They were not there on the 13th, and this will be a big help. But is there other evidence out there that would also suggest that the girls were not there on the 13th? Yes. So you're going to find out that there was a search party assembled very quickly. Yes. And fucking 100 people walked around that single little area. They knew the girls were there at the edge of the bridge. They knew they went to that area. They entered from this side. Teams of people, adults, are looking for these girls. Searchers, family, cops, troopers, volunteer firemen that are probably on call, waiting, coming to help. And they're laying right the fuck there. And they're probably standing around. Picture that trailhead where they would get on the bridge, not across the bridge, but where they get on. And that whole mirrors areas, but they're all meeting up there. They have to be. We dropped them off here. Probably a fucking 40 people minimum, 50, 60 adults and people. And they get to the bridge, and a couple of them think, hey, how many could cross, right? Like, what if 30 of them going to? No. So let's picture a team of 10 cross. Okay, that makes sense because that's where they were. Then the other ones, what do? They fucking, oh, hey, 10 of you fucking walk down that way towards Ron Logan's house. 10 of you go back that way and then down the 501 or walk around. And they don't find them. It wasn't in Libby's nature. I think that Becky Patty will tell you that it wasn't in Libby's nature to be late, like she was. Yeah, something's up. Especially a good girl like Libby would definitely an hour or two. She would text. You would know. So yeah, if my kids didn't reply after I dropped them off, I would be worried. Or yes, because very unlike any decent kid at that age most kids would after time realize, hey, I gotta fucking call or text, I'm gonna get in shit, or get somewhere and my phone died, and okay, well, it's 2 hours, my phone died, I'm sorry, like, oh fuck, dude, don't do that ever again. But yeah, at some point everyone's got to be freaking out. This isn't right. We got to do something. So you're going to find out that they started, I would say by 7 p.m. especially. Like, what? That was my daughter and her friend. I'd be like, okay, this ain't cool. Sprung into action very quickly. And they got a search party together. And it grew and grew. Facebook and stuff like that. They get on Facebook and said, hey, these girls are missing. And you're going to hear from former Fire Chief Sterrett, and he's going to tell you that. He's going to tell you about his part of the search party. There was 4 or 5, maybe 6 guys, and here's where they searched for those girls on the 13th. What? Is that it? There was 4 or 5, maybe 6. That's it? 6 people on the 13th? When those bodies, according to their theory, would be over there. If this is, well, I think this end of the bridge is where it happened. If this is where the bodies were, where the girls were abducted, I'm sorry, where the girls were abducted, and you can go down that hill. Stare at his people that were with him. They searched on this side. The bodies, by the way, were over there. This is where they were. Sterrett and his people searched over here. Well, if somebody's job was to search on that side, on Rod Logan's side, and go up and they're not walking from Ron Logan's to where the bridge creek, you're seeing them. They're there. They're laying right there.
And then they came over here and they searched over here for 4 hours in this area. So is that all that was there? Was 6? I thought there'd be more. What? That doesn't make sense. Is that those are the numbers they're giving us? Do they mean there was 4 or 5, maybe 6 guys? And here's where they searched? What? And he's gonna tell you about his part just his guys. So this is just one, right? So he's saying, so his guys are the ones that had that side. That's what they're trying to say. Should be over there. This is I think this end of the bridge is where it happened. If this is where the bodies were, where the girls were abducted, and you can go down that hill, stare at the people with them. They searched on this side. The bodies, by the way, were over on the other side. So he's talking about they went down the hill maybe, and they're all walking around where under the bridge and where Weber's, but they don't cross the creek at this point. This is where they were. Sterrett and his people searched over here. And then they came over here. And they searched over here for 4 hours in this area. So how do they go over there? Do they go back up to the bridge and walk back across? Do they jump in their cars and drive in the road and go back all the way around and into the cemetery? Or either way, they go to the other side of the creek. And I couldn't see them being there for more than a couple hours before they find them. Because even if you start at the very top and walk all the way down and search that whole area, 5 or 6 guys, and get to Ron Logan's property, you would have seen them, no? And the girls were across the creek. So, and one thing you guys are going to find out is not very far from that end of the bridge where the girls' bodies were found across the creek. It's kind of like that way from the edge. So if they went down the hill, here's the bodies. They were found probably less than 300 yards away to about 800 and some odd feet. Not very far. And that's at an angle. And what Sterrett will tell you is my people that I was with, and they were spread out, and they were looking on this side. Well, they weren't on the side that the bodies were. But what they did see on the side where the bodies were, people with flashlights on that side. So the other people did that. They're, instead of crossing the bridge, they're like, some of them probably even know, let's go down this way towards Ron. I've seen 20 people do it on YouTube. They go down towards Ron Logan's house property. And there's like a couple of gulls. It's not. I've seen people walk it. That's where the deer stand comes upon them and all that. And there's probably a few different, but my people, what I was with, and they were spread out and they were looking on this side. Well, they were on the side that the bodies were. So they see a bunch of people on the other side. What did they see on the side where the bodies were? Yeah, so they're looking over and they see people with flashlights on that side. Right in that area. You tell me there's people walk around even with flashlights in the pitch of dark and they don't stumble upon them laying out there? It'd be harder with it pitch black, but fucking flashlight. Every single person. And they have the little headlamps. I have a wicked headlamp that I put on top of my head and a flashlight. And not one person saw any bodies over there because the defense theory is the bodies weren't there. It's the only conclusion you can come to. If there's a bunch of people walking around on that side, they get down there. Picture, they're on it. They get down there from wherever they get down there from the cemetery, or they come down there in that area from Ron Logan's property. There's people in that area on the other side with flashlights, and they don't find them there. And you're going to find out a little bit about that area, or not a lot, a little. Probably a lot more than you want to maybe. than the area where the girls were found. It's flat. It's a natural place for these people to be walking. And the flashlights, now Starrett, I don't want to oversell. Starrett's not going to be able to tell you that the flashlights were where the bodies were for sure, because he doesn't know. But he just saw flashlights over there. You're also going to find out that and Mr. Boss McLeland talked about it a moment ago. There's clothing in the creek, okay? And that's going to be important. One sec. I got the text. One sec. Sorry. Oh, hey, Steffi. Good morning. I didn't see you. Sorry. I'm trying to stay up longer than normal because my daughter's coming to get her snow tires put on. And it's 8:40. She says she's coming at 10 a.m. So I have to stay up. So I haven't received a text. So, hey, I might as well go on. Oh, I could go for my record today because I think it's, what was my record? It was just the other night. 8:19, 9:51. 9 hours and 51 minute live stream is my record. So I'm at what? I'm at 9:20. Oh boy, this is wild. Good morning, Steffi, and how are you? Sleep well? Do you know what we're reading? Do you want me to update you? This is cold. Yeah. Here it's negative. I got to go out and change snow tires, and it's going to be, I'm not in my garage. It'll be just on my driveway. And it's like negative shit. What is it? I don't even know what. I can check here. Maybe I'll finish. I don't know. I'm going to finish this up. My temperature is -9 Celsius, which is, I'll switch to wacky imperialists. My weather is 16 Fahrenheit. 16 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm going out to change some snow tires soon. So 16 Fahrenheit and -9 Celsius. The sun's out. That's good. It's for my daughter, though, and her grandkids will be there. So I get to hang and know that they're safe with snow tires on. It'll be worth it. So let's keep going. Where was I? So because this case is, you're going to find out the evidence, and the lack of evidence shows that Richard Allen is actually innocent, and that therefore there's reasonable doubt. Yes. The one that the jurors thought needed to be unreasonable doubt. Stir fry? Nice. What, trying to make this? I'd go soup, because isn't cold weather better for the soup? But it's going to be the hearty chicken soup with like rice and stuff, and basically like a stew with a thinner chicken. That's awesome if you're making that. But stir fry is good too. Stir fry is always good. But for me, this cold weather would be like a soup, a chicken soup, or a turkey soup, or whatever. Like, as long as it's got the carrots, peas, and rice, and celery, and lots of flavor. But either way, because stir fry, you start putting all those other sweet things on it, like, which is good, the red sauce or sweet and sour and honey garlic sauces and all sliced almonds and sesame seeds, but you can't go wrong. You decide. Tell us when you decide. Critter. We want the truth to come out in this courtroom for the families and for you all. I'm going to finish this. Oh, am I reading? Oh my God. I'm reading the wrong one. That's why. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. How long was I? Oh, but I am reading Baldwin's on the wrong. Oh my God. So, no wonder it felt different. I didn't want to say. Oh boy. Here's the right one. One thing. I got on 21, so I got 7 pages. I'm going to power through this, and hopefully my daughter texts me before then to say if she's coming or not. So one thing, you're distracting me with that stir-fry soup. No, I'm just kidding. It's me. Yes, I'm wonderful. One thing you're going to find out is this. So you guys are doing me a favor because I have to stay up until I at least hear from her that she's going to come late or earlier or not at all. The people that were searching, they were preparing for the worst, that maybe those girls were in the creek. Maybe they were floating or on top of the water. So the same, maybe I should be proactive and text her. I'll do that. I'll try to read while I'm going to send a quick text. So maybe they were floating on let me see. So how do I just put, do you know what time you're coming? Do you know what time you're going to be here? Sorry. You're coming. Dude. All right. Let's see what I get. And away we go. Potato soup. Like any soup. Oh, that's like a clam chowder with chicken, bacon, green. Oh, you. That was fast. No, wrong person. Not you, silly. Sorry. Wrong person. Leave me alone. Oh boy. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to start here. So they were preparing for the worst, that maybe those girls were in the creek. Maybe they were floating or on top of the water. So many of the people were going along the creek. So we're talking about searchers looking for the girls, the defense, looking for the girls. Now, the state's theory, that's why it stopped making, that's why it got weird there, because I went back to the wrong one. That's why it got weird there. And I did, a few minutes ago, I was trying to decide why this sounded like, no wonder, because it did. Can I just show you what happened? I figured it out now. Because I'm here. I'm right here. Sorry. I'm not going to forget this time, because this is the defense. It's 21 pages. I'm on 14. But so I got switched here. So what happens here is the Nick is finishing, and then Mr. Baldwin switches in. But for some reason, I went back to this, and I should have been here, because this is where I was like almost finished this. So I did it myself. And I kind of just figured it out. Many, thank God it did. It ended itself, right? Because I probably would have went on for hours until I realized I was on the wrong one. So that being said, many of the people were going along the creek bed looking for the girls. Now, if the state's theory were true, the clothing of the girls that were found on the 14th should be in the creek where the people are searching with their flashlights, and nobody saw any clothing on the 13th in the creek. What? That's true, eh? Because wasn't the clothing right down below the bridge from the creek? So it hadn't got there yet, or they didn't see it, or wherever it was. It wasn't far. It was in that area, right? It was basically update. Ooh, 9:30 is better. Cool. So I gotta be done. Ooh, I gotta finish soon. She's coming by 9:30, and it's almost 9. So I'll take a half an hour to get the stuff ready. I'm gonna finish up. How about I continue this tomorrow, guys? You okay with that? I'll finish up this. No, I won't. Fuck it. Sorry, guys. There's a lot. No. To do this, I'm going to have to continue, okay? Because I need, if I can take everything ready, I have to go get her snow tires and have it out on my driveway. Sound good? I will start. I'm going to write down, though. Responsible Shibby will write down. I could have been done this if I didn't get distracted. Thank you, guys. I'm not leaving just yet. Say your goodbyes. I'm leaving 2 seconds. Not 2 seconds, but 9 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to shut this down. I'm just going to write where I finished. So I did day 1 trial. I did all 7 pages of prosecution, all 7 pages of boss McLeland, doing defense. What is it again? 21 pages. On page 14. Sorry, page 14. Did I mark it? Oh my God, I hope to God I marked it. Yes. Line 7. Page 14, line 7. Page 14, line 7. Sorry guys. 14, line 7. I'm also going to be responsible, in case I can't find this again, to know that was volume 9, 240. Volume 9, page 240. Awesome. So continue here. So you guys have a great day. Let's continue here. All right. Sounds good. Have a wonderful day yourselves. Critter, if anybody else is still here. 16 people. I don't want to wake you if you're sleeping. Steffi, have a wonderful day. Anybody else still awake? Want to say goodbye? We are going to leave. I'm going to play the end thing. Hopefully it's not, the volume's not too loud. It'll be my Shibby thing. It's probably 30 or 40, 50 seconds. So, and I don't know how long it stays running afterwards. So you'll stay warm. I will. It's no big deal. I mean, we're in Canada here. I'll probably, if I put track pants on and then my jeans, my work jeans that I can work on, and I'll put 2 pairs of socks. You're right. And I'll even wear my work boots because they're thick and heavy. Then I'll wear, I have one of those hoodies that's made out of like this weird material that doesn't breathe, so it holds the heat in. But if I just wear a t-shirt underneath, I'm basically be sweating because it's this material. It's like a hoodie made out of plastic bottles or something. I don't know. And then I put a hat on and I got work gloves, so I'll be fine. It'll be good. It'll wake me up. The only thing is after I do that and they come in, if they leave after a while, then I probably won't be able to get back to sleep because it'll really wake me up. But that's okay. I have nothing to do the rest of the day. So maybe I'll try and stay up and watch something, and I'll probably fall asleep after. So that being said, yes, my McLeland skinny pants. Yes. No, I have just, they're not baggy, but they'll be good to wear under these jeans that I have to work on car. They're old jeans. They're crappy ones just because I'll be, crawling under the car to look for where to put the jack and on the driveway. And so they're not my good stuff. It's just crappy old stuff. And I wear my older shoes or boots because I don't want to wreck, I always do that. I always keep my older stuff, and it's like, this is what you go and work on. I crawl under the deck or, because I always rip things and get stains on things or paint, So that being said, I will definitely stay warm. You have no fear. I'll probably be too warm because this shirt, I'm telling you, even though it's like negative whatever, this shirt doesn't breathe. So when I hat on, sometimes I have to take the toque, the full hat, like a beanie that Tim, the pool guy, would wear, like a black beanie. I have a Nike hat. And if it gets too warm, I would take it off because, so don't you worry. I have my skinny pants on. Yes. I have to. For sure. I'll be fine, guys. No worry. 9 hours and 33 minutes. Oh boy. I'm going to shut her down. 15 people, 14. I'm losing them. Have a nice day. I'll be back, especially tonight, possibly on Charles's show. Most likely, I'll definitely finish this up. Reading. There's tons more to read because I'm going to read that. I'm going to read Becky Patty's. I've already read. If you want to, how's that, guys? If you're bored today, I read Kelsey's already accidentally the other day. Look. So I was going to put this as day 1, right? Because I'm starting to read the trial stuff.
Can you see that? This is my live. So my channel is 27. Well, it must have changed. Anyways, so all the motion to dismiss. I'm trying to keep track of this stuff. This one is actually, I changed it to day 1 of the trial. See it? Richard Allen. This is Kelsey German, Libby's sister. So I read her day 1 of trial last 4 days ago, just for somebody else who asked for it, and not thinking I was going to start the trial. But then when I started the trial, I realized she was one of the people on the first day, Kelsey, right? So this is the order. I was going to read Becky Patty. I was going to read Kelsey, but I don't need to because I already did that in that one. And then I'm going to read Derek Germans. This is day 1 of the trial of October, I believe, 18th. Yeah, 2024, day 1. Deputy Mitchell Catrone, right? So I'm going to skip Kelsey's because if you want to do that, it's here. This is day 1 of the trial. It's only an hour because what happened here was Saturday night, we did a couple hours with Peggy. Peggy's on this one. It's interesting. We're totally screwing around in this one. I don't think I read anything. We just fart around and have fun on Saturday night. Then we went to Dave's for a couple hours, 3-4 hours. And then at 4 or 5 in the morning, I couldn't sleep. So I was like, I went on again the second time. And I just read Kelsey's thing here. So it's only an hour. So you got stuff. If you're bored today, you pick. At the very least, you're going to want to watch this one again because I'm doing. So this is the trial starting. And this here is the contempt. So contempt part 1, 2, 3, 4. The contempt is the March 18th stuff where Gull tries to throw them off. And it starts with the in-camera hearing stuff too. Oh my God, I don't know. So if you start here, here's the Odin report is here too. Skip to page. If you go underneath here in the comments, really, if say you click this, right? If I won't hit the volume because that's me starting. So what I don't realize is if you go underneath in the comments at 126, I read the proper one. So skip to 126 of the last live. And that's where I read the 13-page Odin report. And then I start the contempt stuff here. The memorandum for the sanctions qualification. I read all that. Oh boy. And we watch this. We watch Barb's. This is Babs.
On the case, he said it's very rare that you get a high-profile case.
Information with my peers. Oops. This was Rozzi getting.
When he's telling you he believes.
There's all this. If you want to catch up on anything, go back to there. Start with this contempt ones. Is most recent. The contempt, the Odin report. Then the rest of it's to the contempt. I finished the contempt here. We do one of these. We do the Supreme Court stuff too. You're going to love that. The January 19th Supreme Court. Check this out quickly. It goes to around. Where is it? We end up here. It is. Yeah. We watched the whole Supreme Court thing.
State council, we remain.
This is the January 19th.
You need to go through this process.
Where the whole wheat thing is here.
To agree with
Mark Lehman speaking.
That this is
Jerry
more
Holman,
than just the choice
Nick
of counsel
there,
case. Like
Supreme
this is
Court
an
of Indiana.
interference of counsel.
Whole hour.
This is the right to counsel
So
itself,
interesting. So-
because the right to counsel
this
is
is the wheat
meaningless.
stuff.
If a judge can say, stop all work,
This is
I know
judge-
you've got a relationship
pleading
going on,
saying,
stop it all till you
do
come in the
not let
chambers.
judge go.
And then says,
Throw these guys off.
you're off the case, whether we go into the courtroom or you
Great
stay in here,
argument.
you're off the case.
Hour long. And we actually read what happened.
Or
Then they go
something.
back to the court. I'll turn the volume off.
And
so
then
it's
we
not
read the
confusing. So then, look at this. Then I go and then on the March 8th, this is January 19th, 2024. That's at the Supreme Court. Then they go to the March 18th hearing and Gull tries to throw these guys off again. But this time, the Supreme Court said, hey, we're not throwing you off, Gull, but if you want to throw these guys off, you have to go and do it properly. So she tries to do it again. And Hennessy's there, and she ends up not being able to. So there's that. And then that turns into a whole thing on them having the afternoon of this turns into the motion to dismiss, which is their exculpatory evidence, which is the afternoon one, where they're trying to they're having a thing
about all the evidence they lost, right? The exculpatory evidence that's been lost. Oh my God. And then I was going to start the trial here, but I realized I already did. So if you want the latest, watch this. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this will be part 1 and 2 of this. Motion to dismiss. March 18th, motion to dismiss. This is the afternoon trial. So the morning is the contempt. And the afternoon is that. But in between here, we watch the whole thing at the Supreme Court in one of these. All right. That'll keep you busy for sure. So I would suggest 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1 and 2. And if you were interested in this trial one, this is Kelsey beforehand. But at this one is where I read in the beginning or whenever. I don't even know. I'll have to timestamp it for you because sometime I start here reading. The first thing is I read Nick's, the prosecution's opening arguments for day 1 of the real trial. And that's what I was trying to finish there with the defense's opening arguments of the day 1 of the trial, which is here on All Eyes website. I'll put the link in one last time. It's just in case. It's on page 123 is when the trial starts. Oh my God. And I'm skipping all this jury crap that went on too. I'm not even going to reload because getting into the trial of this day right here, October 18th, and this is what I was going to read. Becky Patty, I already read Kelsey's, Derek German, Annie Williams, and the deputy guy, all their testimonies in here, but I have them ready to read. All right. So I was going to put that in again. It's pinned. Go to this if you want. I'm going to take off. All right. Look at this. 9:41. Oh my God, my record. No, I'm not going to stay because I got to go ready. It'll be silly. 9 a.m. All right. Thanks, guys. Have a wonderful day. Go and catch up on all of this. I should make playlists for you guys. I will, not now though. But, and here's the new filings. Ooh, the day before, 8 days ago, they filed a couple new filings. I cover that in here. And probably a bunch of other stuff. That's 7 hours. Oh boy. Oh, you decide. You can binge Shibby if you want. You'll have plenty to choose. All right. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
25 ways to say Shibby. 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 Oh, Shibby. I'm so Shibby. Yeah, I'm well Shibby, ain't it, bruv? Shibbiest shib in the world. As Shibby as Shibby can be. Shibby. 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 Shibby? Shibby. 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 Can we just stop on the shibbying? How many have we done? I don't know about... I don't really know. I haven't counted. Me neither.